This is Audible.
Jennypox, The Paranormals, Book 1, written by J.L. Bryan, narrated by Ashlyn Selleck. Chapter 1. Jenny sat in the red dirt and played with a plastic dinosaur. She liked the front yard with all its mysteries, the high clumps of weeds, the big fallen-over tree trunk shaggy with scrub growth, the shiny bottles and cans Daddy left everywhere. She liked all the funny pieces of machinery and broken furniture around the shed. People brought things to Daddy's shed, and he fixed them. Sometimes. Daddy was a handyman, except when he was drinking. Jenny heard a funny shaking noise, like one of the old rattle toys in her room. It was from somewhere near the fallen tree, maybe on the other side of it. She crawled on the sandy, oil-stained dirt through high weeds. She startled a chipmunk near her knee, and he skittered away from her. She giggled at the funny little striped creature. The rattle sounded again, and she crawled to the tree. She turned and crawled along its length, stopping every foot or so to poke her finger into the weeds and ivy that grew over the fallen tree's bark. She pulled aside stringy plants to peer into dark places under the tree, and she squinted her eyes to peer into knotholes. She found the place where a narrow, weed-choked gully had washed out underneath the trunk, creating a kind of dark cave underneath. She leaned her face in close, cupping her hands around her eyes to try and shield out the sun. She couldn't see anything, but she heard the rattle again, longer and louder this time, from the darkness right in front of her nose. It was in there somewhere. She reached her hand deep into the gully, pushing and tearing through thick weeds. The rattling grew louder. She touched something cool and muscular. It pulled away from her fingers, and now the rattle went crazy. She reached her arm all the way into the narrow gully up to her shoulder. Her fingers brushed the mysterious muscular thing again, and again it pulled back. She pawed around in the dirt. She could hear it rattling, but she couldn't find it again. She wondered if it had moved all the way to the other side of the tree. Maybe she could find it over there. Jenny drew her hand out of the gully. She scrabbled up onto the tree, which was nearly as high as she was, clawing her way to the top with her fingernails and toenails. She leaned out over the other side of the tree, looking among the weeds and brown bottles, her bare feet dangling in the air behind her. She tilted forward until her head was almost upside down, her thick black hair hanging down like streamers. She watched it emerge from the gully. Triangular head, black eyes. Its head looked like her dinosaur toy, its body like a living piece of rope, unspooling from underneath the trunk to slither off through high weeds and towards the woods, where Jenny wasn't allowed to go. Its long body kept coming out, and Jenny snickered. The creature was just so long. It was almost silly. Its skin was olive, with pretty black diamonds all over its back. Jenny reached down and ran her fingers along it as it passed. It writhed at her touch and gave another long rattle. She wrapped her fingers around its body and picked it up to play with it, thinking it would be a good friend for her dinosaur. And she liked that rattly sound. It was like whispering, like telling her secrets. Its head arched up and twisted around to face her. It opened its jaw and hissed, revealing huge fangs. Jenny shrieked and tumbled backward off the fallen tree. One hand tightened its grip on the ropey creature, while the other hand grabbed uselessly at the air for something to stop her fall. She landed hard on the dirt, flat on her back, dragging the long creature over the tree with her, and its long body landed across her stomach. It was thrashing hard and rattling faster, and she could see the rattle now, a fat cone of shell-like rings at the tail end. She lifted the creature's long body off her with both hands. The fanged head raised up, dripping fluid from its teeth, and then swooped toward her bare, dirt-crusted left foot. She cried out as the head struck her ankle, but it didn't bite her. Instead, its head slid off her leg and into the dirt, and Jenny held her breath and watched it, keeping herself very still. The creature didn't move again. Along the segment of the snake's body that drooped between her hands, its scaly skin had busted open all over and dark blood seeped out. The blistering infection spread out along its skin in both directions, from her hands towards its head and toward its tail. All her fingers felt sticky and gross. Jenny dropped the snake in the dirt and crawled over to the tail end. She tapped the rattle, but the snake didn't react. She picked up the rattle end and shook it, and it made that funny sound. She giggled. Excited now, her fright already fading, Jenny jumped to her feet and ran towards the front porch, dragging the long dead snake behind her. She stopped at the porch steps and shook the rattle again. "Daddy!" she called, not sure if he was awake yet. "Daddy! Daddy!" Daddy didn't answer. She went up the 3 steps and through the open front door. Daddy was snoring on the couch in front of a heap of shiny silver cans and an overflowing ashtray on the coffee table. Jenny grabbed his arm, careful to touch only the sleeve, not the skin, and shook him. "Daddy, toy!" She screamed at his heavily stubbled, drooling face. She shook the rattle at him. "Daddy!"
Whoa!
His eyes eased open, bleary and unfocused. "Toy!" Jenny gave the rattle a good hard shake to really make her point. Now Daddy's eyes snapped open wide, and she could see all the little red veins in them. He smacked Jenny's hand hard, slapping the snake rattle out of it. The snake tail flopped on the floor while he snatched Jenny up onto the couch, putting her behind himself and away from the new toy. The shock of the slap wore off, and bright red pain flared up to replace it, and Jenny started crying. Daddy looked along the length of the snake. Its head lay just inside the front door. "Did you kill it, Jenny?" he asked. This only made her cry harder. She thought the snake was more of a toy than a live animal. Daddy chucked an empty beer can at the snake. The can struck the creature's body, then rolled across the floor and stopped against the far baseboard, where it would remain for several months. The snake didn't respond to this insult.
"Stay here,"
Daddy said. He stepped over the snake's body and crossed to the fireplace, where he fiddled with the rack of fireplace tools. Jenny saw his right hand, the one that had slapped the rattle from her. He had only touched her for a second, but that was enough to give him bleeding blisters all over his palm. He took the fireplace shovel, walked to the snake's head, and stabbed down through its neck. The shovel bit into the hardwood floor. He scraped the snake's head forward, separating it from its body. Dark blood leaked onto the dusty floorboards. Jenny drew her knees to her chest and kept sobbing. She felt guilty. She'd made Daddy mad. And she felt bad for the snake. She shouldn't have touched it. Daddy scraped up the snake's head onto the shovel and carried it outside. Then he came back for the body. He looked at Jenny and sighed. He looked tired and a little pale and sick. Jenny couldn't stop crying.
"Gonna be okay, baby,"
he said. He ran to the kitchen and washed his hands and poured some of the icky brown stuff for scrapes onto his open sores, the sores he had gotten from touching Jenny. He sighed in relief.
"You just stay where you're at. Don't go anywhere. Stay."
He went into the back of the house, where the bedrooms were, and returned wearing a long-sleeve orange Clemson shirt and cloth gardening gloves. He shook out his red cloth mask and slid it down over his head. It had only 2 tiny holes for eyes and 1 tiny hole for his mouth. It was his cuddle mask. He helped Jenny put on her own fuzzy pink cotton gloves. Then he shook out her little yellow cuddle mask and slid it slowly down over her head, taking care not to tangle or pull her hair. He straightened the mouth hole so Jenny could breathe, and then the eye holes so Jenny could see. Now he could pick her up and set her in his lap. He wrapped his arms around her, and she buried her face in his shirt, listening to his heartbeat, smelling his stale sweat. Her sobbing finally began to subside. "See, Jenny?" He rubbed the back of her head, through his glove, through her mask. "It's okay now. That was a diamondback rattler, a big one. You gotta stay away from snakes, especially the rattling kind, okay? They're poisonous."
"What's
poisonous?" Jenny asked into his chest.
When something bites you and it makes you sick, some things are poisonous if you just get too close to them, like poison oak.
Jenny lifted one small, fuzzy pink gloved hand and looked at her fingers. "I'm poisonous," she said. He took a long, deep breath. He kissed the mouth hole of his mask against the crown of her mask.
You ain't poisonous to me, Jenny.
"Yes, I am. I'm poisonous all over."
You just gotta stay careful.
"Never touch people," Jenny whispered quickly, like a student who'd learned by rote.
Not the bear skin, he said. And never ever play with snakes.
"Never play with snakes," Jenny repeated, adding this one to her catalog of nevers. Like, never touch people, never talk to anybody but Daddy. Daddy lifted her from his lap and set her down beside him on the couch. He picked an open beer can from the table and shook it next to his ear. A little liquid sloshed inside, so he drank it down. Then he lit one of his Winstons.
I wish your mama was still alive,
he said.
I don't know what the hell to do with you,
little snake killer. Chapter 2. With her dad's guidance, Jenny managed to make it through kindergarten and the first 2 months of first grade without a big incident. Jenny kept herself apart from the other kids, never touched them with bare hands, avoided their hands and arms if they reached out toward her. As long as she didn't talk to people and refused to play any games at recess, most people would just leave her alone. It hurt to watch other kids play sports or just thoughtlessly bump into each other in the hallway or lunchroom and give each other high fives or hugs. She was different. No other kids made people sick just by touching them. Jenny kept a wide space around her and stayed quiet and weary at all times. The incident happened in early October. Jenny was in her usual place at recess, on the little sloping hill by the playground, where most people only went for a quick break in the shade. She sat cross-legged in dirt and pine needles and watched other kids play freeze tag, when 2 squirrels chased each other around a tree above her. Jenny stared, watching them instead. She loved how careless they seemed, even running at breakneck speeds along a high electrical wire, or hurtling from tree to tree, always landing in the right place without any effort. Once in the thick woods around her house, she'd seen a squirrel leap from one treetop, sail across 20 or 30 feet of open space, and land in the lower limbs of a distant tree. The squirrel hadn't even stopped when he landed, just kept running. She'd been watching squirrels a lot more since she'd learned that they could do stunts. The 3 girls that approached her were the ones that owned the big wooden bench in the corner of the playground. If they weren't playing with the other kids, they were on the bench, braiding each other's hair, whispering or doing those games where girls sang a rhyme while clapping each other's hands. The 3 of them whispered and snickered as they passed the freeze tag game, heading straight for Jenny. Jenny pretended not to see them coming. She closed her eyes and hoped they would go away. But she heard their shoes crunch through the pine straw and stop right in front of her. Jenny opened her eyes. The 3 girls stood over her, looking down with their arms crossed. They wore bright, wide smiles. It was a look that would grow even more familiar to Jenny in the coming years of school, the one that was extra friendly and sweet to hide the cruelty lurking behind it. They were Cassie Winders, a short, freckled, red-haired girl, Nisha Bailey, a black girl who was really into pink camouflage pants, and the leader, Ashley Goodling. She was the daughter of Dr. Goodling, the preacher of the White Baptist Church. Ashley stood a few inches higher than anyone in class, and she was the only one who was already 7. She stared at Jenny with her gray eyes, which were the color of rain clouds, and impossible to read. Like the other 2 girls, her hair was twisted into 3 or 4 giant braids, which they'd given each other. "Hey, Jenny Morton," Ashley said, with a too wide smile. "What you doing, Jenny Morton?" Jenny looked back and kept her mouth shut. She felt suspicious and a little panicked, and didn't have any idea what to say. "Are you always up here alone, Jenny Morton?" Ashley asked. "I don't know," Jenny said. "You think you're better than everybody?" "No." Ashley planted her hands on her hips and leaned forward, putting her eyes closer to Jenny's. You think you're so great. Then why's your hair so stupid and weird, huh? Cassie and Nisha snickered behind their hands. Do you cut your own hair, Jenny Morton? Ashley asked. No, my daddy cuts it. This was too much for Cassie and Nisha, who burst into laughter. Ashley didn't laugh, but wore a small, tight, satisfied smile. Y'all go away, Jenny said. Ashley's smile vanished all at once. Her eyes narrowed and her voice became low and hissy. You don't tell me what to do, Jenny Morton. My daddy says your daddy's just a dumb, drunk redneck, and he shouldn't even have a kid. Jenny's face turned hot. Jenny was stunned at how the words felt, like a harsh slap deep inside her face, the pain not instant, but suddenly appearing a few seconds later, and spreading fast. Well, Jenny said, my daddy says your daddy's nothing but a Carney Booth crook. Jenny wasn't entirely sure what it meant, but she was pretty sure she'd gotten the words right when it came to her daddy's opinion of Dr. Goodling. Everybody likes my daddy, Ashley said. That's why everybody gives him money. Everybody likes my mommy, too. You don't even have a mommy, probably 'cause you're so ugly. She died 'cause you're so ugly. Shut up, Jenny screamed. You shut up, Ashley countered. You're stupid, Jenny said. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Ashley mocked Jenny's voice, but made her sound extra scared. Her two friends laughed behind her. Jenny's fingers dug into the pine needles beside her, looking for a rock, but instead, she found a large pine cone with lots of pointy tips. She picked it up, reared back, and threw it as hard as she could at Ashley. It struck the dead center of Ashley's face, between her gray eyes, pricklers grabbing her forehead and upturned nose. Ashley just looked shocked at first, but then her face reddened, and she shrieked. She jumped on Jenny, knocking the small girl onto her back in the pine straw, then started slapping her with both hands back and forth, again and again. Stop! Jenny screamed, her hands flailing out, and found Ashley's face, and she raked her fingernails across it. Ow! Ashley seized a fistful of Jenny's hair and pulled hard, ripping strands out by the root. Jenny grabbed one of Ashley's big braids and yanked it, making her scream again. A sudden shaking, coughing fit ripped through Ashley. Ashley kicked away from Jenny and rolled over to her hands and knees. She crawled away, wheezing, struggling to breathe. Nisha and Cassie stepped in front of Ashley to protect her, as if they expected Jenny to continue the fight. Instead, Jenny crawled back from them, stood up, and then backed away some more. She watched Ashley cough on her hands and knees, and she felt fear deep, deep inside her gut. She broke the biggest never of all. Never touch another person. Then she realized that the rest of the class had abandoned their games of freeze tag and kickball. They all stood on the edge of the playground, watching and pointing at the fight on the slope while jabbering at each other. Miss Fallner, the first-grade teacher, made her way through the crowd of kids. Just what on earth are you kids doing? She demanded. Jenny Morton hit Ashley, Cassie said. Oh, Ashley groaned. She lay on the ground now, hands covering her face. Is this true, Jenny? Miss Fallner asked. Jenny couldn't think of what to say to make all the trouble and attention stop, so she stuck with what she knew. Mouth closed, eyes on the ground, until they left you alone and went away. Miss Fallner eventually did turn away to check on Ashley. Ashley, honey? She stood over the girl. Sit up. Let me see you. No, Ashley groaned. Ashley, up, now, the teacher snapped. Ashley sighed. She rolled up to a sitting position, and she dropped her hands from her face. Miss Fallner and most of Miss Fallner's class let out a pained gasp. Jenny felt a sickening falling sensation. A thick red rash of swollen pustules covered Ashley's face, hands, and arms. One big bump, high on her cheek, burst and leaked a fat teardrop the color of Elmer's glue. Ew! A dozen kids squealed from the playground.
She's got chicken pox,
a boy yelled from the back.
It's from her,
Ashley screeched, pointing at Jenny.
She gave me pox.
She gave you Jenny pox, Cassie said.
Jenny pox,
one kid shouted, and others took it up.
Jenny pox, Jenny pox.
Don't be ridiculous, Miss Fulner said. Ashley, let's go visit the nurse, honey. I'll call your mother. She walked Ashley up the gravel path to the school building. She reached out a hand, nearly touched Ashley's shoulder, then thought better of it and pulled back. The teacher shot a glare over her shoulder at Jenny. The crowd of kids chanted, Jenny pox, Jenny pox, until Miss Fulner and Ashley were inside the building. Then all of them turned their heads and stared at Jenny.
What?
Jenny asked. The whole class ran away from her, screaming, to the other side of the playground. Chapter 3. When Jenny heard the crash, she was alone at her house, working at the little foot-powered potter's wheel she'd bought second-hand from Miss Gertie's 5-and-dime. She'd paid for it herself with money saved from her after-school job at the library. The wheel occupied the corner of the dining room, which she and her dad never used for dining. The dining table itself was invisible under heaps of scattered hand tools, assorted junk her dad was supposed to repair, and mail no one had ever opened. Jenny could spend hours sculpting clay. She loved the rich hues and textures, the way it turned warm and fleshy and plain, the more you worked it with your fingers. It was satisfying to turn the raw, shapeless clay into something useful and beautiful. Jenny could touch plants without killing them, but clay was the closest she could come to touching skin. She'd only had the wheel for 6 months, and already Miss Gertie, actually Rose Sutland, was selling some of Jenny's creations on consignment at the 5-and-dime. Jenny had just finished her junior year of high school, so she was finally on summer vacation and had plenty of time to make more. The crash came from the side of the house, where the metal trash cans were stored. The sound broke a deep silence, startling her. She'd been so absorbed in the new flower pot, she hadn't even noticed the record player had long ago finished side 1 of Patsy Cline's Sentimentally Yours. It was 10 o'clock at night, and her dad wasn't home. She didn't expect him any time soon. He'd found some work painting an old house in town, so he'd probably stop by McCrocken's for a drink. Or 10. Jenny lifted her foot from the pedal and let the wheel spin to a stop. There was another crash. It definitely sounded like a trash can, probably a possum or a raccoon scrounging for a bite. Her dad must have forgotten to bolt the trash enclosure again. Jenny swung through the kitchen for a broom and then walked out onto the screen-walled back porch, which faced the heavy woods behind the house. Her father had built the porch before she was born. Most of the old house had been built or rebuilt by his hands at one time or another. The night was hot and sticky and full of buzzing insects, but very dark, lit only by shafts of moonlight through the tall pines. She wished the exterior lights on the side worked, but they'd been defunct for years. If something wasn't used much, her dad had a tendency to put off repairing it, possibly forever. Jenny looked out through the porch's screen wall, but even if she could have seen it in the thin moonlight, the house blocked her view of the trash enclosure. She went to the screen door, lifted the hook from the eye-hole, and pushed it open. She cautiously descended the stairs to the yard, holding the broom out before her like a weapon. She crept past the thorny tangles that had once been a flower bed, and looked around the corner of the house. She held back a gasp. She'd expected a small scavenger, but the creature rooting in the garbage was much bigger than a possum. She couldn't see it very well. She tried to remember if coyotes were aggressive or easy to run off. Her dad had built the trash can enclosure out of mismatched fence pieces, with a metal road-closed traffic sign for a roof. The gate was from a child's wooden playpen, complete with a row of colorful sliding rings on a crossbar, and a smiling sun painted at the corner. The gate was open now, and the creature hunkered behind it, ripping open a white kitchen bag. As her eyes adjusted to the moonlight, she realized that it wasn't a coyote, but a skinny mongrel dog with wild, matted fur. The dog was tearing apart a Hardee's takeout bag Jenny's dad had brought home. There wasn't anything in it but empty ketchup packets and greasy napkins. The dog wouldn't find much to eat in their garbage. With her dad's uncertain off and on income, they couldn't afford to waste food. Jenny went back inside. Her pantry didn't contain much that was good for a dog, mostly grits, cereal, and soup, but she did find a can of Chef Boyardee beef ravioli. She popped it open, dumped the ravioli into one of her early misshapen clay bowls, and warmed it in the microwave. Back outside, the dog was still at his hopeless rooting. Jenny stood by the corner of the house, well away from him, holding the warm bowl. "Hey, doggy," she said. The dog jumped, took one look at her, and ran into the woods. His head bobbled up and down like a galloping horse. By the sound of it, he didn't go too far into the woods before he stopped. Jenny hoped he was watching her. She placed the bowl on the ground where the dog had been, near the scattered spill of garbage. She walked back to the corner of the house, squatted to the ground, and made herself as small and as non-threatening as she could. "Come on, doggy," Jenny said in a high baby talk voice. "It's gonna be okay." She heard a little pawing in the woods, and then the dog whined. He could probably smell the heated ravioli floating in meaty red sauce. "Gonna be okay," Jenny tried to assure the dog. After another minute, the dog finally crept out of the woods into the moonlit yard. He kept his head low and looked at her wearily, his big black nose snuffling the air. He step-hopped over to the bowl, and now Jenny saw why he walked so awkwardly. Head bobbing up and down, body rocking from side to side. He only had one front leg. The other was just a 3-inch stump. "Oh, baby," Jenny said. "What happened to you? Were you chasing cars?" The dog lowered its snuffling nose to the ugly makeshift dog bowl and sniffed the ravioli. He slurped it all down in less than 10 seconds. He continued licking the bowl for a minute to search for any trace of sauce. Then he knocked the bowl over and licked the underside for a while, just in case. As her eyes adjusted more to the moonlight, Jenny could actually see his ribs outlined against his skin. Jenny watched the stump leg to see if the injury was recent or old, if the dog needed emergency care. It didn't seem to be bloody or wet or dripping. She didn't have a way to take him anyway, since her dad was still out with the truck. When the dog was finished, he turned his head at Jenny and wagged his tail. "No," Jenny said. His tail stopped wagging. "If you eat more now, you'll get sick. You go on now. I'm too dangerous to you." The dog lowered his head, hop-stepped toward her, and gave another wag. "I'm serious," Jenny said. "You'll die if I pet you. You'll get the Jenny pox." The dog took another tentative hop-step toward her. Clearly, he couldn't be reasoned with, so Jenny stood up on her tippy toes, raised her arms above her head, and shouted, "Go!" The dog flinched, then streaked away into the woods. Jenny woke early the next morning and made her dad's favorite hangover breakfast. 1 tall glass of milk, 1 over-easy egg on toast, 1 mug of extra strong black coffee, with a little space left in it so he could add a shot of whiskey when she wasn't looking. "How's the painting job?" she asked as they ate.
Ugh.
He shot his head.
Paint fumes. I'm not looking forward to the rest of the day.
"Which one are you painting?"
One of those big old places on Magnolia, ripping down kudzu and poison ivy all over it. House hasn't been used since the 1960s. I guess Mr. Barrett thinks he can clean it up and sell it.
The Barrett family owned the Fallen Oaks Merchants and farm banks, and with it half the decaying properties in town. "Who's gonna buy it?" Jenny asked.
Can't nobody in Fallen Oaks afford one of those big places, and nobody rich is gonna move here. Who cares? A fool's money spends as well as anybody's, and I gotta get on my way.
He drained the coffee, to which he had, of course, added the crucial dash of cheap whiskey when she'd looked away. She stood up with him. "Can I ride to work with you and borrow the truck today?"
It's almost out of gas.
"I'll put some in. I have money." Her dad jingled the keys to his ancient Dodge Ram truck.
"Maybe you better drive,"
he said.
"I'm gonna nap on the way. I still got a little drunk left in me from last night."
He hadn't shaved or showered, but Jenny supposed that didn't matter too much for the house painting work. Jenny navigated the big old truck into town. It was big and hard to turn, but she was an old pro at steering the clumsy thing around, since she'd never driven anything but the Ram. She dropped him at the decaying mansion on Magnolia Street, with wraparound porches on the bottom 2 floors and a balcony on the narrow 3rd floor. Magnolia was once the center of town society, ages ago, when it was home to large landowners, cotton brokers, and horse and cattle traders. Most of those families were gone now, or still here but broke, like the Blackfields, clinging to their one dirty gas station on the south end of town. The Mortons were a little like that too. Jenny's great-great-grandfather had owned hundreds of acres of farmland around Fallen Oak. Her late grandfather, and now her father, had sold off the good fields bit by bit in order to survive. They were now left with 25 acres of brambles and wood on hilly, rocky land that was no good for farming. Jenny was determined not to lose what remained. She passed through the town square, which centered on a green lawn with a bandstand. In the afternoons, the courthouse overshadowed the green. Whoever built the courthouse had clearly expected Fallen Oak to grow into quite a city. It was 2 stories high, brick, with a row of fat white columns out front, supporting a triangular pediment, like the front of a Greek temple. On the pediment, the sculpted frieze depicted farmers bearing corn and cotton towards the central figure of Justice, blindfolded and holding her scale high. Wide brick steps led from the sidewalk up to the front doors. Big, gnarled old oaks flanked the steps. Supposedly, a slave had once been hung for sorcery on the largest tree back in the 1700s, generations before the courthouse was built. The bottom floor of the courthouse held the courtroom, the police department, the town jail, and the mayor's office. The upper floors were mostly storage. Also facing the grassy square were the Fallen Oak Baptist Church, where Ashley's father, Dr. Goodling, preached, and the Barrett's Bank, and a 2-story brick building with a few shops and a lot of vacancies. Dusty for rent signs hung inside whitewashed windows. Jenny parked in front of an empty shop. Miss Gertie's Five and Dime occupied space near the end of the building. A clump of bells and chimes jangled as Jenny pushed open the glass door. The interior of the store was beyond dusty, and so cluttered it made Jenny's house look organized. The store had racks of old romantic novels, outdated calendars, antique tables and chairs shoved together so tight you could barely pass. Wind-up clocks, creepy china dolls, creepy nutcrackers that looked like soldiers with giant teeth, typewriters, gas lanterns, faded postcards, an overcrowded clothing rack, a disused wood-burning stove that now stored handkerchiefs and embroidered linens. A bookcase near the front window displayed Jenny's bowls and flower pots, along with assorted handbells, Christmas ornaments, picture frames, and collectible salt and pepper shakers. "Miss Sutland?" Jenny called out. Eventually, Miss Sutland emerged from her back office while positioning her rectangular framed glasses on her nose. She was in her 80s and walked slowly, one arthritic hand trembling on the brass duck head topper on her cane. Every day she pulled her white hair into the same loose and sloppy bun, with hair spilling out into every direction. "Is that you, little Jenny Morton?" She may have smiled a little, somewhere within the cobweb of wrinkles on her face. "Wouldn't you like some iced tea?" "No, thank you, ma'am," Jenny said. "I'm just—" "Hard candy? I may have licorice. Let me check." "No, thanks, Miss Sutland." "How are your mother and father, dear?" "My dad's fine, thanks," Jenny said. It was pointless to remind Miss Sutland that Jenny's mother died when Jenny was born. The elderly lady would try to comfort her as if it had just happened, as if Jenny had ever known her mother. I suppose you're just visiting for your money then, aren't you?" "Money? Did somebody buy one?" Miss Sutland shuffled to her mechanical cash register. She might be fuzzy about the world beyond her shop, but when it came to inventory, her mind was razor sharp. 2 little flower pots and that lovely mixing bowl." "Wow," Jenny said. "I shouldn't say, but all 3 went to Miss Barrett. She said she'd like more of them." "Really?" Jenny was stunned. If Miss Barrett was a fan of her work, there was money to be made. Jenny and her dad were desperate for it. "I told her it was a South Carolina girl made them," Miss Sutland said. "Didn't tell her it was anybody here in town." "That's fine, Miss Sutland. I'd rather she just buy them all through your store." Jenny didn't bother to point out that ladies in town probably wouldn't buy the pottery knowing it was made by crazy white trash Jenny Morton. The bell on Miss Sutlin's cash register clanged as she opened the drawer. She fished out 4 20s and passed them into Jenny's brown-gloved hand. Jenny accepted them gratefully. She had expected to spend money at the 5 and dime, not receive it. This was a huge amount all at once. "Thank you," Jenny said.
"Oh, my pleasure, dear. Would you like an iced tea?"
"No, thank you, ma'am. I actually came for a new pair of gloves. These are wearing through." Jenny looked at the clothing rack, with its careless mixture of coats, hats, ties, and dresses. Jenny's favorite shelf displayed gloves and scarves.
"I'm so glad you reminded me, dear," Miss Sutlin said. "I don't know where my mind is today. I found these for you in the back room."
She placed a heart-shaped candy box trimmed in bits of pink satin and yellowed lace on the counter. She lifted away the lid. Jenny leaned over to look inside. The old candy box held a pair of very delicate white gloves made of lace and ribbon, laid out on a silk handkerchief. They were something a lady might have worn to a Magnolia Street wedding many decades ago. "Those are beautiful," Jenny breathed.
"I knew you'd like them, with you wearing them gloves all the time."
Jenny pulled the brown cotton gloves from her right hand and reached into the box. She touched the lace gloves gently with a fingertip, feeling the soft, almost ethereal lightness of them, the incredible attention and work that had gone into them. Finally, she forced herself to pull back and hurried to replace her brown glove. "Only," Jenny said, "they're too nice for me, Miss Sutland." "Impossible, dear." "I need thicker gloves. I would just tear those up."
"I understand."
Miss Sutland sounded a little sad. She replaced the lid and moved the box under the counter.
"You need something to protect against the sun, don't you?
Ghostly little girl.
You must burn like a lobster."
"Yes, ma'am." Jenny smiled at her. Miss Sutland never gave any appearance of knowing that Jenny Morton, around town and especially around school, was Jenny Mittens, the freakish loner who wore gloves and long-sleeve shirts every day, no matter the heat. Miss Sutland never spoke of it, and Jenny was grateful. Jenny Mittens wasn't as bad as our horrible elementary school nickname, the awful Jenny Pox. No adult had believed Jenny was capable of giving Ashley Goodling a sudden outbreak of running sores and swollen pustules just by touching her. Eventually, the kids grew up and stopped believing what they'd seen, and over the years, the tale of Jenny Pox had gone the way of Cooties, the boogeyman, and the neighbor who hides razors and apples on Halloween. The frightening girl with a wicked supernatural power had become merely the scrawny, friendless Jenny Mittens, who wore gloves all the time and dressed in a lot of her deceased mother's old clothes. You avoided Jenny Mittens because you despised her, not because you feared her. As far as Jenny could tell, Jenny Pox was long forgotten, and she could not be happier about that. Jenny picked her cheap gray gloves and paid for them out of her new pottery money. As Miss Sutland rang them up, Jenny apologized for not buying the finer white pair.
"Never you mind about that," Miss Sutland said. "I'm just glad you didn't buy these at Walmart like everybody else."
"I never go to Walmart," Jenny said. And it was true. The Walmart over in Apple Creek, 15 minutes away, was always crowded and full of running children that could bump into you. Jenny never went anywhere more crowded than the Piggly Wiggly, and even that was almost too much. Even with gloves and a full set of long clothes, Jenny lived in fear of touching somebody.
"I'll tell you what, dear," Miss Sutland said. "I'll just hold these gloves for you. When you meet that special fella, you can wear them to your wedding."
The unexpected comment triggered every awful feeling Jenny knew about her future. That she would never be married, never have children, never even kiss a boy. All of that meant touching. She bit back a rush of tears and hurried to the door, but she didn't open it. She stared at what was happening outside, thinking that life got worse all the time. 2 cars had parked at the grassy square, a sapphire blue Audi Roadster convertible with the top down, and a red Ford Ranger truck with yellow flame racing stripes. She recognized them both on sight, but especially the convertible. It belonged to Seth Barrett. Technically, Jonathan S. Barrett IV of the Merchants and Farmer Bank Barretts. Seth had attended a private Christian school, Grayson Academy outside Greenville, all the way up to high school. Then his parents had moved him to the public Fallen Oaks High School with all the other kids in town. Jenny was in the same grade as Seth, but had never spoken to him. One fact summed up all she needed to know. He'd been Ashley Goodling's boyfriend since freshman year. And there was the wretched, horrible, beautiful couple now, Seth and Ashley, walking hand in hand from the Audi convertible over to the sidewalk and onto the green. Several yards ahead of them were the other members of Ashley's lifelong inner clique. Nisha Bailey, with her boyfriend, Diedrich Moore, and Cassie Winder, with her boyfriend, Everett Lawson. Seth was the star running back on the Fallen Oaks football team. Diedrich was the huge center lineman, Everett the wide receiver. The three boys spread out across the green and tossed a football. Jenny's eyes were fixed on the girls arranging their picnic blanket on the corner of the green, closest to the 5 and dime. She looked with envy on the girls' summer clothes, spaghetti straps and bare bellies, shorts and open-toe sandals. They were nearly naked in the scorching June heat, while Jenny was forever doomed to jeans, long sleeves, and gloves every time she left the house. If she stared at Ashley long enough, she could work herself into a hot hatred of the girl. She hated how Ashley casually blew her parents' money, while Jenny had to work hard to help her dad get by. She hated Ashley's big suntan boobs that wanted to pop out of her halter top, her long legs and perky round ass that boys openly drooled over. And Ashley, God damn her, was still the tallest girl in school. Jenny was always the color of notebook paper, and her scrawny body was all flat surfaces and straight lines. What Jenny really hated, of course, the fuel for the rest of it, was that Ashley was the one who made sure everyone remembered Jenny Mittens was a repulsive nobody to be scorned at all times. "Is there trouble with the door, dear?" Miss Sutton asked from her counter. "Do I need to have your daddy come fix it?" "No, ma'am. I was just, out with the sheep gathering wool," Miss Sutton chuckled. "Yes, ma'am." Jenny looked at the girls outside. There was no way to avoid them. Her dad's truck was in plain view, right across the street, and less than 30 feet from Ashley and friends. Jenny wished Miss Sutton a nice day, took a breath, steeled herself, and opened the door. The clump of bells and chimes sounded extra loud to her. She hung her head forward and let her long black hair shield her face. She kept her eyes on her tattered tennis shoes as she walked to the old ram. "Hey, Jenny Mittens!" Jenny looked up and immediately wanted to kick herself in the ass for it. She should have ignored them, climbed into the truck and left. Instead, she was looking across the street, right at Ashley Goodling's cloudy gray eyes. People said Ashley's eyes were exotic and beautiful. Jenny knew that if she had eyes like that, people would call them hideous and bizarre. "What you doing, Jenny Mittens?" Ashley called. "Shopping for gloves?" Casey and Nisha laughed. The boys were either out of earshot or too busy to pay attention. Cassie and Nisha laughed. The boys were either out of earshot or too busy to pay attention. Jenny actually wished the boys were closer. Ashley was at her most vicious when alone with her two best friends. The more witnesses, the sweeter and more innocent Ashley became. In front of a crowd, she was downright adorable. Jenny felt her cheeks burn. Her humiliation was all the worse because she had, in fact, been shopping for gloves, and now carried the gray pair in one of her brown-gloved hands. She laid the new gloves against her hip to hide them, then opened the truck door and climbed inside. As Jenny backed up and straightened out on the road, she glanced at the green again. Nisha and Cassie were talking animatedly to each other. Jenny Mittens, already forgotten. Ashley, though, was ignoring her friends and watching Jenny drive away, her face placid and expressionless, her gray eyes inscrutable. When Jenny parked in her red dirt driveway, something blurry darted from the front yard and into the woods. Jenny smiled. Jenny carried in the groceries she'd bought at the Piggly Wiggly and unloaded them in the kitchen. Her pottery money had allowed her to buy bread, milk, cheese, tissue-thin Carl Budding ham and turkey, and some fresh fruit. She'd also picked up a can of dog food. She carried the dog food outside and stood over the clay bowl she'd used for ravioli the previous night. She tapped the dog food can and whistled towards the woods. "Come on, boy," she said. "It's gonna be okay now. Just bringing you a snack." There was some movement in the area where the running blur had disappeared several yards into the woods. The dog wiggled out of the underbrush and rose up on its 3 legs, watching her nervously. "Stay," Jenny said. She popped open the can and poured chicken and gravy into the bowl. She backed away to the corner of the house, saying, "Stay, stay, stay." When she was safely away from the food, Jenny squatted low near the ground and called out in a high, encouraging voice, "Okay, okay." The dog looked between her and the food bowl a few times, then hop-stepped his way out of the woods to the food. He sniffed it, then chomped it down. He watched Jenny wearily as he ate, as if expecting a trap. Jenny understood how he felt. In the daylight, she could see the dog clearly. He was some kind of mix, with a lot of blue-tick hound. She could tell by the floppy black ears and speckled body. He was shaggier than a blue-tick, though, and a little jowly. His amputated leg looked healed, not a new injury at all, which relieved Jenny. He seemed to have adopted to 3 legs, walking as well as he could. "Okay," Jenny said. "If I'm really the best you can do, then you can stay. But there are rules. Don't touch me. That's for your own safety. And you can't stay in the house because you might get too close to me. And I can't ever pet you." Her voice broke a little as she said it, and in her mind she flickered back to the white-laced wedding gloves. She'd fought the sudden, unexpected tears and swallowed them back. "But my dad can touch you," she said, "if you want. Okay? And if you ever find a better place, you should run away to there." The dog wagged his tail as she spoke, which made him rock a little bit on his front leg. When she stood up, he raced into the woods as if someone had fired a gunshot. "Good boy," Jenny said. "Keep away from me." And finally, after holding it inside all the way from the 5 and dime, she broke down and let herself cry. Chapter 4. On the first day of her senior year, Jenny stepped off the school bus with her head already lowered, long hair hiding her face, hoping only to get through the day without being noticed. Everyone else on her long rural bus route was a freshman or sophomore. Most of the older kids either had a car or had friends who did. She gripped the straps of her backpack extra tight. The first day of every year terrified her. She headed straight for the bright orange double doors, not looking right or left. She had to dodge little knots of students that gathered to chat around the outdoor picnic tables. She glanced at the mural on the front of the school. Sunny, the porcupine, the Fallen Oak High mascot, charged down a grassy field, dressed in a helmet, football locked under his armpit. Rival school mascots included a bear and a gamecock were screwed on Sunny's quills, having apparently been foolish enough to tackle a gigantic porcupine. When Jenny made it inside, she faced a major obstacle. Ashley Goodling stood with Cassie, Nisha, and other girls from the varsity cheerleading squad in the center of the main hallway, right where it intersected with the English and Social Studies hall. There was no way to get anywhere in the school without passing them, unless Jenny wanted to tuck back and go around the outside, which would only call attention to herself. Ashley, like her friends, were dressed in new clothes and shoes for the first day of school, and all of them looked carefully made up and manicured. Ashley had added dark lowlights to her puffy blonde hair. Most of the girls in school would have the same within 2 weeks. Jenny felt stupid in her mother's long-sleeve polka-dot blouse, the cuffs tucked into her gray gloves, which had grown worn over the summer. She hoped Ashley and her friends were too busy for her. Jenny approached the intersection, feeling her stomach knot itself up. She saw what the girls were doing now, greeting people from the flow of foot traffic, occasionally stopping to hug or to peck a cheek, while giving some kind of full-colored paper flyer to everyone who passed. She stayed close to the wall as she swerved wide around the knot of people. It was easier than she expected to go unnoticed past the cheerleaders, since lots of people, especially boys, were crowding in on them, eager for anything these girls might be giving away. Jenny managed to slip past them, but when she looked back, she saw Ashley staring right at her. Ashley's expression was neutral, but her eyes narrowed just a little, when Jenny met her gaze. Then Ashley snapped her head away with a flip of her golden hair and squealed an excited greeting at some approaching boys. Jenny hurried down the main hall towards the next intersection, then saw she wasn't free yet. Seth Barrett was there, with Everett Lawson, the wide receiver, and a gaggle of underlings from the freshman and JV teams. They were pushing smiles and more full-colored flyers on everyone who passed. Jenny sighed and moved to cut around them.
"Hey!"
Seth Barrett stepped in front of her, blocking her way. She slowly raised her eyes from the ground to meet his, and she gave him the coldest, most hateful stare, imagining her blue eyes were pieces of Arctic ice. He was handsome, of course. Ashley had very high standards, and his dazzling smile looked almost genuine. Jenny had learned what that look meant, though. The smile that was so ready to become a mocking smirk. "What?" Jenny snapped. She imagined her voice cracking like a whip, slapping him out of her way.
"Vote Ashley Goodling for senior class president."
Seth's smile didn't waver. He held out one of the flyers, and Jenny finally had a look. Her upper lip curled. Along one side, it showed a full-length picture of Ashley in her cheerleading uniform, her leg kicked high, as if the picture just happened to be snapped in mid-cheer, which just happened to reveal one long tan leg and just a peak of yellow bloomers under her khaki skirt. Under this was a caption that said, "Leadership," referring to the fact that Ashley was already captain of the varsity cheer squad. Along the opposite side were 3 smaller pictures of Ashley. One was black and white and showed Ashley in glasses and a ponytail, pencil in hand, reading a textbook. It was captioned, "Hard Worker." The next showed Ashley coaching little kids at her church youth group. That was captioned, "Dedicated to the Community." The last one showed Ashley 2 years ago, giving a speech on the bandstand in the town square. That had been part of her successful campaign to ban Harry Potter books from the Fallen Oaks School library. The caption for this? "Get results." Jenny looked from the flyer to Seth's stupid wide smile. She scowled. "Fuck you," she told Seth. His smile twisted down into a hard scowl. Jenny knew that move, too. It was what Ashley did, right as she shifted gears from teasing to insulting. Seth had probably learned it from her.
"Hey, what's your problem?"
Seth snapped. This brought Everett Lawson's attention around, and he slapped Seth's shoulder. Everett smirked at Jenny under his camouflage cap.
"Oh, what's the matter, Jenny Mittens?"
Everett asked. "Wearing your gloves too tight today?"
"Shoot, it can't be your bra,"
said one of the JV players. He was a junior, a fat kid with an uneven flat-top haircut.
"She don't hardly need one with them pancakes."
Then he lay his hands flat on his chest and swiveled from side to side, sticking out his tongue as if trying to lick his own nipples. This had all the JV players dying with laughter, and Everett and Seth started laughing too. Jenny stalked away down the science hall, where her locker was located. Sheets of bright poster board were mounted on the walls above the locker, with blown-up pictures of Ashley and words written in stencil marker outlined with glitter, urging, "Vote for Ashley, and Ashley for president." Jenny put her lunch in her locker, then closed the locker door and leaned her forehead against the cool metal, eyes closed. There was no way she could survive another year. Jenny trudged through her classes, ignoring the overheard whispers asking why Jenny Mittens was there. In previous years, the school had placed her in honors classes because of her high grades. But there were no honors classes for seniors. Instead, seniors took advanced placement courses aimed at gaining early college credit. Since Jenny had no plans to go to college, she was taking general studies level classes. She just wanted the diploma to make her dad happy, to convince him he'd done a good job raising his daughter on his own. If not for that, she'd have dropped out last year and gotten a full-time job. Failing that, she could at least make and sell a lot more pottery without school getting in the way. She was growing very skilled with clay, and even treated herself to a few sculpting knives and little bamboo cutting and trimming tools to help develop her craft. She grew vegetables in the yard, and she made her own clothes out of her mom's old clothes and things she'd bought cheap at the thrift store. She didn't need much money.
So, while the honors college prep kids had gotten used to her and learned to ignore her presence in class, she was a novelty to some of the general studies kids. All day she'd heard them whispering the usual rumors about why she wore gloves, including that she'd been in a horrible fire that ruined her hands, or that she was obviously afraid of germs. Jenny never argued against the rumors, since all of them were better than the truth. The worst class, as always, was PE. It was the only one where you couldn't get by with just sitting in a back corner staring at your textbook. It also brought a huge danger of physical contact with others, especially when dressed in required gym clothes. Worse, Ashley and Cassie were both in her PE class this year. So avoiding advanced placement hadn't even allowed Jenny to escape Ashley. There were also, of course, several of Ashley's suckers-up, girls who gravitated towards her in the locker room as they dressed out, wanting to be a part of their conversations, in her orbit. Jenny picked a locker in back and stayed there while she changed clothes, well away from the crowd around Ashley. Ashley and Cassie were snickering about Brad Long, the debate club geek who was challenging Ashley for class president. The other girls fell over themselves to laugh at Ashley's jokes. Occasionally, another girl would throw in a comment, and occasionally Ashley would favor such a girl with a smile. After a minute, Ashley turned to look at Jenny. "What's wrong, Jenny Mittens?" she asked. The rest of the class turned to stare at Jenny. "Are you still too good for the rest of us?" Jenny said nothing. She had already changed into her long-sleeved t-shirt and long shorts, really a cut-off pair of sweatpants, and now held her PE gloves in one hand. Jenny used friction-grip batting gloves for her gym classes. Jenny scowled, and the suck-up girls laughed. "Coach Humby wanted me to tell you something," Ashley said. Humby was the head football coach, a balding man with a gigantic beer gut. He was also their PE teacher. "He said no gloves allowed in PE this year." Most of the girls laughed. Jenny had a few things she wanted to say back to Ashley, but she kept her mouth closed. Escalating it would just bring more attention, and with it, the risk of touching. It would probably be teasing, aggressive touching, and Jenny would have a hard time not infecting anyone. Jenny looked at Ashley, who wore a tight, satisfied smile. Then Jenny just stared at the floor, and eventually the girls lost interest and went back to dressing out and chattering among each other. Jenny strapped on the gloves anyway, though Humby always yelled at her about them. Getting yelled at was better than accidentally killing the other girls while playing basketball or volleyball, even if they maybe deserved it, just a little. She closed her locker and hurried out to the gym, 12 years later, and she still had to deal with Ashley on the playground. When she got home, Jenny ran to her room and stripped off the too-hot polka-dot blouse and jeans, and then peeled away the gray gloves and threw them on the floor. She changed into a light sleeveless t-shirt and her favorite cut-off jean shorts, relieved to finally let her skin breathe. Her hands were wrinkled like prunes from the sweat inside her gloves. She went back outside and whistled towards the woods. "Rocky!" she called. It was what she'd been calling the three-legged dog because of his swaying, rocking walk. A brief howl responded, the hound's unusual way of communicating, but it didn't come from the woods. Jenny turned towards the shed. Rocky emerged from the scrapwood doghouse she'd built him, wagging his tail. The doghouse was up on blocks, just inside the shed, with its doggy door facing outside to catch some breeze. When winter came, she would move it to the back of the shed and turn it around to block the same wind. Bits of ripped cloth and cotton stuffing were scattered around inside the shed now, the remnants of a toy squirrel she'd made him from scraps of brown cloth. Rocky step-hopped toward her and let out another quick bay. He was still almost as skittish as he'd been 3 months ago, and didn't even let Jenny's dad pet him. Jenny was glad. If Rocky wasn't so people-shy, she would have to get rid of him to protect him from her. As it was, she'd learned she could run around in light clothes and even free of her gloves, without any fear that Rocky would brush against her hand or bare leg. "Come on, boy, let's go run!" Rocky wagged faster. Jenny stretched her legs a little and took off into the woods, following one of the footpaths that wound through her family's land.
Rocky chased her. He was incredibly fast, despite his missing leg, and sometimes ran laps around Jenny. Now behind her, now way ahead, now running parallel to her through the woods. The running cleared her mind, burning up so much energy she couldn't think. It was the best way to wear out the anxiety and fear that always threatened to fill her. She and Rocky ran through the woods, climbing ridges and steep hills, until the sun was gone. Chapter 5. The student council elections were on the second Friday of the school year. Before school that day, Ashley Goodling called a special breakfast meeting at her house. Attending were Cassie, her campaign manager, Nisha, who was running for class historian office on the Ashley ticket, as Ashley thought of it, and also Ashley's boyfriend, Seth, who could be useful in his way. Plus, she might be able to fit in some make-out time before school. They sat at the long table in the high-ceilinged dining room, looking out through the giant picture window towards the duck pond in the backyard. Over coffee, juice, and bagels, they reviewed Ashley and Nisha's speeches, to be delivered to the senior class later that morning.
"I don't think you have anything to worry about,"
Seth said after their second pass through Ashley's speech.
"Nobody's going to pick Brad Long over you."
"Almost nobody," Ashley said. "I want a landslide. I want him to feel stupid for even running against me. But you're right, Seth. We should focus on Nisha. She has 2 challengers for class historian."
"Rob Perkle from AV Club is no challenge,"
Nisha said.
"I'm more worried about Wendy Baker."
Ashley looked at the flyers made by Nisha's competitors. Rob Perkle, like Brad Long, was a nobody. The kind of dweeb who always ran for office despite being way too unpopular to have a chance. She touched the other flyer with a smiling photo of Wendy. "She's about middle-class popularity," Ashley said, "and a French horn player. That's why we need to worry. The band, the drama types, art club, and the random dorkers. We have to outflank Wendy there. Cassie opened a Trapper Keeper with campaign written on the front in heavy black marker. She fished out a printed page of text and laid it on the table.
"What's that?"
Seth asked. "Wendy Baker's speech for the day," Cassie said.
"About time."
Nisha grabbed it and started reading. "Sorry, Nish," Cassie said. "Wendy only finished it last night."
"How'd you get it?"
Seth asked. "Wendy's little brother is a freshman," Cassie told him. "A real horn dog, it turns out. Easy mark." "Really, Cassie?" Ashley teased. "A freshman?" "Oh, please, like I had to do anything. Just a little." Cassie traced her fingertips slowly down Ashley's arm and fluttered her eyelids. "Oh, Billy, we should hook up sometime." The girls broke down in laughter. "Okay," Nisha said, thumping the copy of Wendy's speech. "She's proposing some kind of collaborative thingy where the band, the choir, drama club, everybody gets together to put on a big spring musical. Everybody can contribute. The art club, the AV club, everybody has a role." "That's a good idea," Cassie said. "A big coalition," Ashley said. "Nisha, who's going first?"
"I'm first for the historian candidates."
"Great," Ashley said. "So, add Wendy's idea to your speech, but make it better." "Like a movie instead of a play," Cassie said. "Or something so big they have to use the stadium instead of the cafeteria. Whatever, just bigger, better." Nisha opened her laptop and began editing her own speech.
"You girls are so bad."
Seth gave all 3 his most dazzling, knee-weakening smile. "You're as bad as us." Ashley stood and stretched. She was still in her white silk pajama pants with a Superman tank top. She dropped into Seth's lap and kissed him a few times, letting him slip in a little tongue. He rubbed her calf through the thin silk pajamas, and then his fingertips crept in toward her thigh. "Hello, Ritz-Carlton," Nisha said. With her thumb and pinky, she imitated a phone by her ear.
"This is Ashley and Seth, and we need to get a room."
"Good idea." Ashley hopped off Seth. "Let's go up to my room. You can use my printer while I get dressed." As they climbed the stairs, Seth whispered,
"Your room? Won't your dad get pissed?"
"Oh, yeah, and he's in the upstairs office, too. not far away at all, Ashley said. She stopped 2 stairs above Seth and turned to face him. She hooked her thumbs inside the waist of her pajama pants and then pulled the front of the pajamas out and away from her, as if she was about to slide them down and flash him. If he had been standing on the same level as her instead of 2 stairs below her, he could have just looked down and seen everything. We would be in so much trouble if he saw me doing this. Seth grabbed her tan belly with hopeful eyes, mouth wide open, like a dog presented with a rare steak, but told to sit. Boys were really so simple. Ashley could tell she totally blanked out his mind. That, despite his usual brash confidence and his gorgeous smile, he was really her bitch. "Take it off, baby," Cassie called down from the top of the stairs. Ashley saw hope bloom fresh in Seth's eyes, and a very obvious boner sprouted inside his khaki shorts. She tugged the pajama pants down just a little, letting him see more of her hips, but nothing too important. He reached a hand toward her crotch. She slapped it away and released her pants, which snapped back into their proper place. "Bad boy," Ashley teased. She held up her left hand and wiggled her third finger, the one with the silver abstinence ring. "We got rules around here, you know." Then she turned and went up to join her friends, wiggling her rear end ever so slightly for Seth's enjoyment, or perhaps his suffering. She enjoyed enticing him to the brink of madness, knowing he could have any girl in school, but instead was her own little slave. And well-trained, too. Upstairs, she sent Seth to help Nisha port her laptop to Ashley's printer in the little sitting room of Ashley's bedroom. She asked Cassie to help her get dressed. Seth was clearly disappointed and would rather have been part of the Dressing Ashley project than the speech printing one. But he did just as he was told. Soon, Ashley stood in front of the full-length mirror in her walk-in closet, with Cassie standing behind her and evaluating. Ashley wore a black blazer with matching slacks and a gray blouse that perfectly matched her eyes, which had taken ages of internet shopping to find. A cross pendant hung from a thin gold chain around her neck, pointing down at the modest cleavage revealed by the blouse. "What do you think?" Ashley asked. "Could be sexier," Cassie replied. "This isn't sexy? The slacks look great back here." Cassie patted Ashley's ass. "But they won't see that on stage." "I'm not going to be obvious sexy," Ashley said. "More like restrained, professional sexy. Like you're trying so hard to hold the sexy in, but it keeps slipping out. Mixed signals, you know? You want to get them hard, but you want them to feel guilty about it too. Then this looks perfect. You're a genius, Ashley." "That's right." Ashley plucked a pair of black high heels from the shoe wall, but didn't put them on yet. "Let's go to school." Outside, Nisha and Cassie sped away in Cassie's red Mazda. Seth cranked his Audi convertible, but then they idled in the driveway. He gave her a questioning, hopeful look. "Are we ready, or?" he asked. "One more thing." Ashley wrapped her fingers around his head, gripping his strawberry blonde hair, and pulled his face to hers. Ashley was tall enough to kiss a boy dead on, without reaching or stretching. At 5'10", she actually looked down on many boys in her class. She'd made her usual height into an attractive asset, instead of whining about it and slouching and trying to downplay it like some girls would. She let Seth reach into the top of her blouse, even into her bra, and grope around in there. She felt distracted and a little bit nervous. Senior class president was one of the last big checkboxes. She started in 9th grade, when she'd only been elected freshman class president, but also founded the Future Leaders of America Club, which invited business people and local politicians to give talks about how to succeed. She'd been president of that club ever since, growing it to 70 members so far. Her sophomore year, she'd started a chapter of the National Youth-Led Cool Crusaders ministry at her church for kids 12 to 18. She'd taken the idea for their first big project from the Cool Crusaders website, campaigning to ban the Harry Potter series from the school libraries on the grounds that it promoted witchcraft. Ashley didn't really believe that Harry Potter had any evil influence, and actually liked the books personally, But she also liked organizing the kids, having them write letters to church leaders, newspapers, and radio stations. She liked convincing the women's steering committee at her church to support her. She even got herself elected president of the Christians Act student prayer group in school to enlist more kids. They'd given out anti-Potter pamphlets all over town, at church, the county fair, the Walmart. They held protests. They were opposed by the school librarians, the school principal, Mr. Harris, some English teachers, and a few members of the school board. Eventually, Ashley was invited to a Christian radio station in Greenville, one that half of South Carolina could hear. She told the talk show host lurid stories about how Satan worship was really popular among the kids because everybody wanted to be like the students at Hogwarts, how it involved lots of drugs and sex, and, of course, how the kids were brilliant at hiding the devil worship from their parents. She even took calls from listeners. Afterward, Ashley and Cassie and Nisha rolled on the floor of Cassie's room and laughed until their throats ached. After that media attention, Ashley's crusade was joined by Cassie's father, Mayor Winder, the county commissioners, and even State Senator Rutherford Randy Hook. They pressured the county school board until they caved. Ashley won, and the books were removed from both school and public libraries. Then everybody in town knew Ashley was a force to be respected, on her own terms, not just because her dad was the white preacher. Then, last year, she became the first junior in the school's history to be elected captain of the varsity cheerleading squad, a job that always went to a senior cheerleader. This was helped along by some incriminating photos of a few of the senior girls, which Ashley had arranged, and which those girls were very eager to keep secret. This year, Ashley was once again varsity cheerleader captain, president of the Future Leaders of America, president of Christians Act, editor of the yearbook, and on track to becoming class Victorian. All she needed to cinch the perfect Georgetown application was to win today's election. "Stop," Ashley said. She pulled Seth's hand from her blouse, then adjusted her bra and t-shirt. "Drive, or we'll be late for school." The senior class met in the cafeteria first thing in the morning. Student council candidates and Mr. Harris, the principal, sat on plastic chairs on the rise stage at one end. The AV club had set up the podium, microphone, and speakers. The rest of the senior class and several teachers sat at the cafeteria tables to watch the speeches. Ashley kept a cheerful smile as she listened to the other students give their halting, nervous speeches. There were 3 candidates for class treasurer, and Ashley's chosen was Brett Daniels, a linebacker and friend of Seth's. She made a big show of smiling at him in apparent admiration while he gave his short speech in flat monotone. Nisha gave her speech for the class historian position. She proposed a spectacular spring musical that would incorporate all the various creative clubs, a big stadium-sized production the town would never forget. Wendy Baker looked shocked, then horrified, then sick to her stomach as she listened to a larger and more elaborate version of her own big idea. When it was finally her turn, Wendy stumbled through her first 2 sentences of her speech. Then she burst into tears and ran sobbing out of the cafeteria. Ashley watched with a look of concern on her face as Wendy ran away. The spring musical itself would never happen, since it sounded like a huge, lame waste of time for Ashley. She couldn't see how such a thing would fit into her own plans. But the point was to shepherd her people through the election. Mr. Harris announced the presidential candidates. Brad Long did what stupid debate club kids always did, talked way too fast with too many big words. He got a smattering of applause as he sat down. Ashley, the incumbent from last year, cleared her throat into her fist and approached the podium. She adjusted the microphone height. She was taller than Brad, so this brought a few laughs. Then she looked up and beamed a smile at the 83 kids in her graduating class. "Hi, I'm Ashley Goodling, and I'm running for president." This brought some applause and whistles. Nobody had whistled for Brad Long. Ashley looked out on the crowd. For a moment, she met the evil blue eyes of Jenny Mittens. The bitch who looked like a skinny corpse with a bad, self-administered haircut and horrible clothes. And the gloves, of course. An arc of hate crackled momentarily between them, like electricity leaping from one pole to the next. And Ashley quickly shifted her gaze to more pleasant people. "I want to say something before I start," Ashley said. "Wendy Baker's out of the room now, but I just want to say that stage fright is not easy. I'm dealing with some right now." She got laughter out of that. "When I was a kid, I struggled with it a lot. Giving talks at church and other places, it's something you learn to deal with. But it's hard, and I hope nobody makes fun of her about it. Can we agree on that?" This brought a murmur of agreement, and all the teachers smiled at Ashley. Then Cassie's boyfriend Everett, probably promoted by Cassie, shouted, "You said it, Ashley!" which made people laugh. "Okay, now for my speech," Ashley said. She'd practiced it so many times that she didn't really need the note cards in front of her. "We've been together a long time, haven't we? Most of us have gone to school right here in Fallen Oaks since kindergarten. And this is our last year together, y'all. And that's actually pretty sad when you think about it. All of you know who I am, and I know each one of you. I know people say things about me. I've heard some of that, and I'm sure you have. People make fun of me for being the head cheerleader. But to them, I say, excuse me for having a little school spirit and trying to make things fun for everybody. I think we should all have a good time at our games and support our team. That's just how I feel. They laugh at me for starting the Future Leaders of America Club. Well, I just personally think it really does matter that you and I learn all we can so we can build an even better, more powerful America tomorrow when it's our turn to run the world. You don't have to agree with me, but those are my values. They laugh at me for being so busy with church. Well, I'm sorry, but I happen to believe in spirituality and in giving back to the community. I just think it's right. It's important to me, and it's hurtful when people make fun of me for that. They laugh at me for wearing my abstinence ring. Ashley held up the ring finger with the silver band. Okay, that's fine. I just think it's important to have self-respect and to respect your own body and not let people take advantage of your feelings. You know, it's easy to fall in love and easy to get hurt and easy to screw things up for yourself. I think abstinence is about responsibility and making the right choices for the future. I don't insist everybody does it. I don't make fun of people who don't choose abstinence. So why make fun of me for my personal choices? So you don't have to agree with everything I stand for, Ashley said. But remember, this is the year that counts. Senior year. Student council is responsible for homecoming, and most of all, prom. These are the memories that will last our whole lives. You want responsible people to make sure they turn out great. And you know that my friends and I are the people who can take care of all that, and do it in a way that makes everybody happy. This was a little over the line, since candidates weren't supposed to endorse other candidates. But what was Mr. Harris going to do? Disqualify her? So, please vote for me, Ashley, for president, and I'll take care of everything. The cheer squad, football team, prayer club, and future leaders all stood to applaud her, as she'd personally, secretly asked them to individually do. Ashley looked carefully among the crowd. Jenny Mittens was still seated, of course, looking at her own shoes. A few other kids, mostly friends of the other candidates, stayed in their chairs and looked morose. The whole Ashley ticket won the election in a landslide. Chapter 6. The Saturday morning after the election, Ashley and friends were back at school for cheer practice, while the football team scrimmaged in their practice jerseys. It was Labor Day weekend. The day was hot and sticky under the scorching blue sky. As they drove away from practice, a light drizzle began to fall. Ashley was riding with Seth in his convertible, and she had been looking forward to letting the hot day blow-dry her hair, shirt, and shorts. She sighed as Seth put up the roof. He needed a blow-dry himself. Dirt and grass stained his practice uniform, and his strawberry blonde hair was damp and reeked of sweat from hours inside his helmet. Up ahead, Cassie and Nisha rode with Everett and Diedrich in Everett's Red Ranger with the stupid yellow flame decals. The plan was to drop the girls at Ashley's so they could clean up, change into their bathing suits, and fill Ashley's picnic basket with sandwiches and snacks.
The boys would change out of their pads, possibly shower, one could hope, and round up some beer and pot for the night. Then they were meeting everybody at Barrett Pond, the town reservoir. The afternoon and night would be all about swimming and getting totally hammered. But right now, while they were alone, Ashley needed to talk with Seth. "What are you doing about your SAT?" she asked. "What?" Seth asked back, without turning his head from the road, an obvious delaying tactic. He played his stupid Mos Def CD at ear-splitting volume. "Are you practicing for the SAT yet?" Ashley yelled, letting a little shrill creep into her voice as she turned down the stereo. "You don't have much time left." "Oh, that," Seth said. "Yeah, totally. I'm starting on that next week." "You should have been doing it all summer," Ashley snapped. "I keep telling you." "I said I'm going to work on it." "You better," she said. "You're not getting into Georgetown with your scores from last year." "Not everyone can get a perfect SAT score like you, Ashley." "Maybe not, but your score has to come up. It just takes practice, like football." "Yeah." He watched the road quietly for a minute. "What if I don't want to get into Georgetown?" "Then we'll go to NYU," Ashley said. "I have to be in the center of things, where the action is. How many times do I have to tell you?" "And if I don't get into NYU, can we just go to Clemson instead?" "Clemson? I know you're kidding. Tell me you're kidding, Seth." Seth shrugged. "My dad went there. Turned out okay for him." "Okay?" "Seth, just running your family's little toy bank in this shitbox little town is not okay. My life is going to be about way more than what's okay. I'm not going to spend my life at the Eldred Country Club drinking mimosas and spitting out babies." This was a direct swipe at Ashley's own mother and her friends. "I know, Ashley. But my parents spend a lot of time in Florida, too. They've got a boat. That wouldn't be so bad, would it?" Ashley gripped the armrest, her knuckles whitening as her frustration mounted in fury. "I'm going to Georgetown for undergrad," she said. "And you are coming with me. Do you understand?" "Hey, I know. Believe me," he said. "Maybe there's a short bus school for me near there. We can still get a place together or something." "No, I need you by my side, shaking people's hands. It's all about who you meet in those schools." Ashley reeled in the anger and put on her sweetest smile. She rubbed his thigh through the grass-stained practice pants. "I just want what's best for us. I know you can go far if you just try. I have faith in you." "I am trying." Seth stomped the accelerator, obviously wanting to cut this conversation as short as possible. Soon they tailgated the Red Ranger. Everett apparently took this as a challenge, or an accusation of being a slowpoke, and the truck surged ahead, drifting into the other lane at the next tight curve. "Okay, we talked, and you're going to do it this week." Ashley gave him another big winning smile. "Now, let's not worry anymore tonight. I just want to get wasted." "That's my girl." Seth put one sweaty muscular arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. His speedometer needle sailed past 90 as they rocketed down the empty country road. The same Saturday, Jenny sat alone at the spot she cleared on the dining room table. She was poking her new sculpture with the sharp end of a toothpick, trying to imitate Rocky's speckled fur pattern. The sculpture was about a foot tall at the head, and maybe 18 inches long, with a tail curled alongside his body. Since she couldn't figure out how to make it stick out behind him without falling off, she made his 3 legs and the stump leg, his head, his body. But it needed a ton of detail work, especially around the face and paws. Though it was getting to be afternoon, she could hear her dad snoring back in his room. She'd eased his door most of the way closed, but hadn't closed it all the way for fear the click against the jamb might wake him. He'd gotten into a bad whiskey drunk last night, crying and rambling about Jenny's mother, as he sometimes did. Jenny preferred to let him sleep it off, because he got difficult when he was drunk, or hungover. Finally, Jenny drew tired of the silence. She preferred to play her mother's old vinyl records when she worked with clay. Jenny stood and stretched her back and arms. She'd been hunching forward for too long. She wiped the clay smudges from her hands and changed into her most lightweight shorts and tank top, since it was another scorching day out. She bound her hair into a tight ponytail and put on her favorite broken-down sneakers. Outside, she saw Rocky dozing in the shade of a big, gnarly old oak shaggy with moss. She'd whistled and he jumped awake, up on his feet, wagging his tail. "Hey, Rocky," she said. "Want to go for a run?" He dashed to their usual starting place at the tailhead, his tail swishing vigorously, and bounded away before Jenny got there. She stretched her legs a couple of times and started jogging. Her senior year was 2 weeks down, 40 to go. Or 37 if you subtract winter and spring break. Ashley was class president, of course, after a speech where she pretended to be some kind of victim, as if anyone ever dared to pick on Ashley Goodling. And when Ashley told people to be nice to Wendy Baker, Jenny had seethed. Ashley was probably behind Wendy Baker's sudden meltdown. It was her style, and it cleared the way for her friend Nisha. It was all so pretty. Who cared about student council, of all the ridiculous things to care about? As Jenny warmed up, she put on speed. Despite all the cool green shade surrounding her, humidity had already soaked her in sweat. Rocky bounded in and out of sight, while she traveled deeper into the woods. Jenny tried to make herself feel better by telling herself she'd done the best she could under the circumstances. Between taking care of her dad and getting all the way through school, she'd done okay. She hadn't given anyone else Jenny-pox since Ashley in the 1st grade, which represented a huge achievement, though one that nobody but her dad knew or cared about. The cheering up did not happen. She'd been alone all her life, would be alone all her life, and the best she could hope for was to not accidentally kill anybody along the way. Jenny was thinking about suicide again. Such thoughts rolled in a few times a week like storm clouds, casting darkness over everything in her life. A cold, lonely existence didn't seem worth the fight of staying alive. All her hopes were negative. She hoped she didn't infect anyone. She hoped nobody harassed her too much at school. She hoped her dad didn't die anytime soon. He was nearly 50, drank and smoked a ton, and spent more and more time looking at old photographs of Jenny's mother. His will to live didn't seem very strong. It was ironic in a way, because the only thing that kept Jenny from killing herself was knowing how much it would hurt her dad. They both kept themselves alive and miserable for each other's sake. Light rain began to fall through the treetops, sprinkling cool water on her. It invigorated her, and instead of turning back toward the shelter of her house, Jenny pressed onward and ran harder. Rocky bayed and howled somewhere off to her side. She saw him charging through the woods like a dog on a mission. Ahead of her, a plump, wild rabbit emerged and zigzagged across the footpath. Rocky broke out of the underbrush in hot pursuit and chased the rabbit into the woods on the other side of the path. "Leave him alone, Rocky!" Jenny called without breaking her stride. Being mostly blue-tick hound, Rocky obsessed over anything that was furry and roughly the size of a raccoon. Jenny was glad he could occasionally feed himself this way, but today she was in no mood to see the chubby little rabbit torn apart. But then Rocky's chances of actually catching the rabbit were slim. With his missing leg, he wasn't really a great hunter, which is why he'd been starving when Jenny found him. Jenny pushed herself harder, hoping to burn away the burgeoning depression that wanted to suck her down. The rain grew heavier, pattering on thousands of leaves overhead. The rabbit crossed the path again, heading in the opposite direction now, with Rocky only a couple of yards behind. "Rocky, come on!" Jenny gasped for air, her leg muscles burning. "Leave him alone!" Rocky had no interest in her opinion. Rabbit and dog rushed on through the woods. Jenny crested another of the rolling hills, wishing it would rain harder. Not just this teaser rain. Only a few drops actually made it all the way through the canopy to tantalize her skin. Up ahead, past the next hill, she could see a big gap in the trees. That would be a meadow, where she could do a couple of laps while the cold rainwater soaked her. If Rocky flushed the rabbit out into the meadow, the rabbit might even lose the chase. Then she crested the hill and realized she'd gotten turned around while running. The gap ahead wasn't the meadow she was thinking about. This gap marked where the footpath intersected with Esther Bridge Road. Rocky lopped right towards the paved road, his face cracking through the underbrush. The rabbit spurted from the underbrush and onto the widening path. It sprinted towards the road, with Rocky close behind. "Rocky, no!" Jenny yelled. She didn't hear any cars coming, but people drove fast on Esther Bridge. "Rocky, stop! Stay, Rocky, stay! Stay!" But Rocky had a nose full of rabbit and no ears for her. Jenny reached her top running speed, and she pounded down the hill after them, leaning into the sprinkling rain, burning up the last reserve of energy in her scrawny body. She had no idea what she would do if she caught up to Rocky. She hadn't brought any gloves, and couldn't touch him without giving him Jenny-pox. Still, she ran hard after him, calling his name. The rabbit scrambled onto the blacktop, hopping half across it, and paused for 2 seconds. Then it hopped the rest of the way across and dove into a ditch on the far side of the road. Rocky's claws scattered onto the blacktop as he ran into the road. Jenny recognized the truck, the Red Ranger with blazing yellow stripes. Everett Lawson. He was streaking along at about 100 miles per hour. She reached the edge of the road just as the front grille smacked into Rocky. The dog gave a sickening, heart-wrenching yelp as the impact knocked him off his feet. He did a 360-degree spin in the air and then landed with a whump on the side of the road a few feet from Jenny. "No!" Jenny screamed as she ran to him. "Rocky!" Everett's truck raced around the next curve and out of sight, not even slowing to see what he had hit. Jenny knelt in the dirt next to the pavement, her heart whamming against her ribs. Rocky lay on his side, not moving. Along his side, blood seeped out into his fur in 3 different places. He wasn't dead, not yet, but he was hyperventilating and gasping out bloody, foamy saliva onto the pavement. His lower jaw looked loose and badly angled, as if one of the hinge joints had been shattered. His body lay in the roadside weeds, but his head was still on the pavement, where another car could come at any time. Jenny tried to look in his eyes, but they'd rolled back into his head. "Rocky!" she screamed. She waved her hands uselessly in the air above him. She couldn't do anything, not even move him back from the road. No gloves. Not even any sleeves to pull over her hands. Even her shirt was too small and too thin, with too many little moth holes to be of any use. Stupid, she thought. She should always carry gloves in case Rocky needed her. Why had she never thought of that? She sized big handfuls of her hair and pulled, screaming her anguish and her frustration. "Oh no, Rocky," she said. "Oh no, please, Rocky, I love you, please don't." The dog's breath slowed. He puked some foamy pink liquid out his broken jaw. "No, Rocky, please, I love you so much, please don't." The engine of another car approached, and Jenny felt a tiny, irrational ray of hope. Someone with a car was coming. Someone could touch Rocky without killing him. Someone could take him to the veterinarian. Then she saw the blue Audi convertible. Its top closed against the rain, and her heart sank. Nobody was less likely to help than Ashley and Seth. Still, she jumped up and down and waved her arms overhead. If they helped Rocky, she didn't care what they did to her the rest of the year. She needed her dog. The Audi passed her by, slowing only when it approached the curve ahead. She felt sick. When the car slowed even more, it pulled off the side of the road and parked. The driver's door opened, and Seth Barrett stepped out. Ashley did not. "Hey, what's wrong?" Seth asked Jenny. What Jenny meant to say was, "Thank you for stopping. My dog is hurt bad. Please take him to the vet and I will do anything for you." Instead, what came out was, "Your stupid redneck friend Everett just ran over my dog!" "Oh, wow." Seth slammed his car door and jogged across the street towards her. Jenny watched his approach wearily, not sure whether to feel hopeful or more afraid. She looked towards the Audi's passenger door, but as far as she could tell, it wasn't opening. Ashley wasn't getting out. When Seth reached her, Jenny became sharply aware of how exposed she was. Bare legs, bare shoulders, bare arms and hands. 1,000 places Seth could brush against her. He was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and football pants that came down to his knees. Jenny folded her arms and stepped back. "It's Rocky," she said, choking back sobs. "Can you take him to the vet in your car? I don't have a car." "I don't think he would make it to the vet." Seth dropped to one knee by the dying dog. One of Rocky's paws kicked out and clawed up dirt in a wild spasm, and then it was still. "Wow, he's really hurt," Seth said. He seemed genuinely concerned, but Jenny didn't trust that for a second. She kept glancing at the car, waiting for Ashley to come out and somehow make it all worse.
Ashley was probably laughing at Jenny's suffering right now. "Hey, Rocky." Seth poked his fingertips at Rocky's speckled, bloody mess of a belly. Rocky let out a small, high-pitched, gurgly sound, which might have been a yelp if he'd had the strength. "He doesn't like to be touched," Jenny said. "Oh, he doesn't like to be touched, huh?" Seth lay his hands on Rocky's side. "Let's see." Then Seth pressed down hard on Rocky's broken ribs with both hands. "Stop!" Jenny screamed. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Her hands clutched at the air. Only a lifetime of deeply ingrained avoidance kept her from grabbing Seth's hands, or more likely, punching him in the nose as hard as she could. There was also that small, evil voice in her head, the one that said this was probably best for Rocky. It was probably best his suffering end quickly. Hot tears were rushing down her face, dripping from her chin, and she couldn't stop them. Seth leaned forward and bore down with all his weight on the dog. Jenny thought she heard something pop deep inside of Rocky. The dog let out a strangled whimper, and then blood mixed with bile gushed out of his mouth. Jenny couldn't watch, couldn't look away, couldn't move. It was all too shocking. She could almost hear Ashley's wicked laughter from inside the Audi. Of course Ashley was there, on the worst day of Jenny's life, to drive the knife extra deep and give it a twist. What were the odds of them showing up right now? Jenny would never win the lottery, but she'd probably get struck by lightning. As much as she'd hated them, Jenny would never have believed that Ashley and Seth would be so sadistic and full of hate for stupid little Jenny Mittens that they would even punish her dog. They were sick, warped people. Then something clicked in Jenny's mind. She was going to kill them all. Rocky first, to end his pain. Then Seth. Then walk over to the Audi, smash the window if need be, and kill Ashley Goodling. A calm clarity fell over her. Jenny imagined a swarm of black flies crawling inside her hands, willing it to be the deadliest, fastest killing strain of Jenny pox that she could muster. Jenny raised her bare hands, then felt sweaty and prickly and highly contagious. Inside herself, Jenny felt very cold. Seth pushed his hand up along Rocky's body, applying pressure the whole way. He lifted Rocky's battered head, forced the dog to close his broken jaw, then clumped his hand around it, squeezing hard as if trying to choke Rocky on his own tongue. Rocky gave a weak, wheezing snort through his big black nose. Jenny knelt by Rocky and extended her hand towards him. She took a deep breath. Seth released the dog and tumbled backwards into the high weeds out of Jenny's reach. Jenny heard a pathetic little whimper. Rocky's nose was twitching in the blood-moistened earth. Then his eye rolled, and she could see his pupil again, in its proper place. Rocky lifted his head from the ground and twisted it back to sniff at the big patch of blood on his side. He looked at Jenny. Then he rolled onto his belly and rose unsteadily from the ground, first planting his front legs, then pushing his body up with his hind legs. He shook himself as if he'd just gone swimming in the creek and wanted to dry off. The dog sniffed at his own body, his own blood, for a long time, while Jenny just watched. She couldn't even feel shocked anymore. She was a complete blank, unable to think at all. Rocky swiveled around to look at Seth, who reclined on his elbow, eyes closed. Seth's perfect, sun-tanned, acne-free skin had gone as pale as Jenny's, but with an unhealthy gray tinge. Rivers of sweat poured from his scalp, over his face and ears, and his whole body was trembling. Rocky, in the ultimate uncharacteristic move, bounded over to Seth, opened his mouth, and lapped at the boy's face with his tongue. Seth didn't open his eyes, but slowly raised one hand and patted Rocky around the head. "Good boy," Seth murmured. His voice sounded a mile away. Rocky froze, as if suddenly self-aware and shocked by his own behavior. He jumped and ran away along the footpath, back toward the woods. Then he got distracted by his own tail, which he chased around like a puppy. "What?" Jenny said. It was all she could say. She looked at Rocky's enthusiastic prancing, then at Seth, who now lay on his back with his eyes closed, hands behind his head, as if he meant to take a nap right there on the side of Esterbridge Road. "Seth!" Jenny finally managed to say. The name was not so hateful in her mouth as it used to be. "Seth, what did you do?" "What?" Seth didn't open his eyes. "You know what. My dog. Look, he's okay!" Seth half opened one eye and turned his head toward the woods. Then he closed it and laid his head back on his hands. "Yeah," Seth muttered. "Guess it looked worse than it was." Jenny gasped at him. It took her some time to gather up more words and put them in order. "But I saw the truck hit him. Everett's truck. It just happened. He was dying." "Nah." Seth raised one hand, weakly, and attempted a dismissive wave. He still didn't open his eyes. Apparently, he had Jenny's same trick. Just keep your eyes closed and don't say much if you want people to leave you alone. "Guess the truck just grazed him a little. He'll be fine." Jenny watched Rocky sniff around the underbrush, then hoist his leg to pee on a white birch. That was where she noticed the other thing. "Seth." Jenny forced herself to speak the unbelievable words. "My dog only had 3 legs. Now he has 4. "Really?" Now Seth opened his eyes, finally looking interested, and eased up to a sitting position. He linked his arms around his knee and watched the dog. On Rocky's new front leg, a wide band of hairless scar tissue marked where the stump had ended and the new part of the leg began. Besides that, Rocky looked fine. Better than Jenny had ever seen him, in fact. "How long?" Seth asked. "What?" "How long since he lost the leg?" "No idea. As long as I've known him. Months at least, maybe years." "Jeez," Seth breathed. "No wonder he sucks so much out of me." Jenny snapped her head around to look at Seth. "You did it. You fixed him. You can heal with touch." "What?" Seth leaned back on his elbows again, and suddenly seemed very interested in a patch of colorful wildflowers on the ground. "You're crazy. Nobody can do that." "Seth, I'm not stupid." Seth sighed and looked up at her again. "You can't tell anybody," he said. "You have to promise. Seriously, okay?" "Promise, Seth. I can keep a secret better than anybody." "Nobody knows, and I don't want anybody treating me like some kind of weird freak or—" His voice trailed off as he looked at her. "I know." She tucked her hands into her armpits and pinned them there with her arms. She had a dangerous urge to throw her arms around him and kiss him on the mouth. Not that she would follow it. The last thing she wanted was to give him Jenny pox. It helped to know Seth wouldn't be interested in kisses from someone like Jenny Mittens anyway, even if she wasn't fatally poisonous. She remembered how close she'd come to killing him and Rocky both, and she shuddered. "Thanks," he said. "It's just really important nobody finds out." Jenny glanced towards the car. "What does Ashley think about it?" "She doesn't know," Seth said. "That's what I'm telling you. My parents don't even know. Nobody, except you." "Ashley isn't in your car?" "No, I dropped her off at her house. I'm alone." "Then you're safe," Jenny said. "I won't tell." Seth pushed himself to his knees, then to his feet, struggling for balance like a tired old man instead of a varsity athlete. Jenny steadied him by laying a hand on his back, which was safely covered by his shirt. His back muscles felt warm and taut to her. Jenny pulled away quickly and stepped back. "I have to meet my friends." Seth staggered a few steps toward his car, then stopped and leaned over, hands on his knees, to catch his breath and his balance. "You look a wreck," Jenny said. She was thinking of her dad trying to walk when he was plastered. He would get belligerent and insist on driving somewhere, and she usually ended up driving him there so he didn't crash and die. She'd been doing that since she was 13. "Should I drive your car for you? I'll take you wherever you want. I can walk from anywhere." "Oh no, I don't need Ashley asking why I got Jenny Mittens to drive my car." Jenny had been immune to that nickname for years, but for some reason, it stung when Seth said it now. He noticed the look on her face. "I'm sorry," he said. "That's what everyone calls you. It just kind of slipped out." He glanced at her hands. "Hey, where are your gloves?" Jenny shook her head and smiled at him. She avoided his question.
You saved my dog's life. You can call me anything you want. Call me stupid redneck skank if you want. I wouldn't call you that, he said. Ashley would. I think she has. So hard to keep track of everything she calls me. Ashley... Seth stood up and lifted the car keys from his pocket. I gotta get weed for the reservoir. The what? For Barrett Pond. I don't usually call it that. The whole Barrett thing gets old around here. Barrett Avenue, you know. Everyone calls it Barrett Pond. Seth looked at her for a minute. He was getting his color back. You can come if you want, he said. Beer and swimming, good times. No. Jenny tried to imagine Ashley's face if Jenny actually showed up with Seth. It would be an ugly night. No, I should probably stay with my dog, make sure he's okay, you know? I understand. Seth tossed his keys in the air, caught them. Okay then, I'll see you later, Jenny. Jenny smiled. He smiled back, holding her gaze for a long moment. Keep that dog off the road, he said. He staggered across the road. Thank you, Seth, she called after him. Forget it happened, he replied. I'm not kidding. Jenny watched him climb into his car, close the door, start the engine. She waved as he pulled onto the road until he was out of sight. She followed the footpath back into the woods, where Rocky lolled in the shade. Hey, Rocky, want to go home? Rocky sprang up on all fours, with his tail wagging. He turned and ran up the trail, eager to race her home. Chapter 7. On the last Thursday in September, Ashley called a special girls-only meeting of the Cool Crusaders. About 40 girls from the middle and high school showed up in Activity Room B in the church basement. They ate cookies, chips, and sodas provided by Crusader girls of the Hospitality Committee, while a Jars of Clay CD played over the sound system, until Ashley announced it was time to start. Ashley stood at the whiteboard at the front of the room, purple marker in hand. She'd already written, Cool Crusader Girls Rock, in her big, flowery handwriting, all across the top of the board. She smiled as the group sat down in the rows of plastic chairs pulled together by the Hospitality Committee. Hey, what's up, y'all? Ashley asked. Are we having some fun tonight? The younger girls cheered. Ashley encouraged the older girls to carpool the younger ones to meetings, since it made them feel special to be picked up by juniors and seniors at home, rather than dropped off at church by their parents. Parents seemed to like it too, since it made things easy on them. Ladies, we've accomplished so much in this town, and I want to thank you all for being part of this group. We've worked against witchcraft. We've encouraged kids to be more religious. We've even showed adults like Principal Harris a thing or two. The girls who'd been a part of the anti-Harry Potter campaign applauded and whistled. And I think we should be very proud of ourselves. Why don't you give yourself some applause just for being here? The girls clapped and cheered for their own wonderful selves. This year, the National Cool Crusaders Ministry in Sacramento is focusing on a very major subject. Teen abstinence. First, who here has signed the Crusaders' abstinence pledge? She raised her left hand and tapped the silver band with her thumb. About half the girls raised their left hands, wearing the same ring. Is that all? Ashley put on a look of dismay. What are the rest of you thinking? Don't you want to commit yourselves to doing the right thing? Some of the girls nodded. Good. Ashley winked at Shannon McNair, a junior, who held a stack of Cool Crusader abstinence pledge certificates, printed from the Cool Crusader website on canary paper. Shannon passed them out, while another girl passed around a plastic cup full of pens. Shannon is our abstinence coordinator. Each of you should sign the pledge and give it to Shannon, along with $15 cash. I'll mail it all in, and you'll get your own abstinence ring in 2 to 4 weeks. Just ask your parents for the money. Believe me, they'll pay for abstinence. The girls laughed. I want every one of you to sign the pledge and turn it in to Shannon by the beginning of the main Cool Crusaders meeting next week. This is important, because we're going to have a special mission next week. I want each of you to pick out a boy crusader, and next week, you're going to break out into pairs, boys and girls, to talk about abstinence, why it's important, and all the temptations involved. I expect each of you to get your boy to sign the pledge, and order a ring. Many of the girls, probably a majority of them, looked horrified at the idea. She tried to calm them down, Now, I know this may sound challenging, but it is a challenge to build your courage and confidence as a woman. We ladies have to be leaders on this issue. And trust me, boys will listen if you tell them you want to talk about sex. The look of fear turned to laughter. Teens leading teens. That's the whole point of Cool Crusaders. And I want every Cool Crusader in this church, guys and girls, wearing an abstinence ring to the Halloween lock-in. Now, Ashley said, let's hear some reasons why we're committed to abstinence. A few girls raised their hands. Whatever any girl said, Ashley wrote it on the whiteboard, approving of all suggestions. She made a long list of bright purple words like God, purity, parents, pregnancy, health, our future, and self-respect. When the group was all tapped out, Ashley gave them a big smile. These are all great reasons, Ashley said. I'm glad everybody's so fired up on the subject. Now, there's one thing nobody mentioned, one of you may not know about, and this one is a very big secret. Ashley looked at the closed door, as if expecting spies and eavesdroppers. I don't want any of you talking about it outside this room. Raise your hand if you promise to keep this a secret. Every girl raised her hand. Okay. Ashley used her stage whisper voice, the one that made a whole crowd feel like Ashley was taking them into her confidence, cutting them in on the real dirt. It was almost magical, the effect that voice had on a crowd. Here's the secret, and I want you each to think about it. Every guy you meet, except maybe in your family, all of them want to have sex with you. They've all thought about it. They might be thinking about it right now. Some of the girls, especially the middle schoolers, looked at each other with big, frightened eyes. There was much whispering and gnashing of teeth, and Ashley waited for all of them to finish. It's really all they think about, Ashley said. Studies have shown that if a guy's looking at you, he's probably imagining you and him having sex together. They can't help it. That's how God made them. But when they see this, Ashley tapped her thumbnail against her abstinence ring. It means they can't have what they want because you're devoted and not just some slut. Some girls giggled. It makes them respect you. And listen, it makes them want you even more. Think about the last time you wanted something you knew you couldn't have, like an expensive pair of shoes your dad wouldn't buy for you. Didn't that make you want it more? Several girls nodded, and there was more whispering. Now, and this is the other part of the secret, the more you make a boy want you without letting him have you, the better he will treat you. He'll buy you things, take you places, do what you tell him, and stand for you and protect you. The more you make him want it and don't give it, the more control you have. Abstinence isn't just saying no. Abstinence is power. Ashley let that sink in a minute. Then asked if there were any questions. A freshman girl, Erica Linter, daughter of the town police chief, raised her hand. I like abstinence is power, she said. Maybe that could be like our saying, or what do you call it? Slogan? Ashley suggested. Yeah, Erica said. Our slogan. Ashley pretended to consider this very carefully. Abstinence is power as the slogan of our campaign. I think Erica has a great idea. What does everyone else think? Lots of girls hurried to agree with Ashley. Erica beamed, clearly very proud of herself. So here's what we're going to do, Ashley said. Each of you write your top 3 picks of your boy abstinence buddy on the little heart-shaped piece of paper Shannon is passing out. Shannon and I will go through them, and by the time you leave tonight, you'll know who your buddy will be. This led to tremendous chatter. A sophomore raised her hand. Can it be a boy you have a crush on? She asked. Of course, Ashley said. Any boy you'd like to talk about sex with. Another girl, a very dorky, buck-toothed sophomore named Veronica Guntley, raised her hand. She spoke very slowly when Ashley called on her. I was thinking, Veronica said, when you say all the guys want to have sex with us, does that include Dr. Harris and Coach Humby and the dentist or Dr. Goodling, or what about, how dare you?
Ashley asked in a low, hissing voice. She stalked towards Veronica, and the other girls shifted their chairs away to leave Veronica isolated in the middle of the room. "My father is a man of God. He is anointed." Ashley was looming over Veronica now. The younger girl had scrunched way down in her seat, staring at her hands, her face bright crimson and very close to tears. "God's ministers are not like normal men," Ashley said. "God's blessings change them and make them holy. What is wrong with you, Veronica? Why are you having these thoughts?" "I'm not!" Veronica wailed. "I think you've made your thoughts clear to the group, Veronica. I want you to apologize to me for making accusations about my father and to all the girls for trying to ruin this meeting." "I'm sorry," Veronica cried. "Everybody, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please, Ashley, please don't hate me." Veronica buried her face in her hands and sobbed. Ashley let her do that in front of everyone for a couple of minutes. Then Veronica asked without looking up, "Do I have to quit the Crusaders now?" Ashley waited a long pause, then said, "Veronica, stand up." Veronica stood, crying hard, her whole body shaking. Ashley placed her hands on both of Veronica's hot, slick cheeks and curled her fingers around to touch the back of Veronica's neck. The gust of power rose in her, the secret thing that only Ashley had and nobody else, and it ran like an electric current out through Ashley's fingers and into Veronica's skin. Veronica's trembling slackened. "It's not Christian to kick people out for being dirty and sinful," Ashley said. "You just need to learn to control yourself better. And that's what this abstinence campaign is all about. We can work out your problems together. So no, I'm not kicking you out of the Crusaders. Not tonight." "Oh, thank you." Veronica threw her arms around Ashley's waist. Ashley tried not to look grossed out when the girl buried her snotty, wet face in Ashley's breasts. Ashley returned the hug, smiling to hide the revulsion. The girl's nose was really dripping. "I love you, Ashley," Veronica cried. "We all love you too, Veronica," Ashley said. "Right, everybody?" The rest of the girls applauded or shouted that they loved Veronica too, and a few of them got up to hug Veronica. Ashley touched several of their bare arms or faces, spreading the energy around. She couldn't help it. The energy gushed out of her whenever she touched another person. Sometimes Ashley wished she could keep it inside. After her encounter with Seth, Jenny had trouble concentrating on anything. Her mind kept drifting to Seth, how kind he'd been to her, talking to her like she was a normal person. She thought back, and couldn't remember having trouble with Seth until he started going with Ashley freshman year. Even when Ashley spread the rumor in 10th grade that Jenny's doctor made her wear gloves because she was addicted to masturbation, Jenny didn't remember Seth talking about that. And everyone had been talking about that for a couple of months. Maybe Seth wasn't so bad, but had a bad influence on him from Ashley. For the first time, Jenny attended the school football games on Friday nights, dressed in long sleeves and a pair of tan and yellow porcupine's gloves from the school spirit catalog. She sat among the parents instead of the students, since there was a lot less jostling and touching, and a whole lot less interest in picking on Jenny Mittens. She liked watching Seth take the ball and crash his way down the field. It also thrilled her when the porcupines switched to defense, because then Seth would go to the sidelines, take off his helmet, and splash water on his head. She liked to watch that. She also liked watching him help his teammates, in a secret way only Jenny knew about. During the first game, Porcupine quarterback Tychus Williams had been sacked hard in the second quarter and twisted his ankle. He'd limped off the field, leaning heavily on Coach Humby, while the crowd applauded politely. On the bench, Seth slung an arm around Tychus and talked to him, gesturing toward the cheerleaders. Tychus laughed, and Seth touched the back of Ty's head and whispered something in his ear. Tychus nodded and grinned. After halftime, the quarterback was in the game again, repaired and full of energy, and led the team to victory over the Barlow Bears. Seth did the same for any injured player on his team, shaking their hands and gripping it while he spoke to them. or a playful noogie, or leaning his forehead against the injured boys under the pretense of giving him an up-close pep talk in the noisy stadium. Jenny liked the games because she could watch Seth for hours and get away with it. She couldn't approach him at school with Ashley and friends close by and always ready to tear Jenny apart. At the games, she could at least look all she wanted. The only sour note came at halftime and the end of the game, when Ashley would push herself against Seth to kiss him, and his hand would slide down toward her khaki skirt. For all of Ashley's religious posturing, when she'd become cheer captain, the cheerleaders' skirt hems had risen by several inches, and their tops had shrunk to leave their stomachs bare. After the game, Jenny would go for a walk in the woods by her house. She would end up sitting on a certain large boulder in one of the little valleys that dimpled the hilly woods. Lying on the flat top of the boulder, her head against the smooth stone, she would think about Seth. In her mind, she replayed the time he'd stopped to help Rocky, but she made things happen differently. Instead of driving away to meet Ashley, he took Jenny's hand and led her into the woods. He pushed Jenny against a massive, gnarled old tree and kissed her, pushing his tongue deep into her mouth. His lean, strong body pressed against the front of her, while her back rubbed against the rough bark. Then he would take the straps on the tank top she'd been wearing that day and slide them down along her shoulders and arms, pulling her shirt down and turning it inside out at the same time. Then he laid his warm, healing hands on her bare chest. Usually, that was all Jenny could take. She would lie on her back on the big rock, breathing hard, feeling ashamed of herself. Then she might do it again, making Seth do different things in her imagination. She'd heard the word crush before, but never realized it was something so powerful it filled your head and body and made it hard to eat and sleep. She felt extra stupid because she was probably the 100th or 1,000th girl to crush on Seth Barrett. She could not have set her sights any higher, but she couldn't help it. Jenny also harbored another, less physical fantasy about Seth. She imagined that after she discovered his healing power, Jenny had eagerly spilled to him about her own awful power, the Jenny pox. In her fantasy, Seth was totally understanding and happy to finally be with someone like him. He said he could love her, even if he couldn't touch her. That was the truly dangerous fantasy. Jenny knew, the one that could only cause profound grief and suffering. But again, she couldn't help it. She started jogging through town late at night, when she wasn't likely to encounter anyone, as long as she stayed away from McCrocken's Irish pub. Fortunately, Rocky had lost all taste for paved roads, and wouldn't go near one, so she didn't have to worry about him. But she did have to run alone. She never worried about getting attacked when alone at night. Nobody had ever tried anything like that, but if they did, she would just give them a quick and horrible death. Jenny lived south of town, and Seth lived on the east side. For a week, she jogged past Barrett House every night on reconnaissance. It loomed on top of a hill, surrounded by a tall, spiked wrought iron fence that dated back to the Great Depression. White brick columns, topped by stone lions, flanked the front gates. Through the gate, she could see some of the 3-story stone and brick house, which looked very old, much hidden behind huge ancient trees, thick with Spanish moss and purple wisteria. The driveway was brick and ended at the house with one of those, "Hey, I'm rich" turnarounds, with a fountain and garden in the center island. Vines had overtaken the fountain and much of the garden. The more she jogged past Barrett House in the moonlight, the more it looked like the country retreat of a crumbling dynasty from a kingdom gone to ruin. She never saw Seth outside, and didn't pick up any clues about how to talk to him without his friends around. She'd considered slipping a note in his locker or backpack, but with Jenny's luck, Ashley would find it first. She'd considered calling him at home, but the number was unlisted. Anyway, that seemed awkward since he hadn't given Jenny his number, and Jenny didn't have much practice talking on the phone, aside from bill collectors threatening to shut off the power. All her thoughts led to dead ends. Strangely, her inspiration eventually came. from Ashley Goodling. Chapter 8. Ashley sprang up on her long legs, high into the air, and swatted the ball as hard as she could over the net. On the other side of the court, the ball cracked into its intended target, the center of Jenny Mitten's stupid, ratty face. Jenny cried out and fell to one knee. She covered her face with her batting-gloved hands. The ball skittered out of bounds, a point for Ashley's team. "Oh, gosh!" Ashley said. She covered her mouth with her hands. "Did I hurt you, Jenny Mittens? Are you bleeding? Are you crying?" "Nice save, Jenny Mittens," growled a girl on Jenny's side. Coach Humby sat on the indoor bleachers. He looked up from the sports section of the South Carolina newspaper, The State. He glanced briefly at Jenny Mittens, then at Ashley Goodling, then went back to reading. A sophomore girl entered the gym and showed the coach a slip of paper. Humby nodded and pointed to Ashley. The girl ran over, smiling at Ashley with all her teeth, and held out the note to her. Ashley did not move to accept it. "Yes," Ashley said, raising one eyebrow. Hi, Ashley Goodling. Principal Harris wants to see you." Ashley rolled her eyes. She knew what this was about. She took the note and glanced at it. The sophomore girl bobbed on the balls of her feet, awaiting instructions from Ashley. "Oh, great," Ashley sighed. She waved to Coach Humby, who waved and nodded back. Ashley headed for the gym door, the anxious sophomore in tow. "So what's it like being president?" the sophomore gushed. She was clearly awed at actually having a chance to talk to Ashley. "Fantastic." Ashley crumpled the note and threw it in the wastebasket as they left the gym. The receptionist, Miss Dottie Langford, who displayed plush and porcelain kittens on her desk, smiled when Ashley arrived. Ashley complimented her shirt with an embroidered image of a basket of kittens. Miss Langford buzzed the principal, proudly announced Ashley's arrival, and sent Ashley into the principal's office. Principal Harris was a reedy man, with much bald on his head and a salty, peppery mustache. His glasses magnified his eyes so much that he looked like a cartoon character when he was wearing them. The effect was especially noticeable when he was trying to be serious. When Ashley entered, he removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Close the door and have a seat, Ashley," he said. Ashley lowered herself into one of the chairs across from him. "Goodness, you look exhausted, Principal Harris," Ashley said. "Are you ill?" "No more than usual." He replaced his glasses, and his eyes doubled in diameter. "Ashley, we have a problem." "You have a problem, sir?" "We do. You and I. And I'm sure you know why." "I don't know what it could be, Principal Harris." "This abstinence program?" Ashley cocked her head and looked puzzled. "I don't understand, sir. Christians Act got written permission from you to promote abstinence at school. I thought everyone agreed it was a good idea." Since there was a large membership overlap between Cool Crusaders at church and Christians Act at school, Ashley had naturally used the flagpole prayer group to carry the campaign into school. "We did give you permission to put up some posters encouraging abstinence. We are not supposed to do that." "Then what could the problem possibly be?" Ashley asked. Principal Harris stared at her in disbelief for a minute. Then he said, "Let's have a look. These are examples I personally removed this morning." He placed a stack of 4 full-color glossy posters on his desk. Nisha had done the photography, since she had the equipment and the talent. The top one depicted 2 students, a boy and a girl in bathing suits by the pond behind Ashley's house. The boy had his arm around the girl's waist. Both of them were soaking wet. The caption read, "Abstinence is power." "What about this?" he asked. "Clearly it's about how couples must work together and agree on abstinence, even though they're tempted," Ashley said. "I mean, obviously." "And what about this?" Principal Harris slid the top one aside, revealing a portrait of Nisha's boyfriend, Diedrich, shirtless to show off his muscles, his underwear slung very low, his pants even lower, his belt unbuckled. He made a peace sign, his head slung back against the caption, "Abstinence is power." "Or this." The next picture depicted Senior Ronella Jones, topless, her back to the camera.
She wore tight, low-slung jeans and had Egyptian hieroglyphics tattooed on her lower back. The pictures had the slogan, "Abstinence is power." The final picture showed Allison Newton, a senior cheerleader with her jeans unzipped. She covered her panties with both hands, as if saying, "No, abstinence is power." "Ashley," the principal said, "what on earth made you think these would be acceptable?"
"Principal Harris, I think I understand kids today better than you," Ashley said. "They know sex is tempting. If we don't admit that, then they won't believe the rest of our message, you know?" Ashley considered reaching out to touch the principal's hand, infect him with some of that special Ashley energy, but she never used it on him. Principal Harris was too much fun to torture.
"And how would I explain to my parents why my hallway looks like an Abercrombie and Fitch catalog?"
Principal Harris asked.
"Why we have pictures like this of their children?"
"Just send them to me and I'll explain," Ashley said.
"I want them all taken down. Today."
"Principal Harris." Ashley drew herself up to her full height in the chair. She gave him a sweet smile. "Do you want people thinking you're opposed to teen abstinence?"
"I'm not opposed to."
"Do you want people in town asking why you're so anti-abstinence? Do you want people at church wondering why you encourage premarital sex among your students?"
"I certainly do not."
"Do you want this all covered by the media? I can go back on the True Word Radio Hour anytime I want."
"Ashley, don't be ridiculous."
"What about parents calling you at home all night? Death threats on your front door?" "I can make it all happen again, Principal Harris. You saw how wild they got over kids and witchcraft. Now imagine it's kids and sex." Principal Harris glared at her now, his jaw flexing as if chewing an extremely gristly piece of meat.
"Okay, I get it," he said. "You want me to oppose you. You want another media storm, with innocent little you as the victim again."
"Not at all, Principal Harris. That's silly."
"Why do you do these things, Ashley?"
"Because I care so much about the community, Principal Harris."
"I'm not sure I believe you,"
he said. "Then think of it this way." Ashley stood and stretched her hands high over her head, as if cramped from 2 minutes of sitting down. She tried to be a little seductive about it, letting her gym shirt crawl up her stomach, and Principal Harris averted his eyes and scowled at the floor. "I'm graduating this year. You decide if you want peace and quiet, or if you want to go to war with me. Personally, I like war." He looked up at her again, undisguised hatred on his face. The bell rang. Ashley gathered the confiscated posters and rolled them together. "I have another class," she said. "I better get out of these sweaty gym shorts. Don't you think, Principal Harris?"
"Go."
He spoke through clenched teeth. She opened the door and stepped into the reception area, leaving it open behind her. Then she turned back and sang out, "Goodbye, Principal Harris. I'll return these posters to the hall." "Thank you." The principal didn't respond. Ashley winked at Miss Langford. "Oh, would you like a lollipop, dear?" Miss Langford said. "Oh, gosh, thank you, ma'am. Line, please." Miss Langford passed her one from a kitten-shaped glass bowl. "Have a nice day, dear," Miss Langford said. As Ashley stepped into the main hall, she heard the receptionist mutter to herself, "Such a sweet young Christian lady." In the hallway, Ashley saw 2 boys from Christian Act and gave them the posters. She told them to hang them prominently in the main hall right away. The rest of the abstinence posters stayed where they were, displayed up and down the main hall. In the locker room, Jenny splashed handfuls of cold water onto her face where Ashley had slammed the ball into it. She rinsed the blood from her nose, but it was still swollen and tender. When the bell rang, Jenny moved slowly, letting the rest of the class leave ahead of her. As she left the locker room, she looked over at Coach Humby on the bleachers. As far as she could tell, he remained absorbed in his newspaper. Jenny bent down, plucked the crumpled note from the trash can, then hurried out the gym door. She concealed the note in her fist as she jogged along the gravel path to the main school building. She was alone on the path when Ashley Goodling returned from the principal's office. Ashley had a bright, triumphant gleam in her eye and walked with a little extra bounce, obviously fresh from some victory or other. Jenny kept her eyes on the ground and tried to avoid her, but Ashley, dozens of feet from any witnesses, couldn't resist. She pulled the green lollipop from her mouth and sang a verse from an old song, one Cassie had invented when she was 9 years old. There was a hand clap game that went with it, which had been quite a hit in Jenny's 4th grade class. Jenny Mittens drownin' kittens, she's so stupid, so says Cupid. A deep, primitive anger rose in Jenny, and she fought to squelch it. She didn't dare do or say anything, especially not with the filched note burning in her fingers like contraband. She kept her eyes down as Ashley passed by. Behind her, Ashley cackled as she opened the door to the gym. Inside the main building, Jenny ducked into a bathroom stall and locked the door. The girls in the next stall were sharing a cigarette, and she held in the urge to cough. She spread the note out between her fingers. It was 5x8 paper, torn from a pad. The Porcupine's logo and the school's address and phone number were printed in brown and yellow on the top. Miss Langford had written in all caps, Ashley Goodling to Principal's Office, ASAP. Jenny folded the note and zipped it into an interior pocket of her book bag. It was just what she needed, the magic trick that gave any student the power to pluck another out of class, since Miss Langford foisted the note onto any kid who happened by in the main hall whenever she needed one delivered. Jenny began to sweat nervously as she made her plan. She splashed more cold water on her swollen nose and went to 4th period. She sweated and worried through the rest of her classes. She knew her intentions, had known them from the moment she picked the note from the trash. Now the audacity of it frightened her. She could get in a lot of trouble. She also knew that if she didn't do it today, if she slept on it, she would definitely change her mind. When the bell rang to end 6th period and the kids headed for the front doors and parking lot, Jenny walked to the school office. Miss Langford looked at Jenny like she was a slimy slug discovered on the shower wall. When it came to popularity, the teachers and staff had a funny way of taking on the kids' opinions, especially Ashley's opinions. "Yes?" Miss Langford asked. Hi, ma'am," Jenny said. I how do I get some transcripts? My transcripts for college?" Miss Langford sighed and rolled her eyes. She swiveled to the big gray filing cabinet behind her and opened a drawer. Jenny's gaze darted to the desk, and she spotted the 5x8 notepad with the Porcupine's logo. "We send them to the schools directly," Miss Langford said as she rummaged through the file folders. "If we give them to you, they're no good." Jenny reached for the pad, and the cuff of her glove caught on the ear of a porcelain kitten. The kitten spilled over and clanked into the kitten-shaped glass candy dish. Miss Langford looked back over her shoulder and hissed. Jenny pulled her hand back. "I don't remember offering you candy," she barked. "Sorry, Miss Langford." "That's impolite. Candy is for my glycemics." "I didn't know that, I'm sorry." "Little thief." She turned back to the file drawer. "How many forms do you need?" "Just one," Jenny said. "Feeling confident, are we?" Miss Langford reached into a folder. Jenny leaned over the desk. A pen lay across the pad, and it would roll off if Jenny didn't move it. She picked up the pen. Miss Langford was shaking one form out of a shrink-wrapped pack. Jenny took the pen in her index finger and thumb, then scooped up the notepad in her 3 remaining fingers, holding it awkwardly against her palm. She panicked immediately. The pad was too big for her jean pocket, and if she unzipped her book bag, the sound would draw Miss Langford's attention. As Miss Langford began to swivel back to face her, Jenny put her hand with the notepad and pen behind her. She needed more time, so she used the other hand to flick the little porcelain cat that had fallen over. It skittered across Miss Langford's desk, and Miss Langford watched it with a scowl. It was enough time for Jenny to cram the notepad as far as it would go down the back of her pants, as she didn't know what to do with the pen, so she shoved it down next to the notepad and grimaced as she poked herself in the ass. When Miss Langford looked up, Jenny was still adjusting her shirt. Miss Langford gave her a scowl as she stood up the little porcelain cat, which posed a paw-licking gesture.
"Leave my things alone!"
Miss Langford said. "Sorry, ma'am," Jenny said. "I knocked it over and I was trying to fix—"
"Just keep your paws to yourself!"
Miss Langford held out the transcript form. "Where are you applying?" Harvard," Jenny said. She felt herself sweating all over and worried that Miss Langford would see the look on her face or her wobbling legs and know that something was up. The notepad felt huge against her back.
"Harvard?"
Miss Langford looked Jenny up and down as Jenny leaned very carefully forward to accept the form. A little sneer crept into her upper lip. "Good luck on that, sugar." "Thank you, ma'am." Jenny stepped backwards from the desk, scared to turn around. Miss Langford turned her attention to her computer. Jenny pivoted quickly around. Her backpack hid the notepad from behind. She hoped, but the fatal side view would make Jenny's theft apparent. She quick marched to the door, reached to open it, but then it swung in toward her. Principal Harris nearly collided with Jenny. He stepped back, smiling down at her.
"Oh, excuse me,
His eyes fell on her gloved hands, and his smile faded.
"Oh, Jenny."
He stepped back, turned aside, and gestured for her to exit. Jenny emerged carefully from the door into the hall. If she walked straight out, he would get a clear view of the notepad jutting up from the back of her pants. So Jenny turned sideways as she walked, keeping her front to him. Then she made a kind of silly grand gesture of a wave for the principal to go on by her, as if she were somehow holding the door for him, which she wasn't. There was no rational reason for Jenny to not just step away and walk on down the hall. This was awkward and weird even for her. Principal Harris just sighed, shook his head, and walked into the office. Jenny hurried down the hall toward the exit, the notepad slapping her back with every step. It rode up as she ran, threatening to fall out and smack the linoleum floor. She waited until 6th period the next day, a Thursday, to put it into action. She knew Seth had English as his first class because she was in social studies on the same hall. So Jenny cut class, something she'd heard other kids talk about, but she had never dared to attempt herself. The teachers took attendance, didn't they? Jenny waited in a bathroom stall until all the doors closed and the hallway fell silent. Then she took a breath and stepped out. She paused to look at herself in the mirror. She'd woken up early and spent almost an hour trying to figure out how to braid her hair, which left her feeling exposed and vulnerable all day, and she wasn't entirely convinced it made her look any better. She wore an old Swiss dot black that had probably been made sometime around 1960, and a very thin sweater over that to cover her arms. She also wore her good black gloves and shoes. She'd purchased concealer and inexpertly dabbled it on her swollen, discolored nose, where Ashley had slammed the volleyball into it. She wasn't too impressed with those results either. The only thing she was really happy with was her dark purple lip gloss. She looked both ways as she stepped out of the bathroom. Nobody. Her heel shoes clomped and echoed very loudly as she walked past the office, turned down the English Social Studies hall, and approached the door to Miss Peckering's room. Jenny looked in through the narrow prison-style window at the AP English class. Seth was there, but so were Ashley, Cassie, and Nisha. This would be tough. Jenny took a breath, willing her heart to stop beating so hard, and opened the door. Miss Peckering was busy scribbling on the chalkboard and talking about Beowulf and Grendel. She sighed when she saw Jenny Mittens, and her shoulders slumped, annoyed at the interruption. "Yes," Miss Pickering said. Jenny couldn't summon the courage to say a word. She tugged into the room, eyes on the carpet, not daring to look toward the students. She stopped when she saw Miss Peckering, and she held out the note. Jenny had gone through 11 sheets of Miss Langford's notepad paper before the one that Miss Peckering now took from her. It read, in all caps, Seth Barrett to the principal's office, ASAP, in what purported to be Miss Langford's blocky handwriting. Miss Peckering pointed at Seth and curled her finger for him to come. Seth stood.
"Should I bring my books?"
he said. Jenny waited for Miss Peckering to answer, but then realized Miss Peckering was staring immediately at Jenny. Yeah, I think so. Yes. Jenny nodded her head a couple dozen times before stopping. Her legs and her guts felt like quivering goo. She could not believe she was doing anything like this.
"Ah, too bad."
Seth grabbed his backpack and made his way up through the rows. Jenny slumped a little, her eyes on the floor.
"Get going, both of you,"
Miss Peckering said. "The rest of us are busy learning." Seth gestured for Jenny to go first out the door. Jenny smiled as she passed him. Behind Seth, Ashley saw Jenny smile.
"Hey, Seth,"
Ashley said.
"don't catch Jenny pox."
Normally, any joke from Ashley, no matter how poor, would get laughs from at least some quarter. This time there was silence, except for a nervous attempt at laughter by Cassie. When she realized nobody else was going to join, Cassie started clearing her throat, as if she'd really meant to do that instead. Something vague stirred in their memories, something deep and dark from long ago. Jenny could see it in their faces, and she felt it in herself. The words had not been spoken anywhere outside of Jenny's mind in 10 years. Only Seth, who'd been at Grayson, looked genuinely puzzled by Ashley's comment. "Close the door behind you," Miss Peckering said. Then she turned back and resumed writing and talking, and the students picked up their pens, and the moment was gone. Seth closed the door behind him. In the empty hall, he smiled at Jenny.
"So Miss Langford grabbed you this time?"
he said. Jenny said. She'd had all kinds of plans about what she would say at this moment, but now every single one of them vanished from her brain. She was all jittery nerves and raw, conflicted, dangerous feelings. "Oh, yeah, yep." Seth turned and started walking. Jenny walked alongside him smiling, then hiding it, then trying nervously to smile again. He glanced around the hall, then leaned toward her. "How's Rocky?" he whispered. "He's really good." The words rushed from Jenny's mouth, and she felt relieved to have something to talk about. "Yeah, he's so fast now, and hates any kind of road."
"Good for Rocky."
They walked quietly for a bit.
"How are you? Any little aches I can take care of?"
"Oh." Jenny didn't dare try to stumble through an answer to that. They were approaching the office door. Seth reached for the door handle. At the last second, Jenny realized what was happening and seized his hand in her black glove. "Wait," Jenny whispered. "The principal didn't really send for you. I made the note. It's fake." Seth's eyes did one complete orbit while he processed this.
"Why?"
he asked. "Oh, I thought you might want to, skip out of school early."
"With you?"
Seth asked. Jenny hesitated before answering. "Yeah, with me." He looked at the principal's door.
"But I have football practice after school."
"Oh," Jenny said. "Okay." Her eyes went to her shoes. She felt stupid. So said Cupid. Of course Seth had practice.
"But that doesn't really start until 3:30.
Seth said.
"So that's like 2 hours. Where are we going?"
Jenny considered his words carefully, not sure she'd heard him correctly. He sounded like he was saying yes. Jenny said. "What do you think?"
"I don't know,"
Seth said.
"This is your prison break."
"There is this," Jenny said. "This big rock in my woods. It's bigger than a house. Sometimes there's a stream, if it's been raining. I could show you, if you want to see that. It's just a rock, but really big. You can climb up and sit on it and everything."
"You want to go to your house and show me a big rock?"
"And Rocky," Jenny said, feeling stupid again. "So you can look at Rocky and see how he's doing. That's what I meant to say."
"I'd like to see Rocky,"
Seth said. "And we can smoke, if you want. I have some homegrown."
"Sold."
Seth grinned. He looked at the office door again, and his eyes widened.
"We have to go. This is the worst place for us to be right now."
Then slipped out the back door of the school and went around the long, less traveled way to the parking lot. Seth tossed both their backpacks into his truck and opened the door before hopping in on the driver's side. He cranked the engine and retracted the roof. Jenny ran her fingers along the smooth gray interior. "Won't Ashley be waiting for you?" Jenny asked, then wanted to kick herself.
"She drives herself."
Seth backed out, then drove for the exit. She looked back nervously at the school's row of dark, narrow windows and felt very exposed in the convertible. She hoped nobody saw them. Jenny had spent too much time thinking about taking him out of class, and not enough planning for what would happen after that. What is she going to do with Seth? What did she expect from him? What did he expect from her? What was she thinking? When they arrived at Jenny's, she didn't want to take him in to see the clutter. Her yard was bad enough. He stood in her red dirt driveway, looking around at the house. The shed with all the old advertising signs tacked to it, the completely mismatched random length of fencing in the yard, the scattered pieces of automobiles, dishwashers, and refrigerators. "Is your dad an artist or something?" Seth asked. "Totally," Jenny answered. Rocky bounded out of the shed, ducked back when he saw Seth, then crept back out shyly, tail wagging. He must have recognized Seth, because he didn't bark. But he didn't get close enough to let Seth pet him. "He looks good," Seth said. He pointed at the hairless band of scar tissue. "I guess that won't grow back." "It's okay. I don't think that bothers him. Anyway, I've been looking into this stuff. Rogaine? Have you heard of it?" Seth laughed and shook his head. "I can't do cosmetic healing. Sorry. Injuries only." "Wait here." Jenny hurried inside. She removed the cigarette box from under her bed and quickly rolled a thick spliff for them to share. The weed was from the patch her dad grew for a little extra side income, since side income was all he had. It wasn't grown on their land, of course, but a couple miles away, on unused, overgrown land owned by the bank. She realized that, technically, it was grown on land owned by Seth's family. This struck her as funny, but she couldn't tell Seth. She wasn't about to narc out her own dad. She held up the joint when she returned outside. "The trail's this way," she said. Jenny led him into the shadowy woods. The woods were still green and alive in September, but here and there you could see something gone brown and dry. The early flickers of fall. It was still hot enough that the cicadas filled the trees with their buzzing songs. She took him along the path full of honeysuckle and wild blackberries. It was the long way, going around the first 2 hills instead of over them, but it was the prettiest. "So," she asked, "are you going to be like a doctor or something?" "Not you too," Seth said. "What?" "The doctor thing. I tell people I want to do maybe physical therapy, so, I can put my hands on injured people and heal them and get away with it. But then everybody hears physical therapy and says I should be a doctor. My parents, my family, Ashley's parents." "That's a lot of opinions," Jenny said. "Yeah," Seth said. "And I want to say, look, I'm really not all that good with science and math, or school in general. I don't even think I'd make it into medical school. And why should I spend 12 years on that when I'm not really using medicine to heal people? Just seems like a waste." "You should do what you want to do," Jenny said. Seth laughed, then stopped walking and looked at her. "What is it?" Jenny said. "Nobody's ever said that," Seth said. "Here, let me give you something." He reached his hand toward her face, which was horribly dangerously bare. With all her hair pulled up and pinned in place, the rest of her was still covered. She'd thrown off the high heels, but still wore the stockings, even though they would get destroyed by this walk. She realized he intended to touch her and heal the volleyball bruise around her nose, and she gasped. She stumbled back off the trail over a log and into the underbrush. "Whoa!" He stepped forward and extended his hand. "I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry." Jenny looked at his bare hand, and her fingers twitched in her gloves. She reached out and took it. He helped her up, taking her under one arm, and she quickly slipped away from him. "You can't touch me," she said, and she felt her heart splinter as she said it out loud. "That's the only thing. I can't explain why right now, okay?" Seth looked at her a minute, then frowned and nodded. "Okay, I understand why." "You do?" Jenny felt a little panic. "Freaks you out, doesn't it?" he said. "Knowing that healing energy comes out of me, it's scary. Scary to me sometimes." "Yeah, okay," Jenny said. It actually wasn't a bad excuse for now. "Just for now, okay? Maybe I'll get used to it." "Right," Seth said. "Actually, that's kind of a relief." "Really?" Jenny felt more than a little disappointed. "Yeah." They started walking again. "Because I can't turn it off. It's always flowing out of me whether I want it to or not just my hands. Everywhere." They made brief eye contact. Then both laughed nervously and looked away. "So people always want to touch me," Seth said. He grinned and looked relieved that he could actually talk about it. "Think about it. Headache, stubbed toe, bruise, anything. If you shake my hand, it goes away. Hug me and you'll feel totally recharged. Kiss me." Seth broke off and laughed nervously. "So nobody really knows why. They just know they feel better when they touch me. And that drains you all day long. I have to eat tons of sugar to keep up." "That's crazy," Jenny said. "So if you don't want to touch me, that's actually great," Seth said. "That makes you one of my favorite people to hang out with." Jenny laughed and felt strange, warm, gooey things inside her belly. The big rock was nestled at the bottom of a little valley. The easiest way to get on top of it was to follow the path up the closest hill in which the rock was embedded, and then climb down to it. The hardest way was to walk to the bottom of the valley, then climb the flat face of the rock, using little nooks and cracks as finger and toe holes. Jenny took him the hard way, letting him see how nimbly and easily she could scale it. She looked down and watched with a smile as he followed, struggling to find the handholds and footholds. When he reached the top, she gave him a hand and helped him up the pebbly slope to the flat plateau on top of the rock. Rocky scampered around in the bottom of the valley, which was apparently full of wonderful things to smell. His tail whipped back and forth as he sniffed through the dead leaves. There was an open space in the canopy above the rock that let the thick yellow afternoon sunlight through. Seth stood in the shaft of light as he looked around, taking in the woods, and it turned his hair a blazing red gold color. "So this is your big rock," he said. "This is my big rock," she agreed. "These woods are all yours?" "Yep, they're all full of rocks like this. You can't do anything useful with these woods except hide in them." "That's pretty useful," he said. "I like hiding." Jenny realized he was still holding her hand, and she looked down at it, feeling self-conscious. Who was forgetting to let go? Was it her fault? Seth followed her look to their hands. He rubbed his thumb on the back of her glove. "Gloves," he said. "I should wear gloves to block people off. That's a good idea." He released her gloved hand, then plucked at the sleeve of her sweater. "And sleeves all year. If I dressed like that, people couldn't drain me all the time." Seth looked into her eyes. Jenny froze and didn't dare say a word. "You have it," he said. "What?" "The touch. The healing thing." He waved his open hand and wiggled his finger. "You have it too, and you figured out how to hold it in. That's why you wear gloves. That's why they call you Jenny I know what they call me," Jenny whispered. "But you have it too. Like me." "No," Jenny said. "Then why the gloves?" Jenny took a deep breath. It was dangerous to tell him. He was very close to Ashley, but he was trusting Jenny, and that made her want to trust him. He couldn't be such a bad person if he could do things like heal Rocky. "I don't have it," she said. "I have something else." "What?" His smile was beautiful to her in the sunlight. "You already know mine. That's not fair. Rocky wants you to tell me." He nodded at the dog, who was sniffing around a rotting tree stump. "I better start this." Jenny lit the joint with a match and took a couple deep pulls to soothe her nerves. She'd never told anyone about it. Only her father knew. The kids in her first-grade class had outgrown believing in the supernatural, and the parents and teachers had never believed about Jennypox. And anyone else who'd ever know about it was dead. "It's called Jennypox," she told him. "What Ashley said in class today? Everyone kind of freaked out a little bit, didn't they?" "You didn't go to our elementary school." She passed the joint to him and took a deep pull. "Nope," he said, while holding his breath. "Grayson Academy. Virtus Honor Educatus. Chapel on Sunday. No girls." He blew out a long blue plume of smoke. "I gave it to Ashley when I was a kid," Jenny said. "By accident, mostly. She was attacking me and I hit her with my bare hand." "What happened?" "She broke out with infected blisters on her face in front of the whole class." "She never told you about it?" "No, I don't remember that," Seth said. "Everyone calls it Jennypox. That's when I got into gloves." She waved her gloved hand with a sarcastic smile. "I hoped people forgot about it. I think Ashley remembers, though." "Are you sure it came from you?" he asked. "Have you ever infected anybody else?" Jenny took the joint back from him. "I don't know if I should tell you." "Maybe Ashley was just sick," Seth said. "Maybe it wasn't you." "Okay, listen," Jenny said. "But you can't tell anyone." "I shouldn't tell you." She took another drag.
I just have poor decision-making skills right now, and I blame that on my drug use. So listen, I infected my mama when I was born. She died. I'm sorry, Jenny, I didn't know that. You ever hear about the doctor's office burned to the ground over in Millwater? Jenny asked. About 18 years ago? I don't think so. Good, Jenny said. That's where I was born. My mama went into labor, and that was the nearest place. I infected the doctor who delivered me. He died the same night, and the nurse who helped him, she died. Everybody who touched me. My daddy saw it happen, and he figured out not to touch me with his bare hands. Are you serious? My daddy, well, the whole doctor's office caught fire and burned to the ground somehow. I mean, everybody was dead anyhow. Jenny made herself shut up. She shouldn't have told anyone about that. Her father had burned down the office to hide what had happened to the doctor, the nurse, and Jenny's mother. Just to protect Jenny. It was a deep secret, one her father still worried about coming back to haunt them. It was the last thing she needed to be sharing with Ashley's boyfriend. She couldn't understand why she was trusting him with all of this, but she couldn't help talking to him about it. She'd been holding it back all her life, and he'd somehow opened up the floodgate. Seth lay back on the rock and looked up toward the clouds. He smoked the joint and thought about this. Man, he said, I thought mine was crazy. Yours is easy, Jenny said. I can't touch nobody. You get diseased. If I hold on too long, you die. That sucks, he said. That really, really sucks. He looked at the joint that they'd been sharing. Are you sure this is safe? I won't get sick? It's not contagious, she said. It's only if I touch you, like yours. It's energy. You can have the rest, though. He handed it back to her. I mean, I do have practice, I think. Isn't this a weekday? His eyes were bright red, and he seemed confused. Jenny stepped it out. They lay on their backs and looked up at the circle of bright afternoon sky beyond the shadowy trees. He was more than a foot away, but he felt dangerously, deliciously close to Jenny. Close enough she could feel his body warmth and hear him breathing. Warblers sang in the trees above them, and a woodpecker clattered away in the distance, high enough to echo across the woods. So, that freaked you out, didn't it? Jenny asked after a few minutes. Nah, Seth said. That doesn't scare me. I heal disease all the time, and I never get sick. I don't either, Jenny said. I've never been sick. He rolled on his side to look at her. I've never even had a zit or a bruise. I've had a bruise. She looked back at him, enjoying the excuse to study his face. Never zits or blackheads or anything. You know, you got a beautiful face, he said. She laughed and rolled back to face the clouds. So did he. I'm really sorry about the Jenny pox, he whispered. Me too. I have to get to practice soon. I know. After a while, Jenny showed him the way back. Chapter 9. On Saturday in the media room at Ashley's house, Ashley sat in one of the hanging sky chairs and tapped at her BlackBerry. Seth was sprawled on the couch, trying to enjoy the movie Grandma's Boy, if only Ashley would stop interrupting. Okay, Ashley said, let's coordinate our schedules. She reached out an empty hand and snapped her fingers. Seth rolled his eyes and dug into his pocket for the BlackBerry she'd bought him last year. He handed it over. Ashley began typing on it. So, that's dinner with my parents Thursday. Just come over after practice. You can shower here. She winked at him. I could just shower in the school locker room, he said. Don't be gross. Game Friday, then Saturday we chaperone the Halloween lock-in. Her thumbs flew as she typed. Nah, Seth said. What's that? She looked up. I don't want to do the lock-in. What are you talking about? Come on, Seth said. Halloween's on a Saturday night this year, and we're seniors. I don't want to waste it at a church with a bunch of kids again. Think about it. Ashley frowned, and a single wrinkle appeared on her forehead. But the lock-in needs chaperones, Ashley said. You have plenty of seniors, Seth said. You don't have to go. Just turn it over to that Darcy Metcalf girl or something. She'd do it. I want to do something fun. The lock-in is fun, Ashley said. We've got a dance room this year, a haunted maze. The lock-in is fun when you're 14, Seth said. We had a lot of fun there when we were 14, Ashley said. Well, I was 15 the first time we kissed. Remember those kissing games at 5 in the morning? Yeah. Now I want to do something new. Seth, Ashley said,
We always do the lock-in.
That's kind of my point.
Seth. She put her hand against her forehead. I need to be there.
I'm not going,
he said. Seth! She glared at him. What is wrong with you?
I can't enjoy Halloween?
And just what would you rather be doing than spending the night with me? She asked.
I still want to go to some haunted houses,
he said.
Some churches even do them. You'd like that.
I'm not doing that, Ashley said quickly.
I know, because you're a scaredy cat.
Ashley smiled and left her chair. She sat beside him on the couch and reached toward his hand. Something about the gesture creeped him out, and Seth scooted back out of her reach.
Seth,
she said, what's your problem?
I told you.
Come on, Seth. She slid toward him and reached for him again, and again it struck him as strange. Maybe he was just extra aware of people leeching off his energy after his conversation with Jenny. He got off the couch and stood up, escaping Ashley's hand. Seth, come back here!
No.
He crossed his arms. Seth! She jumped up and reached both hands toward him, and he used a hanging chair as a shield. He didn't know why he was freaking out, but he suddenly had a very strong idea that Ashley had figured out a way to control him through pulling out his energy. Or something like that. Maybe she didn't even know it herself, just knew that it involved touching him. Or maybe he was paranoid.
Why are you being a freak?
Ashley said.
Last year, I spent the whole night sticking kids' hands into spaghetti and telling them it was gorilla brains. And we had to clean up after that one guy that puked. And there was a girl who wet her sleeping bag.
But we could have fun together, Ashley said. And Cassie will be there.
We've done your thing for 3 Halloweens. I want real fun, not sitting in the church basement fun. I'm going to do my thing. Get pissed if you want.
Seth, come here and let me touch you. Ashley spread her arms wide and pushed her chest forward. The back of his neck prickled. How many times did she touch him during a typical day? Hundreds?
Why?
He asked. Because I want to make you feel better. Ashley slowly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a scarlet bra underneath. Do you want to feel better, Seth?
Why would that make me feel better?
He asked. Seth! Her hands fell to her side, leaving her last button still in place. You asshole!
Why would it? Why do you want to touch me?
Why would you even ask me that? Now there was a cold, calculating look on her face. She was studying him with her unreadable gray eyes.
You're not going to change my mind,
he said. Maybe I will. She unfastened her last button, shrugging her shirt to the floor. She approached him, eyelids lowered, lips pouting. You know, my daddy's busy at the church. We have the whole house to ourselves.
I have to go, Ashley.
Her face turned to a hard scowl. Her voice became strangely low and husky and throbbed with anger.
Then go! Get the hell out of my house!
Seth left the room, went down the hall, down the front steps, to the front door. As he opened it, Ashley ran out onto the landing above, now wearing only her underwear.
Don't even think about coming back until you apologize to me,
Ashley screamed down at him.
Okay,
Seth said. He walked out the front door and left it wide open behind him. Jenny's dad had a few odd jobs in town, so Jenny spent Saturday organizing and scrubbing the house. She called her dad on his cell phone and asked him to buy some new cleaning supplies at Piggly Wiggly because she was using up all they had. Jenny scrubbed everything in the kitchen and both bathrooms, then worked her way up to organizing the junk in the living room, dining room, the laundry room, the front and back porches. She got absorbed in the work and lost track of time. By this time, her dad arrived home at midnight. She was sitting on a folding chair in the front yard, exhausted and sweaty, looking at all the weeds and machinery pieces. He parked the truck slantwise, then stumbled out, clutching his flask in one hand.
What you doing, sugar beet?
He asked her. I was just thinking, she said. We should get rid of all this junk.
Tain't junk,
he said. He took a swig, then gestured around with his flask.
Lots of them good scrappy parts in there. Don't know what I need until I need it.
We shouldn't leave him out here like this, Jenny said. She looked toward the shed, but that was already full and cluttered itself. What if we build a new shed?
Now the shed?
He looked off into the space between the shed and the house, as if imagining it.
Oh yeah, takes some doing, but we can put it up.
It doesn't have to be a whole shed, Jenny said. Just a roof to keep your stuff out of the rain, and some tall fencing so company can't see it. He took another swig and pondered this.
We got company coming?
He asked. Maybe, Jenny said.
Friends of yours?
Yes.
Good for you, Jenny.
He stumbled toward her and reached out his arm to hug her. Daddy, no! Jenny skirted back. I ain't covered up. She was dressed lightly in old, moth-eaten clothes that left her arms and shins bare.
Oh, sorry, honey.
He tried to drink from his flask, then turned it upside down and shook it. Empty. He dropped it in the dirt and staggered up the porch steps.
All right, then. Going in.
Good night, Daddy.
Night.
Jenny walked to the shed and turned on the electric lamp hanging from a roof beam. She found a pencil and paper and sat at the workbench, one of the few surfaces her dad kept clear. She designed improvements for the house, starting with a fence from the house to the shed. They could move all the front yard junk behind that, then be free to work on the yard itself. Then they could build additions onto the shed, extending it behind the fence. When she was sure her dad wasn't coming back, she took out the roach of the joint she'd shared with Seth. It had been almost intimate, both of them touching their lips to it, back and forth, the closest she could come to kissing him. She'd figured out long ago that her body cast-offs, her hair, her spit, her blood, weren't contagious. It was only her live skin-to-skin touch that was dangerous. That Jennypox wasn't a virus, but more like a dark energy that flowed out from her, inspiring disease in others. The opposite of Seth. She lit the roach with a match and held the smoke in her lungs, imagining traces of Seth mingling with her. She listened to Rocky snoring in the doghouse and smiled. The next day she woke up early and resumed her cleaning binge. And she didn't worry about keeping quiet for her dad's sake, and he managed to stay asleep anyway. The phone rang around 1:30, and she let the machine get it. Jenny never answered the phone if her dad was home. On the old answering machine in the living room, which ran on giant orange cassettes that were no longer manufactured, she heard her dad's recorded voice, saying to leave a message. Then it cut off as the caller hung up. A minute later, the phone rang again. This time, he left a message after the beep.
Hey, this is Seth Barrett calling for Jenny. You can call me back at...
Jenny ran to pick up their one house phone, also in the living room. Hey, Seth, she said.
Oh, good. What's up?
Nothing. Jenny couldn't think of anything to say. She should try to be funny or clever or cool.
So, what are you doing for Halloween? He asked. You want to hang out?
Doing? Jenny felt herself blush. Her brain was not working for her. She struggled to remember an article from one issue of Cosmopolitan she'd read at the library when work was slow one day. She was supposed to act like she had a lot of other engagements and pretend to be unavailable. She wanted to smack her forehead. She shouldn't have picked up the phone.
I'm hitting some haunted houses,
Seth said.
They do one in this old warehouse in Vernon Hill that's supposed to be really scary. I've never been able to go. Do you want to come with me?
On Saturday? Jenny asked. This Saturday?
Yeah, Halloween. And there's a big field party over in Barlow that night. You can go in costume or...
Okay, she heard herself squeal. Shit, she thought. So much for being unavailable.
Yeah?
But Barlow, Jenny asked. She felt a twinge of distrust. Aren't they your big enemies? Seth laughed.
Right. Anyway, they have better parties than Fallen Oak.
I don't know, Seth.
About which thing?
A party? That word made Jenny anxious. That's a lot of people to bump into.
Oh, the touching,
Seth said.
So wear a costume. Gloves, mask, hats. Halloween's the perfect time for people like us to go party.
People like us, Jenny thought, and her heartbeat quickened. Are your friends going to be there? Jenny asked.
Maybe some. Definitely not Ashley or Cassie. They're doing the lock-in at church all night.
Wow, Jenny said,
then felt like a nerd. She lowered her voice a little, trying to sound like a normal human being.
I mean, okay, I guess that's cool.
I want to hang out with you instead.
Oh. Jenny was glad he couldn't see how hard she was blushing, or how she kept twisting back and forth on her heel like a freak, wrapping the phone cord thick around her fingers. Okay, Seth.
What are you going as? He asked.
Going as?
For Halloween.
Oh, a costume. Jenny's mind was a complete blank.
I'm still thinking about it. I haven't picked one either,
Seth said.
Ashley usually buys it and gives it to me. She always wants it to match her costume.
But Ashley's not coming, Jenny said. So you can wear what you want.
Yeah,
Seth said. I need to shop. Me too.
Tomorrow after school?
He asked. Don't you have practice?
Nah, Humvee's out of town till Thursday. Nobody's going.
Okay, Jenny said. Tomorrow. She held onto the phone for a long time after he hung up. On Monday, the leadership committee of Christians Act, Ashley Goodling, Cassie Winder, and Darcy Metcalf met with Principal Harris in his office. His magnified giant eyes looked incredulous behind his glasses through their presentation. He made no move to touch their written proposal or the pen they'd laid on the desk.
So if I understand correctly,
the principal said,
so you're no longer content with just hanging those awful and inappropriate posters all over my walls. You want to make a video, then show it to all classes on Friday. You want me to allow that?
Yes, sir, Principal Harris, Darcy said. She was a chunky girl who wore big, ridiculous folk art earrings, and she was very serious about her Christian groups. Ashley and Cassie had allowed her into the leadership committee because she was a hard worker and earnest enough to take on all the boring stuff, like setting up the stupid pamphlet table and collecting cups at the flagpole prayer. Statistically, Darcy continued, the rate of risky behavior among teens rises sharply around the, quote, party holidays. It's crucial to get the abstinence message across just before Halloween weekend. Unfortunately, most of these teens will not be at safe places like the church lock-in.
Yes, Darcy, I appreciate that.
Harris focused on Ashley.
And do you have this video here to show me?
Oh, not yet, sir, Ashley said. We're still putting it together.
But you would have it by Friday?
He asked. Yes, sir, even if we have to work all Thursday night to get it done. The principal sat back in his chair.
You want me to sign off? Sight unseen.
Oh, we assure you, Principal Harris, it will be high quality, Cassie said. Nisha is very talented. You see her posters around school.
You're going to have the same girl in charge of the video?
Yes, sir, Cassie said.
And will this video be similar to the abstinence posters you put up?
Oh, yes, sir, Ashley said. It's all part of the Abstinence is Power campaign. So if you'll just sign off on that proposal, Principal Harris barked out a laugh.
You really expect me to sign this?
Please, Ashley said. We need to use the AV equipment.
Ashley, ladies, it horrifies me to think what would be on that video.
Principal Harris reached past the pen and grabbed a fat, black, permanent marker.
You've pushed me enough. You are not going to make an explicit video with my students and show it in my school. Here.
He wrote the word rejected across the proposal and signed it.
Here is my signature.
He shoved it back across his desk, and it tumbled into Ashley's lap. Ashley and Cassie stood. Darcy, after a confused few seconds, joined them. I think you may regret this, Principal Harris, Ashley said.
I could never regret saying no to you, Ashley,
Principal Harris said.
Abstinence is power, am I right?
Darcy gasped. Ashley stood, tucked the rejected proposal against her chest, then turned and led the way out of the principal's office. Darcy was the last to leave, and she looked very upset. They walked out into the hallway. Ashley and Cassie cool, Darcy acting like a spaz.
What was that?
Darcy said. You said you'd stand up to him, Ashley. It's fine, Darcy, Cassie said.
Fine, but he rejected it. We won't get to make this video.
Ashley patted Darcy's neck, discharging a little energy into her. Darcy immediately chilled out and gave Ashley a gummy smile. Don't worry your pretty head, Ashley said. The video has already been made, and we'll get it out there. We didn't really need the school's outdated AV crap. We used the church's. Oh, Darcy giggled. I should have known to trust you, Ashley. Yes, Ashley said. Now run off to your little class. When Darcy was away, Ashley turned and looked at the poster hanging in front of them. The one of Allison Newton with the open fly and the teasing two-handed rejection. Tell the Special Activities Committee to make all of these posters disappear today, Ashley told Cassie. He didn't order us to do that, Cassie said. I'm ordering, Ashley said, but let them think it came from the principal.
Tell them wait until after school so nobody sees them doing it. This is a secret action."
"Sounds good," Cassie said. "I want every single poster brought to my house," Ashley said.
"Right away. Tonight."
"Are we getting into the second part already?" Cassie asked.
"Why not?"
Ashley waved the rejection proposal.
"We got all we need for the first part."
Chapter 10. Monday afternoon, Seth took Jenny shopping in Apple Creek, which had an actual indoor mall with a whole store devoted to costumes, masks, and party supplies. The store was packed with Halloween shoppers. Jenny had prepared herself with her usual long sleeves and gloves, and also tied a dark scarf as a kerchief around her head. Still, she felt nervous and guarded near so many people, especially with all the running kids who occasionally whacked face first into her black jeans.
"What kind of stuff did Ashley make you wear?"
Jenny asked as they looked across a wall of masks.
Couples costumes,"
Seth said.
"Robin Hood and Maid Marian, Beauty and the Beast."
Jenny's laughter rang across the store, turning heads.
"What?"
Seth said.
"Oh,"
she said. She held up a finger, still laughing, trying to catch her breath. "You're serious?"
"Yeah, I kind of like the Beast."
"Right.
Look, you be what you want to be, but I'm going as a vampire."
"Where's that?" Seth looked at the rack of costumes.
"I just made it up, but I can get some clothes for it at the thrift store. You know, the 5 and dime?"
Seth shook his head.
"How do you not know about the 5 and dime?" "Not that into shopping, I guess."
"Okay," Jenny said.
"But I want to use that for my cape."
She took a black cloak with a cowl from the rack.
"And this."
She grabbed a large makeup kit with putty and dye for making your own designs and latex for sealing.
"This is perfect. I don't want to be one of those stupid sexy vampires. I want to be an ugly, rotten corpse kind of vampire." "That sounds cool. I think I saw a coffin full of fangs over here."
Jenny stopped at a display of mannequin heads wearing wigs.
"What kind of hair would a zombie vampire girl have?"
Jenny asked.
"Green,"
he said. Jenny smiled and lifted a glittering kind of punkish green wig from a head. She tossed it on and looked at herself in the mirrored wall.
"It would look good with this."
Seth gave her a giant tube of green glow-in-the-dark face paint.
"I'll be a glowing green zombie vampire," she said. "I'll do that too, if you can do my makeup."
Seth said.
"Yeah, I could sculpt something horrible for your face." "Thanks,"
he said.
"That'll be my best costume since Oscar the Grouch in 4th grade.
For the lock-in, Ashley told the hospitality committee she was bringing the punch herself, at her father's request, since there had been problems in the past with kids spiking it. Ashley and Cassie drove all the way to Greenville to visit an organic herb shop that had the ingredients she wanted. She read about them in a book that claimed to tell the ingredients of witches' spells. They included ginseng, cinnamon, clove, and a certain chili pepper, and some things that Cassie had to read to the clerk from a list. On Saturday, Ashley mixed these in with 2 big cans of Hawaiian punch. Then she reached her left hand into the punch bowl. She imagined her special energy pouring out through her into the liquid. She stirred the bowl for an hour with her bare hand. It had taken most of another hour to scrub away the red punch stain. Ashley and Cassie were going as angels, with robes custom made by the lady who did alterations and tailoring for Ashley and her parents. They wore luminous white makeup with some gold and red coloring at the eyes and lips, matching the ribbons in their hair, and, of course, feathered wings from the costume shop in Apple Creek. She didn't know what Seth's problem was, but she couldn't really blame him for skipping the lock-in. None of the guys were doing it. The senior chaperones were mostly female, and the one senior guy that was volunteering, Larry freaking Duchon, wasn't the type who had anything better to do. If Seth wanted to go to some stupid haunted house with his buddies, she supposed she could let him go. But he'd been a real dick about it, and he hadn't let her touch him. That was the disturbing part, like he knew about her power. He must have noticed how she just touched people and got what she wanted, how people responded to her and obeyed. That was Ashley's secret, and she didn't want anyone to know it, especially not a dumb boy like Seth. She didn't know how to handle somebody waking up and realizing Ashley's enchantment. Nobody had ever done that before. The Crusaders and their invited guests gathered at the church as they finished up their trick-or-treating around town.
Ashley's father made an appearance, dressed as Zorro, and tossed out handfuls of candy to the teenagers, while telling them to have fun and stay out of the haunted parts of the church. He raised his own key to the church, and with a great flourish, locked them into the building from the outside. Ashley had a complete set of keys to the building. She could have let them out in case of an emergency, but they always pretended there was no way out. Ashley had possessed a complete set of keys to the church since 6th grade, when she had swiped her father's long enough to get them copied at the hardware store. That was how she'd been able to sneak a few kids into the church attic at a lock-in years ago, when Ashley had started the Halloween tradition of playing Spin the Bottle in the early hours of the morning, after the chaperones had gone to sleep. Of course, she was too old to play that now, and as a chaperone, it was her duty to pretend she didn't know about it. It was going to be a pretty boring night for Ashley. Good thing Cassie was here, with 2 bottles of wine for when they went to sleep, on their sleeping bags in a Sunday school classroom upstairs, where they would be away from the noisy kids. "Hey, everyone!" Ashley tried to speak over the din of costumed teenagers crowded into the church lobby. The other chaperones started clapping their hands for attention. "Everyone," Ashley said, "before we get started, I want to thank the hospitality, decorating, and activities committees for all their hard work this year. This will be the best Halloween lock-in ever." A lot of the kids applauded. Others pushed impatiently at the double doors to the church basement. "We have a few rules for those of you who are guests or haven't come to our lock-ins before. Stay downstairs. The upper floors are off limits. Most areas you aren't allowed are locked away. Second, respect church property. No breaking, vandalizing, or stealing. Duh. Third, no fighting, no kissing, no inappropriate behavior. Fourth, any problems or questions, come to a chaperone. Chaperones, raise your hands." Ashley, Cassie, Darcy Metcalf, and the gawky Larry Dushan raised their hands. "Now," Ashley said, "we always start with a prayer. So, everybody take the hands of the person to your right and left." Ashley took Cassie's hand with her right, and some freshman guy in an insect costume's hand with her left. As she spoke, Ashley imagined her energy, her special power, coursing out not just into the people she touched, but through the entire crowd, hand to hand. She pushed it out as hard as she could, and she felt the crowd charging up. "Help us to remember that being young is a fleeting, special time," Ashley was saying. "And this time will fade soon into the hard and cold life of adulthood. Let's celebrate the magic while we have it." "Amen." "Amen," the other kids said. Ashley signaled to Darcy, who nodded and unlocked the basement doors. She and Larry, the only male chaperones, led the horde of excited young people downstairs, nearly getting trampled in the process. Cassie hung back with Ashley, as did the freshman bug boy, who still hadn't released her hand. "Everything okay down there?" Ashley asked him. The boy moved closer, his eyes big and glistening behind his yellow bug goggles. "I like you," he whispered. "Well, aren't you sweet?" Ashley tried to pull her hand free. She'd pumped a lot of Ashley power out through this one, probably overloading him. He'd have a crush on Ashley for years. "Go on down with the others. You don't want to miss the fun." "I'd rather stay with you," he whined. Cassie snickered. "I'm too busy chaperoning," Ashley said. "Go on down with the others. I promise you'll have fun." When he didn't let go, she added, "Maybe I'll hang out with you later, but only if you leave me alone right now." The boy pouted, but he finally released her and trudged to the stairs. "New boyfriend?" Cassie asked. "Shut up," Ashley said. "He might be an improvement. At least he showed up." "No big deal about Seth," Cassie said. "Everett never comes." "Seth does, ever since I invited him freshman year. And now it's senior year." Cassie took Ashley's hand and smiled. Cassie was always touching Ashley, unconsciously sipping energy out of her. It got annoying. Now Cassie was pulling her to the stairs. "Come on, let's go supervise." They descended to the basement hallway, where there was a snack table with bowls of candy corn, orange cupcakes topped with plastic spiders and ghosts, and Ashley's huge bowl of red punch, to which she'd added ginger ale to make it fizz. Some partygoers were already dipping out cups of punch, while others were in a hurry to see the attractions. Activity Room A had become the monster maze, built of room dividers, large cardboard panels, and bed sheets. People had to find their way in the dark through twists and turns among glowing spiderwebs and skeletons and spooky music and sound effects, ending in the Devil's Throne Room. Here, a sophomore boy dressed in a devil's mask sat on an elevated chair under red light, welcoming the lock-in guest to an eternity in hell. Then they escaped through a very narrow passage, 2 mattresses on their sides, in wooden frames pushed close together, and out of the room. Cassie stood at the entrance door, daring the teenagers to take their abstinence buddies into the scary maze. Activity Room B was the Nightmare Nightclub, which Ashley had neglected to clear with her dad, or mention to him. A junior girl named Brenda Purcell, in a Bride of Frankenstein costume, played club music mixed with Halloween sound effects, groaning ghosts, clanking chains, howling wind. People could dance in there and rest on cushions scattered along the walls if they got tired. Room B was Ashley's responsibility. Larry Deshawn supervised Activity Room C, ghoulish games, which included the games like bobbing for apples and a series of boxes in which you'd reach your hand to feel things. Larry, in his scarecrow costume, would intone that you were now touching brains, eyeballs, intestines. Last year, Ashley had stuck Seth with that room. Room D was split by a room divider. Girls' sleeping bags on the left, boys on the right. Darcy would sleep among the girls, and Larry among the guys, to deter any funny business in the early hours of the morning. It didn't take long for Ashley's magic punch to cast its spell. Within an hour, there were kids coming out of the maze holding hands, their masks askew and makeup smeared. Many ended up in the dance room, either dancing much closer than Dr. Goodling would have approved, or openly making out on the cushions along the wall. Darcy complained about this outbreak of inappropriate, sinful behavior, until Ashley held her hand for a couple of minutes to dope her up. "Wow, they didn't even wait for the chaperones to go to sleep," Cassie whispered, just after they checked on the maze, where the devil was locking lips with an elf girl. They stepped into the hall, and Cassie looked at the punch bowl. "What did you put in there? Ecstasy?" "Just love, Cassie. Can I try some?" Cassie grabbed a cup, but Ashley took it away. "No punch for us," Ashley said. "But we need these cups. Let's go upstairs and open that wine." Ashley looked down the hall and motioned for Darcy Metcalf to join them. "Do you want to bring her?" Cassie whispered. "Don't worry," Ashley whispered back. "I'm pretty sure she's a lightweight." Cassie signed. "Okay, what about Larry Douchelong?" Ashley looked into the games room. Larry Douchon was kissing a junior girl in a cat costume. Kissing was doubtably against the rules if you were a chaperone. "Larry's doing fine," Ashley whispered. "Hey, what's going on with my ladies?" Darcy asked. "We're taking a break," Cassie said. "Come with us." "Now? But... Darcy sputtered as she looked around. "We can't leave now. The kids are out of control." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Some of them are kissing with their tongues." Ashley put a hand on Darcy's arm and squeezed. Darcy's pupils dilated and she melted against Ashley, leaning her head on Ashley's shoulder. Ashley cast a look of disgust at her, and Cassie laughed. "Come on, dear," Ashley said, nudging Darcy off her. "Let's go have a cup of wine. It'll be fun." "Okay," Darcy whispered. They went upstairs to the Sunday school classroom, where Ashley and Cassie had laid their sleeping bags. Cassie unzipped her small suitcase, grimaced at Darcy, and picked the cheaper of her 2 bottles. She uncorked it and poured generous drinks into the plastic jack-o'-lantern cups. "Wait," Darcy said. "We're not allowed—" Ashley soothed her with another touch on the arm. The girl was turning into a real drain. "Do it for me, Darcy." Darcy accepted the cup. "To the most successful lock-in ever," Ashley said, and all 3 touched cups and drank. Soon, Ashley and Cassie were giggling, while Darcy lay on her back, eyes closed and moaning about being dizzy. Eventually, she was snoring. Ashley popped open the second bottle and poured. "To best friends," Cassie said. "You said it." Ashley tapped her cup to Cassie's, and then drank. Later, Ashley and Cassie slipped out into the hallway, wearing jackets, carrying their cups with them.
Ashley unlocked the door to the narrow, winding staircase that led to the belfry under the church's steeple, where the bells rang on Sundays and holidays. They giggled more as they climbed unsteadily on their feet. Ashley unlocked the trap door at the top, and they emerged into a very cool early morning. They looked over the edge of the town. At 3 stories, the church bell tower overlooked everything. "To Fallen Oak!" Cassie raised her cup, and Ashley repeated the toast, adding, "May it not rot in hell." They broke down into laughter, falling on each other and sloshing wine. When they recovered, Cassie looked out again at the rooftops. "You know," she said, "we really rule this town. I mean, people do say that, but also it's true." "I know," Ashley said. "I mean, everybody looks up to us. Everybody wants to be us." Cassie dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "And they're scared of us." "Yeah," Ashley said. "But who cares about this stupid little place? There are cities out there, whole countries. We have to think bigger, Cassie. This is just the beginning. Just practice," Cassie whispered, "for when we do it for real." "You know I have a secret power," Ashley said. She took a deep breath. Her drunken mind, out of some stupid feeling of camaraderie with Cassie, and maybe tired of keeping it all secret, was about to make her spill. Then Ashley's cell phone rang somewhere in her jacket. She fumbled around the pocket until she found it. "It's Nisha," she told Cassie. Nisha! Why does Nisha get to go to parties with the boys on Halloween?" "Duh," Ashley said. "My dad doesn't like black people in his church." Ashley clicked the green button. "Hey girl, what's up?" "Ashley," Nisha said. "Are you sitting down?" "Sure." Ashley was actually leaning over the railing, looking down at the church roof. "You are not going to believe what I just saw," Nisha said. Chapter 11. Jenny and Seth put together their costumes at her house. Seth dressed in a natty, old-fashioned tailcoat from the thrift store, looking very gentlemanly until Jenny used putty, latex, and dye to sculpt his face into something green and rotting, with open bloody sores and cuts. She thought to herself that she could have done that without makeup. All she had to do was remove her rubber gloves and touch his face. Seth admired his horrible face in the mirror, then popped in his fangs. "I want to suck your blood." He waved his black-gloved hands above his head as he tried out his awful Transylvanian accent. "You wish," she replied. She wore a lacy dress gone very yellow, with gauzy sleeves she made herself to cover her upper arms, black mesh stockings inside high black boots, and the cape and wig from the costume store. She would have virtually no skin exposed tonight, and that relaxed her a little. She sculpted her own zombie vampire face in the mirror, while Seth watched with admiration, until he got bored and started rolling a joint from her stash. When Jenny finished her makeup, she peeled away her rubber gloves and put on the white lacy gloves from the 5 and dime. She unrolled them to her elbow. Miss Sutland, delighted to see Jenny with a boy, had given her the gloves for free. She'd also had more pottery money for Jenny. Since Seth had insisted on paying at the mall, Jenny paid for everything at the 5 and dime. She didn't mention that a lot of the money actually came from Seth's mom. Now the two of them stood in front of Jenny's mirror, with rotten faces and prominent fangs. Jenny had even covered her neck with makeup and latex, so there was nothing left exposed to the touch but her black shaded eyelids and lips. If nobody touched her there, she would be fine. "We really look like we just climbed out of our graves," Seth said. He took her white-gloved hand in his black one. "And we've been in there a long time," Jenny said. He chuckled around his fangs. Jenny drew the black hood over her green wig. "We should drive a hearse," Jenny said. "We have only my car. We shall listen to dead musicians." "Wonderful," Jenny said. "The best kind. The night is ours, my love." Their eyes met in the mirror, and he squeezed her hand a little tighter. They kept the top on Seth's convertible to protect their makeup. At the end of October, it was getting a little chilly anyway. They hadn't planned to stop at the House of Hell, put on by Presbyterians in Apple Creek, or even known about it. Seth saw the sign by the side of the road and insisted on checking it out. They were admitted in groups into an old barn, which had been divided into rooms with small raised stages. Groups walked together from room to room and were told to stay behind the ropes. Jenny and Seth were admitted in alongside a family with 4 children. The door closed behind them, and they stood in darkness for a minute while voices whispered hurriedly somewhere to their side. Then a single spotlight fell on a 2-foot-high stage, which was separated from the audience by a length of rope. A teenage girl reclined in a hospital bed on stage. She had something the size of a baseball under her hospital gown, making her bulge as if pregnant. Her bare legs had been taken from some department store mannequin. Her real lower half was somewhere under the curtained hospital bed.
"Oh, I'm tired of being pregnant,"
she said.
"I want an abortion." "Did someone say abortion?"
The spotlight was replaced with lurid red lights mounted on the far wall. 3 people in devil's masks and doctor's coats ran towards the girl, waving pitchforks and hacksaws at the girl's swollen belly. She screamed and pressed down on it. The blood spurted out between her legs. "Gross," Jenny said. The 2 parents shushed her. Their kids were gaping, and one of the boys looked ready to cry. A sheet dropped between the audience and the performers. In the red light on the sheet, devil shadows waved their pitchforks around. The girls screamed and the devils laughed. Eventually, the lights went out, and the door in the next room opened. It was an extremely dull morality story about drugs. So bland, even when the devil showed up, that it washed out some of Jenny's horror at the first room. In the third room, the scene opened with 2 boys lying in a bed. One put his arm around the other. "Stop, Peter," the second one said. "How many times do I have to tell you? The Bible says it's wrong."
"But it feels so good, Jim,"
the first one said.
"You'll like it if you try it."
"But it's a sin, Peter. Just try being gay with me. You can always change your mind later." "Oh, okay." The boys pulled the blanket over their heads and rolled around under it. "That feels good, Peter." Jenny giggled, drawing angry looks from the family, who seemed to be taking it quite seriously. "Sorry," she whispered. Beside her, Seth was shaking, trying to hold in his laughter. Predictably, devils ran out and snatched the blanket from the bed. They attacked the boys with whips and paddles. "Ow!" yelled Jim, the unfortunate sucker who'd given in to temptation, as a devil paddled his behind.
"That hurts! It hurts so bad when you're being gay!"
Peter sat up, now wearing devil horns himself.
"Oh, it'll hurt a lot more down in hell!" Jenny's laughter must have echoed through the barn. Seth broke down along with her.
"Y'all be quiet!" the mother shouted. "I want my boys to see this!" They apologized to the lady and stumbled together into the 4th and final room. This one was pitch black. An extremely hot wind blew from it, probably from space heaters. Recorded screams and cries filled the dark room. A red light clicked on, a flashlight with a gel lens, held under the face of another guy in a devil mask.
"This is the fate of all doomed souls,"
the devil said.
"The final destination, the end of the line, the last stop on the track."
Jenny and Seth were still trying to hold in their snickering from the last room.
"Learn ye well these lessons, those who still live."
The devil approached them now, waving his pitchfork around for emphasis.
"The wages of sin is death."
"That feels good, Peter," Seth whispered out of the side of his mouth, and Jenny burst into fresh laughter.
"Okay, come on,"
the devil said to them.
"I'm trying to teach these kids a serious lesson here."
He turned and pointed his pitchfork at the family, and Jenny saw that he actually wore a full red suit, complete with a pointed tail that hung from his butt and jiggled when he walked. At that point, it was just the icing on the cake, and Jenny collapsed against Seth, laughing.
"Enough! That's enough!"
the devil said, and now the 3 kids were laughing too, at the devil's tantrum.
"Guys!"
More devils came into the room from the other stages. Jenny and Seth were escorted out of the house of hell, even ushered past the smiling people at the exits, offering pamphlets on how to avoid the horrible fates you just witnessed. Out in the parking lot, the mother of the 4 kids yelled at Seth and Jenny as they passed on the way to the car.
"We were trying to teach our children!"
she screamed.
"We hope y'all are proud of yourselves. Your fault if they turn into butt humpers."
They hurried into Seth's car and locked the door. He drove away, leaving the angry family far behind. "That was totally romantic, Seth," Jenny said.
"Sorry.
The audience was the scariest part."
"So now you're ready for the real one in Vernon Hill,"
Seth said. "Will this one actually be scary?"
"Supposed to be the scariest one in the state."
"Who said that?" Jenny asked.
The sign advertising it.
The haunted house in Vernon Hill looked much more promising. A large old grain warehouse with a long line of people waiting to get inside. The line moved slowly, it turned out, because each couple or small group was allowed to enter separately.
Good luck,
breathed the skull-faced monk who took their cash.
Follow the ghostly glowing trail. It's your only hope if you want to survive.
He opened the door, and they entered the dark, narrow passage inside and followed the strip of glowing green tape on the floor, which was the only lighting. The door closed behind them, with the sound of squealing rusty hinges, a loud slam, then cackling laughter. Screams and unpredictable wailing voices echoed from the darkness around them. Jenny and Seth saw each other as floating, disembodied zombie vampire faces. If it weren't for their glowing green makeup, they wouldn't have seen each other at all. The glowing strip of tape led them around a corner into a room lit by 2 stained glass windows, or plastic electric-powered imitations. They glowed onto a coffin on an elevated platform draped in dark purple. Velvet ropes kept Jenny and Seth from going too close. There was a rusty scraping sound as the lid raised just a few inches. "Join me," a voice whispered softly from inside. Then a few pale fingers wiggled out of the slightly open coffin. They weren't rotten zombie fingers or pointy vampire fingernails, just normal fingers of a normal person. "Join me," it whispered again. "It's so cold when you're dead." Jenny drew closer to Seth. This was actually creeping her out. There was a hiss right behind Jenny. A rush of cold compressed air blew on the back of her neck, puffing up her green wig. She screamed and jumped against Seth, who laughed. They left the room and followed the glowing tape into some kind of psychotic surgeon's operating room, hung with musty green hospital curtains. The surgical lights shone at crazy angles and cast huge twisted shadows. The surgeon stood at the head of the table, in a blood-spattered surgical mask and smock, gleefully waving a scalpel and meat cleaver. He cackled maniacally. Jenny thought the laughter had to be a recording, since no one could keep that up for hours. On the operating table, among buckets and bins filled with gore, were 2 severed arms and 1 severed leg jutting up through the table, waving and wiggling around. They occasionally lunged at the surgeon, who struck back with his big cleaver. One arm grabbed the doctor around the throat. As Jenny and Seth leaned forward to see what would happen, a live head sprang up, screaming from the bloody basin closest to them. Jenny grabbed onto Seth again, or maybe he grabbed onto her this time. She was pretty sure he'd screamed when she did, too. She kept close to him as they stepped through an open surgery cabinet, which led them to the next section of hallway. They heard whispering as they drew close to a barred wall. When they reached it, a man with crazy hair and stitches all over his face jumped out against the bars. His arms were bound in a straitjacket. "You've got to help me," he whispered. "I don't belong here. I came in for the tour 5 years ago, and I've been a prisoner ever since. Help me! Come back!" Around the next corner was a very rickety-looking wooden staircase under dim, swampy lighting. A sign beside the staircase read, "The Cursed Covered Bridge. Do not enter." The glowing tape led right up the stairs to a black curtained doorway at the top. "Ladies first," Seth said. "Funny," Jenny said. Seth went ahead of her. Each step gave a different creaking or cracking sound as you put your weight on it, and actually sank a little bit. It felt like the whole staircase would collapse at any second. Even the hard rail wobbled. At the top, they passed through the strips of black curtain and onto the covered footbridge. It was just wide enough to walk single file. The roof, walls, and floors all looked like they were made of old, rotten boards, with lots of knotholes and broken slats. The sound of a roaring river, and even the smell of dank moisture, rose from underneath the bridge. A very small amount of pale light shone in through the knotholes in the roof. Seth held her hand behind his back as she followed him. Jenny kept her feet on the glowing strip of tape, drawing her shoulders in and avoiding the walls as much as she could. She knew that scary faces or pictures would pop up in some of the broken gaps in the walls, but there were way too many for her to guess where. As they edged forward in the dark, more sounds joined the running water, splashing sounds, then groans. They were soft, complaining groans at first. Then, louder and angrier the further Seth and Jenny walked into the bridge. Jenny was beginning to think nothing would pop up at all, when a cold, wet hand seized her boot around the ankle. Jenny screamed, and the groans rose louder, and were joined by shrieks and howls. Voices roared all around them. Strobe lights flickered through the holes in the roof. Then the whole bridge tilted to the left, throwing Jenny and Seth against the wall. Wet, decayed zombie arms reached through the left wall, pawing all over both of them. The bridge tilted the other way, and they fell against the opposite wall, where more zombie arms grabbed at them. "Come on, Jenny!" Seth grabbed her by both hands and pulled her up. The bridge rocked from side to side as they ran. Zombie arms reached for them from both walls and the ceilings. They burst through the shredded black curtain at the end and stopped to catch their breath in the dark corridor beyond. "This one," Jenny gasped, "is much scarier." They made their way through the rest of the haunted house, and Jenny only screamed one more time when they were walking through a room full of spider webs, and a bunch of fat, bristly, wiggly, battery-powered spiders on strings had dropped from the ceiling, landing all over her. They passed through a cemetery filled with dry ice fog at the back of the warehouse, through a gate, and they were outside. Jenny was still shaking when they reached the car. "What'd you think?" he asked. "That was awesome." Jenny grinned around her fangs. "You screamed a lot." "You screamed more," she countered. "So we're going to that party," Seth said. "Unless you're too scared." "Why should I be?" Jenny asked. "I'll be the scariest thing there. Even if I didn't have a costume, I'd still have Jenny pox." It was a 20-minute drive to Barlow. Whatever they passed, Seth told her it was haunted. According to him, they passed a haunted barn, a haunted cow pasture, a haunted Waffle House, and a haunted Department of Motor Vehicles. When they reached Barlow, Seth stopped at a railroad crossing, even though there was no train coming. He looked up and down the tracks. "What are you doing?" she asked him. "Just watching for the ghost train," he said. "This railroad is haunted." She snickered and punched him in the arm. The farm outside Barlow had dozens of cars and trucks lined up in the front field. They followed the dirt road to park with everyone else. Then they walked towards a distant barn, illuminated by firelight, from which they could hear old Metallica songs, played very inexpertly by a live band without anything electric. They crested a rise in the field, and saw the band was set up in the back of a truck. At least 100 people were dancing or drinking from a keg at the front of the barn, or hanging out by a bonfire. Nearly everybody was costumed, so the crowd was a weird mix of aliens, gorillas, hobos, superheroes, ghosts, a mummy, and lots of girls who managed to find or make skimpy, revealing costumes, whether they dressed as cats, fairies, or nurses. "See?" Seth said. "Barlow parties, much better than Fallen Oak." He led the way into the crowd. Seth high-fived a werewolf and cowboy bandit who pulled down his kerchief to show Seth his face. The bandit commented on how much the Fallen Oak porcupine sucked, and Seth responded by insulting the Barlow bears. It seemed good-natured. Then the werewolf looked at Jenny. "Who's your date?" the werewolf asked Seth. Jenny wanted to open her mouth and correct him, let him know they were just friends. Seth had a girlfriend elsewhere. "This is Jenny." Seth introduced her to the Barlow kids. "You like some cider, Jenny?" the cowboy asked. "We got 2 full kegs over by the barn. My cousin's band sucks, but they get better if you drink." "I like cider," Jenny said, though she'd only had the non-alcoholic kind. "Then have your boyfriend take you over there and you can get some." "Yeah." The werewolf smacked Seth's elbow. "Go put some in her." Seth grabbed 2 plastic cups from a sleeve and pumped them full. Jenny discovered she liked this kind of cider too. It was sweet, and you forgot there was any alcohol in there. Seth introduced her to one person after another. Jenny didn't remember their names, but she would always remember how it felt, being treated like a regular person among regular people. Nobody from Barlow High had ever heard of Jenny Mittens. Here, she was just Seth's date, Jenny. And some of the Barlow guys even tried flirting with her when Seth wasn't looking. She felt like she wore a disguise much deeper than her costume. She drank more cups of cider, embracing the warm, glowing buzz it gave her, ignoring Seth's warning to slow down. She even joined the dancing crowd in front of the stage for a little while. Even with her layers of costume, she was nervous with so many people moving so fast around her, and she quickly retreated.
Jenny was pouring her 5th or 6th cup of cider when Nisha and Diedrich approached her and Seth at the keg. Nisha was dressed as a go-go dancer with a giant rainbow wig, while Diedrich was the movie monster Candyman, black trench coat, hook hand, plastic bees glued to his face. "I must be drunk already," Nisha said when she saw Jenny and Seth, "'cause I think I'm seeing Seth Barrett and Jenny Mittens at this party." "Guys, you know Jenny Morton?" Seth put an arm around her shoulder, and Jenny felt absurdly protected by it. Diedrich looked her up and down, raised an eyebrow at Seth, and swigged his cider. Nisha stepped toward Jenny. "Jenny Mittens. Seth might be slumming with you tonight, but he will be right back up Ashley's ass tomorrow. Trust me. I've seen it plenty of times." Jenny knew exactly what Ashley would have said in Jenny's situation. Emboldened by the cider and Seth's arm around her, she said it aloud, even imitating Ashley's haughty, condescending voice. "Oh, look at you, Nisha. No wonder Ashley calls you the ugly one." "She does not call me that." Nisha charged at Jenny, but Diedrich restrained her. Jenny let Seth take her arm and lead her away from the brewing fight. She sipped more cider as Seth led her around behind the barn to a quiet area away from everyone. There was a wooden trailer half filled with hay bales. Goats in a pen munched on grass, and one of them watched Jenny and Seth with curiosity. Overhead, the night was clear, and she could see 100,000 stars. The barn helped to block out a terrible rendition of Enter Sandman. Leaving the crowd made Jenny aware of just how drunk she was. She never drank. Now she felt exuberant, her stomach warm, her head floating like a big smiling cloud. All her worries erased. Seth boosted Jenny up onto a hay trailer, then climbed up to sit next to her. From the height vantage, Jenny saw people in costume making out by the barn's back door, and against a fence, and in the field of puffy white cotton beyond the fence. "Don't let Nisha bother you," Seth said. "Who?" Seth laughed. Jenny drained her cup and looked at him. She was feeling dangerously bold, overflowing with courage. It wasn't a familiar feeling, but she could certainly live with it. "Seth," she whispered, "I've been thinking about you." "What kind of things are you thinking?" Seth grinned. "You said you weren't afraid of me because of your power." "No, I'm not afraid of you because you're too cute to be scary. But I was thinking, what if you're right? I spread disease and you heal, so what if yours cancels mine and we can touch?" "Let's try it," Seth said. "This is serious," she said. "You could get hurt or die." "But if we can touch, that means we can make out, right?" he asked. "Maybe." "You want me to risk my life for a maybe?" He grinned. "No, forget it." Jenny made herself breathe. The world was starting to swim. This was a bad idea. "It's too dangerous." The tall, broad-shouldered werewolf stumbled around the back of the barn, and then puked noisily against it. He saw Seth and Jenny, raised his fist and cried, "Seniors! Woo!" Then he staggered back to the party, shouting, "I'm empty! Time to reload!" "I want to try," Seth said. "You're the only person who can help me understand what I have." "Are you sure?" "Yeah, let's do it." Jenny scooted away so she could turn and face him. "Take off your glove," she said. "Do I get to tell you what to take off?" Seth pulled away a glove and held up a bare hand. "Maybe next time." Jenny carefully removed the lacy white glove from her arm. Her heart pounded. It felt like she was about to lose her virginity. "Just one fingertip. For 1 second, okay?" "Okay, Jenny." "Hold still." Jenny had to close one eye to focus on her finger, since she was seeing double. She reached her hand towards his. With a huge mental effort, fighting 18 years of repression, she touched the tip of her finger to his. She felt a burning sensation at the contact and quickly pulled away. "Does it hurt?" Jenny asked. "Do you have the pox?" "I'm fine," he smiled. "See? Told you I can't get sick." "Do it again," she said. This time Jenny laid her palm flat against his. She held it for 1, 2, 3 seconds, and then she couldn't bear it and pulled away. She stared at his hand, waiting for the sores to appear, the corruption to spread through his skin. Nothing happened.
One more. Jenny pressed her hand against his for 5 seconds, then 10, long enough to spread an infection deep into him. Every passing second made her more anxious, and she exhaled when she pulled away.
What do you want to try next?
Seth asked.
Our feet?
Seth, Jenny said, I can touch you.
I told you.
No, but I really can. She stripped away her other glove, and his, then laced their fingers together. It was a new sensation. Human skin, not her own. It felt warm and soft, like good clay she'd been kneading for a long time. She trembled. You're really okay.
Are you? You look a little sick.
I'm definitely not. Jenny ran her fingers up and down his arm. Worlds of new sensations opened to her. I want to touch you so bad.
I think I can deal with that.
She lay her hand on his cheek, where the latex had begun to peel. She pulled away strips of it, then stroked his bare cheek. His skin was soft, but a little grainy where he was starting to get stubble. She delighted in every texture. Touching him drowned out her other senses. Your face feels nice, she said. She peeled off more strips of latex and makeup.
Thanks.
You touch me. Seth peeled away lumps of latex and putty, and then touched the bare half of her face. His fingers sent shivers down her feet and back up again. Jenny's hands circled around Seth's face to the back of his head. Seth, she said, and then he kissed her. She held his head there and kissed his mouth over and over, as she imagined doing just after he healed her dog. Their fangs clicked together each time, the tip of his tongue slipping into her mouth, and Jenny wanted to scream with delight.
Get rid of these.
He pulled the fangs from his mouth, then he pulled the fangs from hers, and she kissed his fingers as he did it. Then they were on each other again, Jenny kissing him hard, Seth's hands inside her cloak, all over her dress. She wanted to take off her dress and discover how his hands felt on her naked body. Seth, she gasped when she stopped for air. We could do anything. Her voice dropped to a low, drunken whisper. We could have sex. Then she turned, leaned over the edge of the hay trailer, and puked out a huge amount of apple cider. It splattered on her dress and boots, and some of it got on Seth. Seth said.
Maybe not tonight.
Seth pulled into Jenny's driveway at 3 a.m. He opened the door, helped her to her feet, then guided her slowly toward the front porch. Rocky gave a welcoming yowl that made Seth jump. The porch light flickered on, and Jenny's dad came out. He hadn't shaven in days and was drinking a tall Pabst Blue Ribbon. According to Seth's father, he was the best mechanic, repairman, and general contractor in town when he wasn't drinking.
Jenny,
he said.
Where you been?
Ugh, Jenny said. Seth helped her onto the first step.
She's not feeling great,
Seth said.
Wonder why that might be.
Jenny's dad looked wearily at Seth and at Seth's car as he stepped down to take under her other arm so they could both walk her up the stairs. Seth noticed how carefully the man avoided Jenny's bare hands and head.
This way.
Jenny's dad led them into a living room that seemed cluttered and low-ceilinged to Seth. They laid Jenny on the couch.
You need anything?
He asked her.
Water?
Ugh, Jenny replied.
My stomach is haunted.
Her dad looked over at Seth.
Let you and me go outside.
Seth followed him to the front porch, where he lit a Winston and hacked a couple of times.
What'd she have tonight? Just apple cider,
Seth said.
Lots of cider. No liquor, pills?
He eyeballed Seth.
Coke? No, sir,
Seth said.
Just cider, I promise. I tried to make her slow down. All right. And just what do you mean taking my daughter out someplace to get her drunk?
It was just a Halloween party. She wanted to go.
Your daddy in town, son?
No, sir. He's in Florida right now.
What I figured. You have my girl up at your house?
No, sir. Just a haunted house and a party.
Well, Jonathan, you sure are lucky. Could have gotten yourself killed tonight.
I wouldn't hurt Jenny. Seth wanted to tell him not to call him Jonathan because he hated being called that, but he was pretty sure this wasn't the time to mention it.
She might have hurt you.
Mr. Morton shook his head. Now, Jonathan, I've been around town a while and I understand some things. Like I understand if a Barrett boy goes around with a girl from the south side of town, he's looking for fun. I happen to know your daddy some, which is why I ain't running you off with my 12 gauge. Yet.
Yes, sir,
Seth told him.
I want you to know I really do like Jenny. A lot. I'd like to keep seeing her. It don't matter. Your family wouldn't stand for it. You gotta know that. I don't care what my parents think, Seth said. That's easy for a boy to say. Your parents got plans for you, and sooner or later, you'll fall in line. That's what Barretts do.
Seth felt a flash of anger, but kept quiet. He didn't want to get any further on her dad's bad side.
Now I'm saying this for your sake and hers,
Mr. Morton continued.
There's no good can come out of you two running around. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Wish it weren't true, but that's how it is. So maybe it's best if you just get back in your fancy little roadster there, Mr. Jonathan Seth Barrett IV, and head on back to that house your great-granddaddy's bank built, and don't bother Jenny again.
Seth glanced at Jenny, asleep on the couch,
her face still zombie green with the makeup.
Then he walked down the porch steps. He stopped and looked back at Jenny's dad, intending to say something daring about how he wasn't going to let anyone stop him from seeing Jenny, but the older man just looked at him coolly, and Seth's nerves withered.
Go on now,
he told Seth. Seth climbed into his car. Rocky gave a sad yowl at Seth's departure, and Mr. Morton looked toward the shed.
Could have sworn that dog had 3 legs,
Jenny's dad muttered, and he stomped out his cigarette butt.
Getting old.
Seth backed out of the driveway, and he went on. Chapter 12.
I don't trust him, Jenny,
Jenny's dad told her.
Jenny was still lying on the couch where she'd slept all night.
She wrapped an arm over her face to block out the hateful sunlight, of which there was far too much roaring in from the window.
It's okay, Daddy,
Jenny said.
Don't you work for Mr. Barrett sometimes?
They're good people, right?
Too good for us, Jenny. Whatever he tells you, he's gonna be gone next year, and he ain't coming back for you. He'll meet all kinds of fancy girls off at school, and marry one. I've seen generations of Barretts in this town. I know.
But that's a whole year away, Jenny said. Who cares?
He sighed. That boy's gonna want things from you. You understand that, right? Things you can't give him without killing him.
Daddy! She almost told him about Seth's healing touch, how he had the opposite power from her, making him the only person who could touch her. But she promised Seth to keep his ability a secret, and so she kept her promise.
It's true,
he said.
And I worry what you might do to him on accident, and what would happen to you after that. You're lucky nobody ever tracked us down after that night you were born, and I had to burn down that poor doctor's place. Jenny, we kept this thing secret a long time. If we don't, they'll come after you.
Who?
We've been through this. People would panic. They might come and lock you up away from everyone. Maybe kill you. Maybe use you for a weapon. I don't like the sound of any of that.
What difference would it make? Jenny snapped. I'm already away from everyone. I never once felt normal until last night. And now you want to take that from me, too.
I don't want to take nothing from you, he told her. I'm thinking about your safety. And if you don't care about that, think about the boy's safety. And think about how his family's gonna react. Think what the town's gonna say.
I don't care about any of that. And there ain't no town left to have an opinion. Daddy, this is my life, and I like him a lot.
You don't think it hurts me to say this? He asked. It hurts me plenty. I wish you could do what you want. I wish you could go date boys like a normal girl. I wish you could get married, have a normal life. His voice broke. He stopped and cleared his throat. And Jenny, if you're going out, don't go drinking. You might stumble up, touch somebody. Oh, please.
Jenny forced a laugh. She opened one eye, and sure enough, he was sitting in his recliner, can of Pabst in his hand. You're really going to lecture me on drinking while you sit there getting drunk?
I'm talking about carelessness.
He walked into the kitchen and started banging things around.
The sound scraped across Jenny's brain, driving her headache deeper into her skull. You ain't like other kids, he continued. You got to be real careful.
I know,
Jenny screamed.
For the 100th, millionth, billionth time, I know that. That's all I ever think about. Do you have any idea what it's like for me every second I'm alive?
To be honest, Jenny, I really couldn't imagine.
After a few minutes, he brought her a plate with his own favorite hangover food, toast and over-easy eggs, black coffee. He set it all on the coffee table in front of her. The eggs looked like they were sweating grease onto the plate.
Jenny ran to the bathroom and threw up again.
Ashley's cell phone woke her with its incessantly cheery ring.
She and Cassie had barely managed to stay awake as they sent the younger kids home from the lock-in. They'd driven straight to Ashley's house in Ashley's caramel Jeep and had collapsed on her bed without bothering to remove their costumes or makeup. Cassie still slept beside her. Undisturbed by the ringing phone, her arms draped over Ashley's stomach, face nuzzled against Ashley's, sucking the intoxicating energy from Ashley even in her sleep. Ashley shoved her away, and Cassie rolled aside without waking. The phone stopped ringing, but started again by the time she dug it out of her overnight bag. It was Seth. "What do you want?" Ashley snapped. "We need to talk, Ashley," he said. He sounded very serious. She didn't like the tone. "That's right, Seth. I've got a couple of things to ask you about what you did last night." "Now," Seth said. "I'm in front of your house." Ashley hung up and ran to look out the window behind her bed, which looked out onto the driveway and the cobblestone walkway in front of her house. Seth was out there leaning against his car. "Shit!" Ashley smacked Cassie's leg and Cassie jumped. "Ow!" Cassie rubbed the red patch where Ashley had slapped her. "That hurts, bitch!" "Get up. Seth is here." "Here? Now?" Cassie sat up, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "What time is it?" she asked through her yawn. "Almost 12. Ashley recoiled when she saw herself in the mirror, her hair jutting in every direction. Her face was still stark white, and the smeared gold and red glittery makeup around her eyes and mouth looked more like a melting clown than any kind of angel. This would never work for a confrontation. "Want to clean up first?" Ashley stood behind her, not looking much better, her angel wings bent. "We don't have time." Ashley would have been happy to make Seth wait an hour or more, but she was pissed off and in a hurry to put him in his place. She walked into the bathroom. "Just fix the makeup and gel down the hair for a minute." Ashley worked on it, covering everything with white and then refreshing some red on her lips. When it was Cassie's turn, Ashley grabbed her cell phone and queued up the picture of Seth kissing Jenny Mittens so she could whip it out at the proper dramatic moment, preferably when Seth denied everything. The image made her ill. Even the follow-up picture of Jenny yarfing on herself was cold comfort. Why did Seth have to choose the most horrible girl in school? It was very inconsiderate of Ashley's reputation. He could at least have shown taste. She looked out the window again. Seth stood by his car, arms crossed. There was something she did not like in his pose. Something defiant. "He's going to break up with me," she said. "No way," Cassie said. "Not for Jenny Mittens. You're crazy." "Look at him. He's not crawling over for an apology. He's ready for a fight." Ashley glared at him. "I do not get dumped. Especially not for her." "So dump him first," Cassie said. "No way. Have you seen our selection of boys in this town?" Ashley asked, and Cassie snickered. "Besides, if I drop him now, then Jenny freaking Mittens will have him. That cannot be allowed. Imagine what people would think of me." "So the plan is?" "Recapture him. Make him forget her." Ashley was staring holes into Seth's form below. "How do we do that?" Cassie asked. "Just trust the master," Ashley said. "All you need to do is answer the door." Ashley went down the back stairs because the big front stairs in the foyer could be seen from the tall glass windows around the front door. Ashley's house was full of open spaces, 2-story rooms, and giant picture windows. Even the staircases jutted way out into the empty space before finding their way back to the floor. Seth preferred to hang out at her house instead of his because hers was full of light and air. Seth's house was like a musty old tomb. You felt underground even when you were upstairs. Ashley liked that Barrett House was huge and full of expensive things, and that everybody called it Barrett House, as if it were some important historical site. But she hated to be there, especially after dark, especially when there was nobody else in the house but her and Seth. If Ashley even married Seth, that house would be headed for some major renovations. Ashley would take down all the creepy dead ancestor pictures to start, and put up something nice, like a collection of ornate mirrors, or maybe a fancy painted portrait of herself. Ashley crept through the dining room and waited behind the folding slated doors, which opened onto the side of the foyer.
Cassie walked down the front stairs, taking her time, looking annoyed, making sure there was plenty of opportunity for Seth to see her and get focused on her, if he was looking into the house through the front windows. As Cassie reached the foyer floor, Ashley stepped through the dining room doors and into the front corner of the foyer. She slid along the wall until she was beside the front windows, as far as she could go without Seth seeing her.
"Come inside,"
she called to Seth, who remained out on the cobblestone walk. He hadn't even come up the stairs to the front door.
"Tell Ashley to come out,"
Seth replied.
"Not happening,"
Cassie said.
"We look like crap." "I don't care."
"It's not about you. Do you want to come in or not?" Cassie said.
"Because I'd really like to take a bath and go back to sleep. So just get over here. We don't want to see you, and I don't feel like listening to you two fight anyway."
From her position just inside the front window, with her back against the wall, Ashley heard his shoes clomp across the cobblestone and up the stairs. Cassie stood aside to let him in.
"Where is she?"
Seth asked. He was looking up the front stairs. Ashley crept up behind Seth and laid her hands on his bare neck. She willed her energy to flow strong and bright, then imagined arrows tipped with sharp red hearts striking all over his body. The muscles in his back relaxed, and he slumped at the defiance drained from him. Seth turned to her, his eyes half closed, his mouth drooping in a goofy, drugged smile. She laid her hands on both sides of her face. She had him. But now she had to keep him. "Ashley," he sighed, "you're so beautiful."
"I know,"
Ashley said. "But what do we do about you? I mean, Jenny Mittens? Really, Seth? Why her?" Seth's eyes shifted away. He worked his mouth slowly, and he looked like he was struggling to remember something important. "I think I like Jenny." "Shh." Ashley covered his mouth. "You can apologize later. I'm just glad to see you." "You missed a crazy night at the lock-in." Then she kissed him, pushing her power into him through her tongue. She turned her upper body a little from side to side, rubbing her tits on his chest. His hands slid around Ashley's waist and squeezed her ass through her gown. As they kissed, her hangover dissolved and she felt fresh and awake. He always had that kind of effect on her, one of the main reasons she wanted to keep him. You could see people light up when he shook their hands. She suspected he had a little of her kind of power, though obviously much weaker, and he was too dumb to put it to use effectively. For that, he needed Ashley's guidance and direction. Ashley found him very useful. Trained properly, he could be a powerful servant, maybe even in a husband sort of role. "Seth," she whispered, "I love you. How could you ever want to be with someone else?" "I couldn't," he whispered back. He cupped her breasts with both hands, and her nipples hardened inside her bra. Ashley was ashamed to think how much she wanted him back. He was the only boy she couldn't dangle on a puppet string, taking or leaving according to her whim. He had the irritating effect of actually making her crave him. Ashley slid her hand down his stomach to the front of his jeans. He was already stiff, but she made him long and hard with a little caressing. "Do you want me to play with it?" she whispered against his mouth. She didn't wait for an answer, but found a zipper and slowly drew it up. Then she reached in, and her fingertips touched him. She charged him with her special energy there, and he gasped. He kissed her harder, crushing her lips back against her teeth. Ashley wrapped her fingers around it and pulled it out where she could see it. She stroked her fingertips along it, like petting an animal, then scraped it a little with her fingernails, which made him gasp again. She found herself getting wet and hot while she did it, and cursed herself. She was the seducer, not the victim, she reminded herself. She wanted to really blow Seth's mind, break down whatever thoughts he had of that bitch, Jenny Mittens, wandering away from her. She never did more than this for him, using her hand. She wanted to give him more than that now, but she'd never put one in her mouth before. And she wasn't going to start today just to make a defense move against pathetic little Jenny. "Cassie, come here!" Ashley held out her hand. Cassie stood by the open door, chewing her lip and watching them. Now she gave Ashley a confused, worried look, but she took Ashley's hand. Ashley poured energy into her and imagined 3 arrows with red hearts thunking into her back. Cassie's breathing quickened, and her palm sweated against Ashley's. Cassie looked into Ashley's eyes, lovesick, then at Ashley's large breasts, then at Seth's bare cock. Ashley laid her hand on the crown of Cassie's head and pressed. "Get down there," Ashley said. Cassie sank to her knees on the foyer's blonde hardwood floor. Ashley let a current of desire form between Seth in her left hand and Cassie's head in her right. Ashley pushed her head forward, making her take Seth in her mouth. She pulled Cassie's head by the hair, then pushed it forward again. She repeated this until Cassie was doing it on her own, Seth's hand gripping her red hair. "Don't I always make you happy, Seth?" Ashley whispered. "No one else treats you like this." She started kissing him again. He pulled upward on her gown, and Ashley helped him, lifting it until he could lay his hands right on her breasts. He found her left nipple and squeezed and rolled it between his strong, warm fingers, and Ashley cried out. She was going to lose her mind if she didn't do something. Ashley grabbed Seth's hand and slid it down her belly and into the front of her panties. She occasionally made him do this, though she really didn't think he was good at it and preferred doing it herself while watching herself in the mirror. Right now, she wanted him to do it to her, clumsy fingers or not. She positioned his fingers and moved them in little circles to show him what she wanted. It felt good using his fingers like little tools she controlled. It felt better than letting him do it himself, and she continued it her way for a minute before she let him take over. She leaned forward into him and heard herself sigh. She pushed her tongue deep into his mouth. She slipped one hand under his shirt against his back, keeping him intoxicated with her touch. Her other hand found its way to Cassie's head to keep her in the energy circuit. Cassie made choking, gagging sounds as Ashley shoved her forward, gasped for air as Ashley pulled her back. Ashley felt Seth's body shudder, and she held Cassie's head in place, making her swallow everything, keeping her there until Seth was done. Ashley suddenly yanked hard on Cassie's hair as her own hips jerked forward, and she came against Seth's fingers. Cassie screamed in pain. Ashley sighed and leaned against Seth, wrapping her arms around him. Cassie slowly stood, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, face flushed, dark green eyes glittering. "See, Seth?" Ashley said. "I'm the best." "You are," he whispered. His eyes were closed. "And you'll never talk to Jenny Mittens again." "Never," he agreed. "Wait, I didn't get a turn yet." Cassie leaned herself into Seth's other side and kissed him on the mouth. She moved Seth's hands into her chest. "Don't be a whore, Cassie," Ashley said. She heard a car engine in the driveway. "Go play with your own boyfriend. Anyway, my parents just got home from church." Jenny had never looked forward to school before. Monday morning, she slid down the window on her bus to breathe the cool, bittersweet scent of autumn. She admired the passing trees in their gradual, temporary dying, the sunset hues in all the leaves. She wondered how she might sculpt an autumn tree, the crooked branches, the rich colors. The trees could make you sad and hopeful at the same time. You knew winter was coming, but you knew it came every year, and it passed, and there would be spring again. All the dying should make you appreciate life more, Jenny thought. Knowing she could kill any living thing with a touch, Jenny saw life as dangerously fragile, except sometimes her own life, which until now had seemed cursed and painfully long. The fall trees were living expressions of that, and it was her favorite season. Jenny climbed off the bus with a smile on her face, and even kept it on for anyone who passed. Most people looked at her, saw her gloves, and then looked away quickly, or pointed and started whispering and snickering to each other. She breezed in through the front door and bobbed along in the stream of students until she saw the giant mitten. She stopped in the middle of the hallway and stared at it with growing disbelief. Other people flowed around her, some grumbling at her to move out of the way. It was a big red mitten, made out of poster board and hung over the wall like a banner. The words were in stenciled magic marker. "Many mittens
Give back this holiday season. Donate old mittens, gloves, hats, and scarves to needy children. Many Mittens provides for their winter. Sponsored by Fallen Oak Student Council, Ashley Goodling, Senior President. Jenny felt like she'd been punched in the gut. As she walked further into school, she saw more hanging poster board mittens. Some said, "Donate to get your name on a mitten," with an example of a small mitten made out of construction paper. The examples all read, "Jenny donated mittens." Strings of blank construction paper mittens, all different colors, were hung along each of the side walls, waiting for the names of students and teachers to be written on them. She noticed more of the kids looking at her and pointing or snickering, like the people outside. She was hearing Jenny Mittens a lot. The mitten posters naturally spurred talk about her among people, giving older ones an excuse to point out to younger ones the strange girl who always wore gloves, and stir up the various wild theories about why she wore them. Ashley had found an innocent way to surround Jenny with a very unwelcome kind of attention all over school, from now until Christmas break. Jenny wondered if Many Mittens was even a real charity, or something Ashley had created just for this prank, just to torment Jenny. Many Mittens, even rhymed with Jenny Mittens. That little touch had probably been Cassie's idea. She'd expected repercussions for dating Ashley's boyfriend, but had not expected them this fast. It was only the night before last that Nisha had seen them together. Ashley must have been planning this already, Jenny told herself. Ashley hadn't really come up with the idea and recruited people to make and hang the mittens all in one day. If she had, then Ashley was much more frightening than Jenny had thought. She stopped by her locker to trade out a couple of textbooks and drop off her lunch. She closed the door and tried to calm her stomach, which was knotty and goopy in anticipation of seeing Seth. His locker was her next stop. She had no idea what would happen when she got there. Did going on a date and kissing automatically make you somebody's girlfriend? If so, did throwing up afterward cancel it out? She didn't have any experience and didn't have any friends to ask. She thought she understood romantic things well enough when she read them in books, but people in books made a lot more sense than people in real life. With real people, it was all odds and ends, and all you got was what you overheard, and it didn't sound all that much like what happened in stories. And people who had relationships talked about them in a language that was a little alien to her, since Jenny didn't have any of the experiences that their words described. But now she walked with her head up and her hair back, feeling proud of herself in a way that was almost silly. She could be part of humanity now. She could touch and be touched, and she could fall in love and be married, and maybe even have children, because now she had Seth. The dark, lonely part of her life was over. She turned the corner and stopped in the middle of the hall for the second time that morning. Seth was there, surrounded by his friends. He had an arm around Ashley's waist and was kissing her mouth hungrily. Nisha spotted Jenny first. She smirked and winked at Jenny, then reached over to tap Cassie on the elbow. Cassie turned away from her boyfriend Everett and followed Nisha's gaze to Jenny. Cassie laughed and alerted Ashley, who turned from Seth to give Jenny a tight, satisfied little smile. Ashley even put her hand under Seth's chin and turned his face toward Jenny. Seth wore a blank expression, as if he didn't recognize Jenny at all. When Ashley lowered her hand, Seth started kissing her cheek and neck. Jenny realized everyone had been right. Seth wasn't going to leave Ashley for her. Why would anyone abandon the pretty, popular girl for a sad little nothing like Jenny? She had been incredibly stupid, so says Cupid. She turned and bolted down the main hall and didn't stop running until she was in a bathroom stall, door locked. She leaned against the handicap rail, shaking with angry sobs, covering her mouth with a blue-gloved hand to muffle the sound. Out there, the whole school was laughing at her for one reason or another. They'd gotten her again. Obviously, Ashley had put him up to it, told Seth to ask Jenny out, to trick her and smash Jenny to pieces in one unspeakably horrible moment. He was her minion, sent to break Jenny's heart for Ashley's amusement. She waited through the homeroom bell and through the bell to start first period.
Then she eased open the stall door an inch to make sure she was alone. She went to the sink, removed her gloves, and splashed cold water on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror. Stringy, pale, hopeless Jenny Mittens, whom nobody liked, but everybody liked to hurt. She'd opened herself up to Seth and told him everything, and he'd betrayed her. She would never make that mistake again, with anyone. Jenny went to her locker, took out her lunch, shoved her backpack inside, and slammed the door. The sound echoed up and down the empty hall. She headed for the nearest exit. The slamming locker attracted a boy in an orange hall monitor vest, who ran after her and demanded her hall pass. She advised him to go and fuck himself. At that moment, she would have killed anyone who stood between her and the door. The monitor kid unknowingly saved his own life by stepping aside and letting her out. She walked into town, no longer drawing inspiration from the colors of fading leaves, no longer feeling like she'd found the place in the world where she fit. She wandered away from the school, with no particular destination in mind. She eventually walked to the town square and sat on a bench. Absent-mindedly, she took a few small white bites from the plump apple she'd brought for lunch. She wasn't hungry. She only ate it because it was in her hand. Her taste buds weren't working, and the apple pieces felt like shredded paper in her mouth. She stopped eating and let the few bites she'd taken out turn brown. From where she sat, she could see the cream-colored church cap with its ultra-cutesy little bell tower and steeple, the tall stained-glass mosaic windows, the perfectly kept flower beds, and she could see the bank, dark and solid with its brown brick and its stone trim. Another cornerstone of the town, the church, the bank, Ashley, and Seth. She felt like she lifted a little corner of a veil and discovered how she lived in a world that would be shaped by a parade of people more powerful than her, people who would never treat her like a human being. She'd always imagined life would get better as she grew older. She would get wiser, discover things, make friends, find the way to her own happiness and out of the misery. Now she realized it wouldn't happen. She'd been born cursed, and would die cursed, and never understand why. There was nothing to hope for, no happiness ahead. She left the bench and walked slowly across the green square, still holding most of the apple in her hand. She walked down the alley alongside the church and glanced behind her to see if anyone was watching. There was nobody. Even on Monday morning, downtown Fallen Oak was a corpse. There were 3 stained-glass windows on the side of the church, each of them narrow, rectangular, and 2 stories high. They were just colored diamond patterns, not pictures like in some churches. She knew these had been added as part of Dr. Goodling's renovation when he took over the church, before Jenny was even born. Jenny stopped at the first of the tall windows. She took careful aim with the apple, then hurled it with all her strength. It struck dead center, shattering an entire pane of colored glass, most of which landed inside the church. Only a few jagged blue fragments were left clinging to the edges of the pane. A burglar alarm erupted inside the church and echoed across the square. Jenny smiled as she walked away, her back to the courthouse and the figure of justice. Seth called her late Tuesday night after midnight. When she heard him on the answering machine, she told herself she wouldn't pick up. Then she went into the living room to hear his voice. Then she picked up the phone before he finished his short, "Please call me back" message. "What is it?" she asked him. "Jenny, hi!" he said. He sounded so cheerful that she wanted to strangle him immediately. "Are you okay? I haven't seen you at school." "I was there a little bit on Monday," she said. "Are you sick?" "Yeah." "Can I help?" You could sound a little bit ashamed, Jenny thought. "I doubt it," she said. "What do you want?" "I'm so glad I got you," he said. "I need to talk to you. Can I come over, or is it too late?" "It's too late, Seth," Jenny told him. "Maybe Ashley's available." "That's what I need to talk to you about. I'm having a serious problem with Ashley." "You were getting along okay yesterday." "That's the problem, Jenny. I really like you. I shouldn't even say it, but I really like you a lot. Didn't we have a good time Saturday?" Jenny waited a long time, not even sure how to answer. "It was okay," she finally said. "Oh, anyway, so I went to Ashley's house on Sunday because I was going to break up with her. She kept creeping me out anyway, and I realized that I wanted to be with you." "And you changed your mind," Jenny said. "You don't understand," Seth said.
She does something to me when I see her. It's how she touches you. I really don't want to hear this. Jenny tried to sound strong and angry, instead of verging on tears. Why are you calling me? What else does she want you to do to me? Seth paused a long time. Nothing, Jenny. She hates you. She wants me to stay away from you. Then why don't you leave me alone? Jenny, I think she's like us, with the touch. My healing and your, Jenny pox? Jenny hissed involuntarily, as if she'd been wounded when he said that last word. Only listen. I've been thinking about this, Seth said. When she touches, she spreads love or something like it, desire. That's her thing. Maybe there's someone else out there, a fourth, spreading the opposite of love, you know? Hate or fear or whatever. Jenny actually started to believe him for a minute, and she realized that she wanted to believe him because it meant he hadn't tricked her. It hadn't really been another scam by Ashley, and Seth really liked her. For a moment, she let herself believe it. Then she remembered her promise to herself, not to trust anyone. And a lifetime's worth of carefully constructed shields and walls went up. Seth, look, Jenny said. I know she put you up to this. Ashley doesn't have any special power, just money, tits, and an endless supply of bitch. She didn't, Jenny. This is the important thing. She did something to me on Sunday, her and Cassie both, and I only just recovered from it. I've been in dreamland for the last 3 days. It's hard to explain it. It's like really, really good drugs. I'm glad she made you happy, Jenny said. I have to go. Jenny, wait! I'm weak against her. I need your help, please. Again, Jenny was tempted to believe him, and again, she was not going to be suckered, especially not by Ashley and her pathetic followers. Seth, I can't help you, Jenny said. You have to make up your own mind. But I don't control my mind when she's around. Next time, try. Jenny hung up the phone. Chapter 13. For Thanksgiving, Jenny baked a turkey breast in the oven, since there was no reason to waste a whole turkey on just 2 people. She also made stuffing from a box and cornbread from scratch, while her dad cooked turnip greens with fatback. They ate at the kitchen table, while her dad stole glances over her shoulder to check the football score on the TV in the living room. At least he turned down the volume for dinner. Jenny helped herself to a can of Pabst and drank that with her turkey. Her dad told her how Miss Lawson's cat had gotten into a paint tray while he was renovating her garage and left paw prints all over the garage floor in a shade that Lowe's called sunspot yellow. Miss Lawson had decreed the paw prints adorable and wanted to keep them, so he hadn't needed to clean up the floor. But she did make Jenny's dad wash the paint off the cat. Jenny told him some of the positive comments about Jenny's work Miss Sutton had passed on from customers. They talked about the little wood-fired brick kiln they would build in the backyard, and Jenny's plan to take the pottery around to more stores in other towns. When they moved on to the pecan pie which her dad had made, a somber look appeared on his face. From his tone, Jenny could tell he'd been putting this off the whole meal. Jenny, he said, what do you think about doing when you finish school? Jenny took an extra long time chewing her bite of pie. Nothing, she said. What do you mean? For some reason, he looked a little hurt. I can't go to college and I can't move to the city, she said. I can't be crammed in with all them people. It's best I stay here in Fallen Oak where everybody avoids me anyway. I can just get a job around here. There ain't no jobs around here, Jenny, he said. Ask anybody. Lots of folk looking too. So I'll keep taking the hours I can get at the library, and I'll make more things to sell. Ladies in town like my flower pots, so ladies in other towns might too. You're not going anywhere? You're just gonna stay in Fallen Oak? He gave her a weak smile. She could tell he wasn't very happy. I was planning to stay right here, if that's okay. Or were you gonna rent out my room? No, this is your home, Jenny. But you gotta get out and see a little of the world when you're young. You can tell the folks who hardly ever left town. There's something off about them. When I got out of high school, me and a couple of buddies just got in a truck and drove west. Made it clear to Texas before we ran out of money and ended up taking 6 months to make it back. I guess Sammy never came back at all. Married that girl and moved to Oregon instead. You ought to at least do something like that, Jenny. Travel around and see something. But I don't have friends, Daddy. Too dangerous, remember? Just like you taught me. She stood up, her eyes stinging a little, and took their plates to the sink. I don't want to talk about this anymore. She turned on the faucet and began scrubbing dishes so she couldn't hear him if he tried. Later,
A few of his buddies from McCrocken's came to watch football in the living room, drinking and smoking and yelling at the TV, since McCrocken's was closed Thanksgiving. They were in their late 50s and 60s, working guys like her dad, who were alone for the holidays, divorced, widowed, or just plain never had anybody. Though her dad wasn't quite 50, he looked shockingly like them, going gray and his face worn down with care, just reaching for that next drink to get you through the next hour of being alive and alone. She tried to imagine herself at his age, probably alone, in his same house, probably not even noticing it was a holiday. She couldn't even have a bunch of cats to keep her company. Jenny went into her room and played a scratchy record by June Carter and Johnny Cash, while rolling herself a Thanksgiving joint on the faded, water-damaged album cover. June and Johnny looked young and full of life in the old picture. She remembered how they'd been towards the end, old and worn out, but still in love with each other. How Jenny cried when June Carter died, and how Johnny couldn't live without her and went to join her. It had been an epic tale of love and loss to Jenny, who'd still been young, but had grown up listening to the old records all her life. The records, along with some clothes and a vintage sewing machine, were her mother's legacy to her. A framed picture of her mother hung on the wall of Jenny's bedroom. It was just a snapshot. Miriam, in a cowboy hat and sleeveless checkered shirt, maybe 22 years old. She held a bottle of Bud Light high in the air like a trophy, and a big open smile like she was cheering. She had Jenny's black hair and blue eyes, but somehow it was all much prettier on her mother in Jenny's opinion. In the picture, she was surrounded by friends at McCrocken's, which must have had a younger, wilder crowd back then. Jenny didn't know if she believed in heaven, or the afterlife, or anything like that. She found it hard to believe in a God who would pick Dr. Maurice Goodling as his spokesperson, or take Jenny's mother away the moment Jenny was born. When she was a little girl, she liked to pretend her mother was an angel looking out for her. Now she wondered whether the woman would care at all about the child who'd killed her. Jenny put the joint in her jacket pocket and tiptoed out the back door. She whistled, and Rocky trotted along with her into the woods, where enough leaves had fallen to let big patches of sunlight through. She made her way to her boulder and climbed up to her spot. She struck a match, got the weed burning, then lay on her back and smoked. She looked up at the sky, which was clear of clouds and full of a gorgeous sunset that was starting to burn out into purples and blacks. She thought about Seth lying beside her right here. Was it really possible that their time together was fake? Ashley couldn't possibly have been responsible for the rabbit, for Rocky dashing out into the street, for Seth stopping to heal him, for Seth's immunity to Jennypox. All of that was beyond Ashley's capability, unless Ashley was some kind of witch. Those things had been real, not Ashley's manipulation. But Seth chose Ashley, Jenny reminded herself. There was no point in smashing up her own heart by thinking about him, and about things that could have happened, had almost happened, if only the world had been slightly different. She smoked her joint, watching the remaining leaves rustle in the wind and spin down around her, and tried to empty her mind. Ashley sat at one of the rectangular tables in the town library and studied the Napoleonic Wars for her AP World History final. She enjoyed reading about the little general who had seized control of Europe, making every royal family pee their thrones. The library itself was small and occupied the bottom floor of an office building. The upstairs was shared with a lawyer-realtor, Dick Baker, the attorney realtor you trust, said his advertising over toilets around town, and Dr. Carson, the dentist. There were freestanding bookshelves to supplement the shelves lining the walls, and 4 tables with hard plastic chairs. There was also a miniature table and chairs in the corner that served as the children's section. The librarian sat at the checkout station reading Anna Karenina, coughing and squirting her throat with cherry chloroseptic, the smell of which filled the room. It was raining and thundering outside, and the library smelled like mildew and sick children. Ashley despised the public library. Not only was it cramped and smelly, but you could also run into Jenny Mittens there, shelving the books for what had to be a pathetic amount of money. Ashley was only there to keep watch on Darcy Metcalf, who studied at another table. Darcy was not only her pet religious busybody, the one Ashley could stick with tedious jobs, she was also Ashley's main competitor for the title of class valedictorian. Ashley did not intend to lose that competition. Ashley stood and stretched, as if taking a casual break. A couple of geeky sophomore boys at the library's 2 computers eyed her as she did this, and Ashley smiled at them. You never knew who might be useful. She walked past the 2 boys, winking at the marginally cuter one, who looked like he might suffer a stroke in response. She stopped at Darcy's table. "What's up, Darcy?" Ashley gave her a big smile. Darcy shook her head and leaned back. Calculus is killing me. I feel like I've been faking it all semester. I know what equations to plug in, but it's like I don't really understand what's going on. Don't you hate that? Yeah, I'm dying for finals to end, Ashley said. I need a Christmas break. Me too. Darcy gave her a big, stupid smile, as if they were bonding over this rare trait of preferring vacation to school. To be honest, Ashley dropped her voice to a low whisper. I need to talk to you about the Crusaders. Oh! Darcy laid down her pencil and straightened up in her chair. What is it? Well, Ashley glanced around with a reluctant expression, then sat in the chair next to Darcy and spoke in an even lower whisper. Darcy, who is your abstinence buddy? Darcy drew in a sharp breath. Ashley knew the answer already. Darcy didn't have one. Like more than a dozen other girls, Darcy had been too shy, or unwilling, to actually approach a boy to talk about abstinence. She'd skipped the meeting while girls and boys were paired up to discuss their values about sex. Ashley had not bothered any of the other girls who didn't participate, but Darcy didn't know that. I don't have one, Darcy confessed in a low, shamed whisper. Her eyes dropped to the open pages of her AP calculus book. I'm sorry, Ashley. I messed up. Why not? Ashley asked in her most chipper and innocent voice. You know, it's very important you have somebody you can talk with, especially with all the temptation out there. I wish I could be that buddy to everyone all the time, but I just can't, Darcy. Ashley? Darcy's lip quivered. It isn't a problem for me. Guys don't try things, so there aren't temptations. She took off her glasses and rubbed her wet eyes. She made herself return Ashley's unwavering smile. Sorry, Ashley, I didn't mean to be a spaz. Oh, no, you're not a spaz, Ashley said. She laid a hand on Darcy and looked in her eye. I think I know just what you need, a date. Well, I don't know, maybe after finals. I'd say this is an emergency, Darce. I had no idea about your problems with boys. Ashley lied. Listen, Darcy, I'm a total matchmaker. Any guy in school, I can get him for you. Whoever you've fantasized about. Just give me a name. Anybody. Anybody but Seth, naturally. Darcy snickered and blushed at the word. Fantasize? Come on, Ashley said. It's okay to tell me. It's stupid. Nothing's stupid. I can make anything happen. Okay. Darcy glanced around, as if either the librarian or the sophomore boys would be interested in Darcy's secret crush. What about... And now she leaned to whisper right in Ashley's ear. Brett Daniels. Really? Ashley considered it. Brett was handsome enough in that dark hair and brown eyes sort of way, and had that loud animal stupidity some girls took for confidence. He was dull, but not hopelessly stupid. Ashley had encouraged him to become treasurer because he needed to pad his college application, and she knew he'd be too indifferent to oppose her on student council. He had also slept with at least 15 girls Ashley could name. Ashley would barely need to use her power, just point him in the general direction of Darcy's underpants. Stupid, huh? Darcy asked. No way! That's easy. He's a friend of mine. I will definitely set you two up. And I promise to act like it was all my idea. That's not really lying, because it's kind of my idea, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, right after finals. This Friday. Sure, but you want to meet him and kind of hang out before the vacation. Trust me, the psychology will be all different if you wait. But I have to get an A in calculus or my whole GPA is wrecked, Darcy said. Ashley pretended to give this some deep thought. Then she said, I know.
He's in my history class. I'll have him come study with me tomorrow night, and you'll be here. I butter him up, and then I bring him over. Library romance, Darcy. I don't know. Darcy looked very nervous. There's a lot to think about. So don't think about it. Do it. That's what life is about, Darcy. Ashley rubbed Darcy's mousy, frizzy hair and cupped Darcy's face in her hand. Let me do this for you, please. All you ever do is work. It's your senior year. Don't you want a nice memory? Okay, Ashley. Darcy gave a slacked, dopey smile. Good. Perfect. This will be so great, Darcy. Ashley managed to squeal. The librarian shushed them, then coughed and spurted more chloroseptic. The next day, as promised, Ashley told Brett Daniels to meet her at the library. He'd had other plans, but Ashley was holding both his hands when she asked, and she kissed him on the cheek. And that was that. She waited outside and approached Brett while he was still in his car, a very old, very avocado-colored GTO. She handed him a cut glass bottle of some expensive tequila, which she'd swiped from the copious liquor cabinet at Seth's house. "What's this for?" he asked. "Just thanking you for all your help on student council this semester," Ashley said. "I know you didn't really want to do it." "Nah, you made it easy like you said. Want to do a shot?" He patted the wool-coated passenger seat of his GTO. "We can go for a ride if you want. I know this place with a nice view of the lake." "No, that bottle's for you, for later. Maybe we'll leave it in your car," Ashley said. "Come on, I want to get ready for this test, and I'm really sick of studying." Darcy was inside at the first table, punching rapidly on her big Texas Instruments graphing calculator. As Ashley had recommended, she dressed in a tight, low-cut shirt. Darcy had protested she was too fat to wear such things. Ashley had replied that if it showed enough cleavage, Brett wouldn't look much further. Ashley gave her a friendly wave as she led Brett to the last table near the back. Ashley and Brett actually did study history for about 20 minutes, to brush over a couple of dates and names Ashley was unsure about. For the most part, she absorbed history without any effort, soaking up all there was to know about wars, emperors, dictators, how to conquer and rule. It delighted her to study things like that. After Ashley was through studying for history, she made her move. "See that girl over there?" Ashley whispered to Brett. When he turned to look at Darcy, Ashley wrapped her hand around his wrist and pumped the Ashley energy, and she imagined stabbing him in the chest with a heart-tipped arrow. "Darcy Metcalf?" he asked, with a husky note of admiration in his voice. "Yeah," Ashley whispered. "Want to hook up with her?" "Oh, yeah. I never saw how hot she was before." Judging by Brett's past conquests, this put Darcy below a very low bar. "That's right," Ashley whispered. "She fantasizes about you. She told me. You could probably nail her tonight if you feel like it." "Yeah," Brett said. "Good idea." "Come on." Ashley took his hand and led him to Darcy's table. "Hey, Darce, got a sec?" Darcy looked up with terror on her face, clearly too nervous to speak. Ashley put a hand on her shoulder and rubbed her fingers against Darcy's neck. She poured energy into both Darcy and Brett, letting herself be the connecting wire. "Have you two met?" Ashley asked. "We've had classes together." Darcy smiled up at him. He looked down the front of her shirt. Ashley felt the charge sinking in on both sides, the growing mutual attraction between them. She visualized each of them getting struck with a dozen of her imaginary heart-tipped arrows. "Why don't you invite him to sit by you?" Ashley suggested to Darcy. "Oh, yeah." Darcy gave one of her goofy, repellently gummy smiles, reeking of Listerine. She pulled out the chair next to her. Brett, want to sit with me?" Brett did, very much. As they started talking, Ashley slipped back to her table. She switched to studying for her AP biology final, which she really did need to do. When she looked up again, they were talking with their faces close together, their hands on each other's arms and legs. The next time Ashley looked, they were kissing, Brett's hand way up inside Darcy's thigh. The librarian was either too absorbed in Tolstoy to notice or too apathetic to say anything. When Ashley looked up a third time, they were both gone. She gave a tight, satisfied little smile and went back to studying. Finals began tomorrow. It was no time to goof off.
The next day, Darcy didn't make it to school until 2 of the 3 exam periods were over. Her hair stuck up in clumps, she wore yesterday's dirty clothes, and she reeked of tequila and sweat. At one point, she was leaning against her locker, crying hard, knowing her GPA was blown. Darcy was too busy with her meltdown to notice when Ashley passed by, so Ashley didn't stop or say anything to her. She snickered at the grass stains on Darcy's jeans and the little twigs snarled in the back of her hair. Ashley aced her own exams that day and the next. Chapter 14. In the days leading up to winter break, Jenny kept the kiln in her backyard smoking. She was pushing to get more pottery out in time for Christmas shoppers. She brought them down to the Five and Dime about 2 weeks before Christmas. While she was there, she shopped for a gift for her dad. She browsed through the second-hand coats, looking for something she could tailor and embellish with new buttons and bits of fabric. Old Christmas carols played from a cassette, and the whole store smelled like the plate of homemade sugar cookies by the cash register. Jenny gave Miss Sutland a Christmas card she'd made from stationery and scraps of lace and ribbon. While Miss Sutland oohed over it, Jenny noticed a collection of snow globes now on display on the front shelves near her flower pots and mixing bowls. "When did you get these, Miss Sutland?" Jenny asked. "Somebody dropped off a whole box," Miss Sutland told her. "Just in time for the season, too. Do you like them?" "Yes." Jenny shook one that held a little cottage with bright yellow windows. A snowman drove a sleigh in the cottage front yard. It was lovely and silly at the same time. Another globe had a big orange Siberian tiger stalking among fir trees hung with wrapped presents. It would be a perfect extra gift for her dad, since it looked like it could be the Clemson tiger. Jenny brought both the snow globes to the counter, and then added the natty brown overcoat she'd picked out for her dad. "That coat's awfully big for you, Jenny," Miss Sutland joked. "It's for my dad." She gave the tiger snow globe a shake. "This one, too. The other globe is for my room." "And what about your little boyfriend?" "He's not my boyfriend. We just had one date." "That's a shame." Miss Sutland placed the 2 snow globes into a paper bag. "It didn't look like a first date to me. It looked like you two had been together for ages when you were shopping for Halloween." "Well, he went back to his old girlfriend, so..." Jenny shrugged and took out her money. "And you're just going to let her do that to you?" "Let who do what?" Jenny asked. "The other girl." Miss Sutland rang up the sale. "You're going to lie down and let her take him back?" "It's his choice," Jenny said, "and it's your choice what you do about it. If it's something you want, it's worth fighting for." "What if he doesn't want me?" "I saw how he looked at you, Jenny." Miss Sutland gave a weary, wrinkled grin. "He wants to be with you, even if he's too dumb to understand that. Sometimes a man needs a woman to show him the way. Lots of times, to be honest." "But she's too pretty," Jenny said, "and she's popular and—" "Don't go doing her work for her now," Miss Sutland scolded Jenny. "You take the fight to her. Maybe she wins, maybe not, but don't let her beat you in your own head." "Okay," Jenny said, but only to hurry along the conversation, which was growing uncomfortable and embarrassing. She reached for the overcoat, but Miss Sutland held on to it. Her green eyes, a little cloudy with age, stared intensely into Jenny's. "Now listen to me, Jenny," she said. "You won't regret trying, win or lose, but you will regret not trying. Next thing you know, you'll be a lonely old lady who don't stop talking about the one who got away. Then no one will want to have tea with you." Jenny took all this in, remembering the lonely future she had imagined for herself on Thanksgiving. "But what could I do?" Jenny whispered. "That's for you to figure out, Jenny. I know what you kids are about these days, with all your funny shoes and hair. All I can say is, do it soon. Because time moves a lot faster than a youngster like you would believe. Day after tomorrow, you'll be my age, looking back on your life instead of ahead to it. Trust me on that, Jenny." Jenny nodded. "Thank you." "Don't forget to take a cookie." Jenny picked out an angel-shaped sugar cookie with gold and red sprinkles. She thanked Miss Sutland for it and bit its head off as she walked to the door. It was soft and delicious. "Merry Christmas, Jenny," Miss Sutland called after her, "and tell your daddy I said the same to him." "I will, Miss Sutland. Merry Christmas." The cluster of bells jangled as Jenny pushed the door open into cool, crisp air outside. "Jenny!" Miss Sutland called after her. Jenny turned back to see the elderly woman's impish grin. One more thing. Be spectacular. Make the boy see how foolish he was to walk away from you." Jenny brought 2 cardboard boxes of decorations down from the attic. She hung a strand of fat-colored lights across the front porch and a wreath on the front door. Inside, she set out what they had on tables and countertops. A Rudolph figure with a light-up nose, a Santa Claus in his sleigh with his boots propped up taking a nap, a little nativity scene Jenny had made many years ago out of popsicle sticks, cotton balls, and pipe cleaners. There were some ornaments, including a big plastic snowflake frame with an old picture of both her parents, but they never put up a Christmas tree because her dad said it was a waste of a living thing. So Jenny hung ornaments on the wall and from the ceiling instead. She tacked the big plaid stockings to the mantel, one labeled Jenny and one labeled Daddy, both labels drawn by her with glue and glitter. She decided to make one for Rocky, too. As she decorated, she turned over in her mind the things Miss Sutland had said to her. Jenny couldn't really believe that the time she and Seth had spent together was really just an act, put on by Seth while he tricked her. On the other hand, she found it even more difficult to believe that Ashley, too, had an unusual power, one that made people feel love. It sounded like a lot for just one little town way out in the country. While Ashley did seem to wield some kind of power over Seth, Jenny didn't see any reason to think it was supernatural. The real explanation was probably a lot more down to earth and could be found inside Seth's boxer shorts. Miss Sutland had a point. Boys could be stolen, and stolen back. It happened in movies all the time. If what Jenny had seen in him was even a little true, he might be worth one more try. She wouldn't see him until school started, which was 2 weeks, an eternity away. She could call him and invite him over, give him one more chance, but that didn't seem like the best way. It was the opposite of spectacular. Miss Sutland's advice inspired Jenny's crazy idea. Each year, the Barretts had a lavish Christmas party, attended by all the big people in town and guests from all over the place. Their house would be open, and Seth would be home, and Jenny would have her chance to be spectacular. The Mortons weren't invited, naturally, but Jenny knew the date of the party, this Saturday, a little more than a week before Christmas. She knew that because her dad was at Barrett House right now, helping to install new lights and make some fixes before the big event. If Mr. Barrett was in from Florida yet, he'd send her dad home with a big bottle of good scotch. Jenny went into her dad's bedroom closet and found her mother's jewelry box on the back shelf. Jenny hadn't opened it in years. She blew dust from the hand-carved rose on the lid, then gently raised it up. She saw her mother's wedding ring, gold-plated with a microscopic diamond. She touched it briefly, felt a rising sense of loss, and quickly turned her attention to the other compartments. She found what she was looking for, the silver necklace with sapphires and the matching earrings. Jenny lifted these out, admiring them for a little while, then carrying them into the kitchen. She cleaned them until the silver glowed and the sapphires twinkled like tiny blue stars. She returned to the closet and took down one of her mother's 2 good dresses, the one that wasn't her wedding gown. This dress was a shade of blue her mother had clearly chosen to match the sapphires. All the blue was aimed to bring out Miriam's eyes, the same eyes Jenny had inherited. Jenny spread the dress and jewelry across her bed. She would need to spend time at the sewing machine, bringing the dress in to fit her, and she saw a couple of alterations she thought would improve it. The dress dipped down in front and away in the back, so she'd need something extra to protect people from her skin, and would need shoes, since her feet were 2 sizes larger than her mother's. But she would make it work. When her dad arrived home, Jenny asked him a lot of questions about his day, pretending she was just interested in how the inside of Barrett House looked, which was a frequent topic of gossip around town.
"Got the inside all squared away,"
he said.
"The problem's outside. That damn fountain. Every December I'm out there scraping away ivy and trying to get that pumping going again. And every year this pipe or that pipe's clogged or broke."
"What about the security guard?" Jenny asked. "Does he have a booth?"
"What do you mean?"
"Is there some guard or somebody checking invitations? Making sure nobody sneaks in?"
"Not that I know of. They don't have no guard booth, Jenny. Where'd you get that idea?"
"I always imagined one inside that gate," Jenny lied.
"They usually got valet to park the cars,"
he said.
"I guess they feel safe enough just having Chief Lintnerd at the party."
"What kind of food do they have at their parties?" she asked. then listened indifferently while he speculated at length about the caterers and the open bar. Later, Jenny went outside to start her regular jog with Rocky. She stopped and considered the old Dodge Ram for a minute. It was mammoth size, noisy and stained with years of mud and rust. Jenny imagined herself driving up to the front door of Barrett House and handing her keys to the valet. The old truck wasn't exactly going to make the impact she wanted. She thought this over while running through the woods with her very fast, very four-legged dog. The next day, while her dad was at work, Jenny opened the drawer in the end table by the couch. She pulled out the spiral-bound notebook full of yellowed paper that her dad had long used as his personal phone and address book. She flipped through carefully, trying not to rip the stiff old paper. It was somewhat alphabetical. It took her a long few minutes to find the number she wanted. Merle Sanderson, home. Merle was around 65 years old, one of the men who'd come to the house on Thanksgiving to drink and watch football with her dad. He was a heavyset guy with a big gray walrus mustache who lived alone way out on Hog Willow Road, except for his 5 adopted stray mutts, each of whom he'd like to claim had moved in under false pretenses. Merle had once owned the garage in town where Jenny's dad had worked, in those old days when Jenny hadn't been born yet and the town was much busier. The garage hadn't survived the slow, constant drain as more people moved away over the years, taking their cars and their money with them. Now Merle did the same work out of his house, and he was known for all the old cars parked every which way in his yard, most of them up on blocks. He didn't have many neighbors, just the McNair farm, and their house was far away from his. Jenny steeled herself and dialed his number.
"Hello,"
he answered. "Hey, Mr. Sanderson," Jenny said. "It's Jenny Morton, Darrell's daughter."
"Well, hey there, Jenny."
Merle's voice was full of concern.
"Is everything all right? Your daddy okay?"
"Oh, yeah, everything's fine, Mr. Sanders. I just was going to ask you a question, if you have time."
"I surely do. And nobody's hurt? Nobody's in jail?"
"No, sir, nothing like that."
"Oh, all right. Then what's on your mind, Miss Jenny?"
"I was wondering if I could ask. You see, I was needing a car for a little bit and wondered if you had one I could rent, just for a night or so."
"I sure don't,"
he said. "Oh."
"I would not take a penny from your hand, little girl. Have your daddy bring you up and you can borrow it free and clear."
"Really?" Jenny was completely surprised by the offer. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Sanderson. That's so generous."
"Shoot, that ain't nothing. I still owe your daddy his last paycheck from 16 years ago. Come by any day but Thursday. That's the Columbo Marathon on the TV."
"Oh, we will. Thank you so much."
"Wait until you see the car before all that,"
he said.
"Anything else I can do for you?"
"You've done a lot. Thanks."
"All right. Call and let me know when you're on your way. I'll clean her up for you."
"Oh, you don't need to do that."
"Bye now."
He hung up on her.
"Why are you borrowing from Merle again?"
Jenny's dad asked as he drove along Hog Willow Road, which was just an unlined strip of blacktop, surrounded by low farmland and pasture. "Because there's this fancy dress party Saturday night," Jenny said. "It's the whole senior class, so they figured it was easier to invite me than leave me out." Jenny felt awful lying to her dad, but he would never knowingly allow her to crash the Barrett's party, much less help her do it.
"You could borrow the truck Saturday night,"
he said.
"Just drop me at McCormick's. I'll get a ride home."
"That's the thing, Daddy. I just thought it would be fun to show up in my own car. People kind of laugh at me when they see me driving this."
"I didn't know that,"
he said.
"Why'd they do a thing like that?"
"I don't mind it, really," she said. "They'll laugh at me for anything. I just thought, since it's in front of everybody at once."
"And you just called him up and asked to borrow a car?"
"No, I offered to rent and he said I could use it for free."
"See, that's just the kind of thing that put the garage out of business," he said. "Merle's too generous with folks, and the garage was always in debt. Did you know he still owes me my last paycheck from 16 years ago?
Merle Sanderson's place looked a lot like theirs, way out from town, close to nobody, but with a front yard full of automobiles instead of appliances. The house had peeling paint and looked like it was leaning a little bit to one side. Merle walked up the dirt driveway to greet them, rubbing his hand on a black-stained hand towel that had once been yellow.
"I'd shake your hand, but I don't recommend it,"
he said. A layer of dark grease coated his face and shirt. Jenny beamed at him, relieved she wouldn't have to risk one of her awkward, ducking hugs where she spent all of her time trying not to kill the other person.
"Good to see you, Merle,"
Jenny's dad said.
"I appreciate you helping out my baby girl, who, by the way, did not say a thing to me before she called you. Headstrong."
Merle smiled and winked at Jenny.
Just like her mother.
Thank you, Jenny said, and both men laughed.
Come on over, Jenny. See what you think.
He led them to a long, boxy two-door car, which was a dark red-brown color, except for the daisy-yellow passenger door and the primer-colored trunk lid.
She's mostly a 1975 Lincoln Continental, with other things there and here. Actually, pretty nice car. Working on it off and on the last 10 years. Wouldn't take her muddin', but she'll putter along fine on the road.
Jenny barely heard him. She stared at the car for a long minute, then leaned in the open driver's window to check out the interior. The seats had been upholstered with a ridiculous cheetah print pattern. The front and rear dash, with fuzzy white shag carpet, now faded and moth-eaten.
Needed a new transmission, all of it,
Merle was telling her dad.
Never did fix up the interior. Still smells like that marijuana.
I love this car, Jenny announced as she stood up. Can I really borrow it?
Why don't you climb on inside and see if it fits?
Merle asked. He opened the door for her, then closed it behind her when she slid into the driver's seat. She admired the old-fashioned dashboard, all knobs and needles and vinyl paneling. The seat covers did smell like the ghost of Waterbong's past. She put her hands on the wheel, and Merle handed her the keys.
Give her a crank,
he suggested. Jenny carefully inserted the key into the steering column. She put her foot on the brake and turned the key. The car grumbled for a few seconds, then coughed its way to life. She revved the engine.
Well, look at that,
Merle said.
I finally made the interior look pretty.
Jenny blushed.
You think you can handle that car, Jenny?
Her dad asked.
Oh, yeah.
Jenny felt giddy, like she was buying this car, not borrowing it for a couple of nights. This is great.
Tell you what,
Merle said.
I'm spending Christmas with my sister's family in Pensacola. Why don't you keep her on through the holidays? I'll be gone before you bring her back anyhow. Won't be here to take the keys.
Do you mean it? Jenny asked.
All the same to me,
Merle said.
Just be careful, and don't be drinking and driving. Back seat's big enough for you to lay right down and sleep it off.
I won't, Jenny promised.
All right,
Merle said.
Now let's go see if we can find her a back tire and take her down off that jack.
Chapter 15. The gate at Baird House was open, guarded only by the stone lions perched on their columns. Jenny eased the Lincoln through onto the long brick driveway. It was as wide as a boulevard and lined with huge ornamental dogwood trees, each tree filled with glowing webs of tiny white lights. As she drew close to the house, she passed the cars already parked along the driveway. New cars, some of them Mercedes and Cadillacs, nearly all of them black. The old Lincoln wouldn't fit in, but she was glad not to be arriving in the rusty Ram. She reached the big turnaround and got an up-close view of the Barrett house. Her first impression was of a mausoleum, all stonework and dark brick, like the bank in town. Tall but narrow windows on the first floor looked out on the world like suspicious eyes. The windows on the upper two floors were large, but not by much. The third floor was completely dark, so the house faded away in the night above. She pulled up at the front, where a young man in a tuxedo emerged from the columns of the semicircular portico jutting out from the house. The portico is topped with curving wrought iron balustrades on the second and third floors, accessible from the house through narrow arched doorways. Jenny didn't know what to do, so she waited. The valet grinned and opened the door for her. He was cute, only a couple of years older than her, with longish, dirty blonde hair. "Hi," Jenny said. "Do I leave the keys in here for you?"
That'll be fine, ma'am.
He took her hand, which was sheathed in a long black glove, and helped her out of the car. Not that she really needed it. "I think this is my favorite car of the night," he whispered to her. "Thank you." Jenny looked towards the double front doors, which were propped wide open. Light and warmth rolled out from the inside, along with the sound of murmuring voices, clinking glasses, live musicians playing a slow instrumental of "Hark the Herald Angels Sing." A sudden fear struck deep into her. She didn't belong here, and she would no doubt be ejected on sight. Jenny watched the valet climb into her car and give her a thumbs up before driving away. She gathered her sheer black wrap closer around her shoulders, as if it would give her protection. Keeping her eyes straight ahead, Jenny walked uninvited through the doors of Barrett House. The first room was 2 stories high, an entrance hall with a wide, curving staircase that hugged its way around the wall. lit by a huge chandelier and scattered lamps and candles, but it still managed to feel dark and oppressive. The walls were heavy wood paneling, black or a very deep brown. There were thick rugs on the parquet floor, thick embroidered draperies around the windows. A few middle-aged people in suits and cocktail dresses held a low conversation near the steps. Paintings looked down on her, generations of Barrett men, most of them wearing dour expressions and severe banker suits. The oldest was a man with a huge white beard, dressed in a Confederate officer's uniform, seated by a table with a stack of leather-bound books. A grim-looking woman in a dark, big-skirted antebellum dress and much jewelry stood behind him, with one hand on the back of his chair. Nobody in any of the portraits looked very happy, but Jenny supposed that was the style in those days. Now, you were always supposed to lean your heads together and pretend to be deliriously happy whenever anybody snapped a picture. A massive granite chimney dominated the front room, reaching up 2 stories and presumably on through the 3rd floor and roof. One thick log burned inside the fireplace. The fireplace and chimney gave the house an even heavier, almost medieval atmosphere, with the raw firelight and the smell of wood smoke. A young woman in a black and white catering outfit offered to take Jenny's wrap, and Jenny declined. A young man in a similar outfit passed through the room, carrying a tray of glasses with red wine, and he swerved a little to offer Jenny one. She gladly accepted. There were 3 tall arched doorways leading out of the front room, their heavy oak doors propped open. Straight ahead, the receiving hall shrank into a dark central hallway that burrowed way under the stairs. To her left and right were huge lighted rooms where people gathered in little groups, drinking wine and eating hors d'oeuvres from the caterers. The live music sounded from the doors on her left. Each of the heavy oak doors was reinforced with iron bands and a big brass lock. The doors were all propped open for the party, but clearly the whole house could be locked down if desired, like a castle under siege, or a poison. The young woman noticed her confusion and said, "The ballroom's to your left, dining room to your right. Are you sure I can't take that for you?" Jenny shook her head and walked toward the ballroom. She felt unsteady in her new high heels. Jenny was more of a sneakers girl. The heels clacked and echoed on the dark wooden floor, sounding loud to her ears, despite the string and bell music tinkling through the house. She entered the ballroom, another dark-paneled space with another chandelier, crowded with scores of people. There was a large empty dance floor in front of the quartet. A 13-foot Douglas fir, strung with gold and red beads and miniature white lights, stood in the corner behind the band. Most of the people were at this end of the ballroom, at little clusters of tables and chairs close to the bar. The crowd was much older than Jenny, and many silver heads turned to evaluate the young lady who'd entered the room alone. The men with curiosity, the women with suspicion. Jenny felt terribly exposed. Her habit was to look down at her feet and let her hair shield her face. Now, she focused herself to look back at everyone, even raising her chin an inch. She gripped her slender little black purse, one of her mother's, tightly in her fingers, but she tried to keep her nervousness hidden. Jenny had, after much effort, managed to tailor the dress to fit her without ruining it in the process. She'd driven to Apple Creek to buy the shoes and the gauzy black material for the wrap, which she'd made herself. She'd also purchased makeup and perfume, which had been the hardest part. She must have spent an hour in the cosmetics section at Belk, looking at catalogs, studying herself in the mirrors, sniffing little scent testers. A friendly lady at the glass counter had offered to apply the makeup for her, and Jenny regretted having to say no. It would have made things much easier. All of that had cost most of her savings. She cut her own hair, as always, but this time did it very carefully, following some magazine pictures instead of just hacking off anything below her shoulders. She made a pin for her hair, too, with live mistletoe braided, twisted, and glued into a spiral shape. The small green and white plant didn't match the rest of her outfit, but she liked it. Jenny gave her best smile to the people looking at her. This seemed to break their interest, and they turned their attention back to their own little groups. Her worst, most paranoid fear that someone would immediately point at her and yell that she didn't belong, or that she would be thrown out on sight, faded away. Thank God, she thought, that people were so self-absorbed. She moved deeper into the room, trying to look casual and very much not an intruder, hoping to get lost in the crowd. She recognized people here and there. There was Mayor Hank Winder and his wife, Cassie's parents, who owned a timber processing center somewhere down the road. Police Chief Lintnerd was there, talking with Dick Baker, a lawyer and real estate agent known for his bathroom advertisements. Dick Baker was the father of poor Wendy, the girl who'd run off stage in tears during her failed bid for student council. There were plenty of people Jenny didn't recognize at all. Maybe they were from outside Fallen Oak. Jenny reached the open, unpopulated expanse of the dance floor, crossed along the edge of it, then walked back along the opposite wall, still looking for any sign of Seth. Instead, she found herself moving right toward a knot of 4 people, and she went into a panic. It was Mr. and Mrs. John S. Barrett III, both of them looking slated and ruddy by long exposure to the sun. Jenny remembered that they'd stayed in Florida for months at a time. Graying, balding Mr. Barrett had the broken capillary red nose and cheeks of a serious drinker, like Jenny's dad, and held a glass of whiskey, while most of the guests had wine. He and his wife dressed in dark, formal clothes that looked like they had grown organically out of the mansion around them. She imagined them pointing at her, demanding to know who she was. To make things much worse, they were talking with Dr. and Mrs. Goodling. Ashley's dad wore a brown, fairly realistic toupee, and his hair was unnaturally dark for his wrinkled face. Mrs. Goodling looked about 20 years younger than him, though it was hard to tell because her face had been stretched into Barbie doll smoothness by plastic surgery, and her hair was many layered shades of dyed blonde. She wore diamonds at her ears, neck, and fingers, outdazzling the restrained pearls and gold worn by Mrs. Barrett. But Mr. Barrett must have noticed the lost, panicked look she'd been trying to hide.
"Hey there, young lady,"
Mr. Barrett said, and his wife frowned.
"Can I help you?"
"Oh, hello, Mr. Barrett," Jenny said, making herself smile. "And, Mrs. Barrett, you look so lovely." Jenny hoped this was the appropriate kind of thing to say. "Oh, I thank you," Mrs. Barrett said. "I think that dress is just adorable. I do apologize, but I'm having a little trouble with names tonight. Forgive me." It took Jenny a few seconds to realize Mrs. Barrett was asking Jenny's name. She panicked again. If she said the truth, they would know she was Darrell Morton's daughter, someone they hadn't invited. Fortunately, Mr. Barrett spoke before Jenny could think of anything to say.
"No, let me guess,"
he said.
"Luke Banford's daughter, Lizzie May. Am I right? Lizzie May Banford?"
Jenny smiled very wide.
"I knew it,"
Mr. Barrett said.
"She looks just like Darlene, doesn't she, Iris?"
"Is that right?" Miss Barrett eyeballed Jenny. "We haven't seen you in, well, it must be 6 years? 8?
"I'm not really sure, ma'am," Jenny said.
"Listen to that," Miss Barrett said.
"There are a few polite ones left." "Well, she's a gorgeous young lady now, isn't she?"
Mr. Barrett drank from his whiskey, ignoring his wife's arched eyebrow.
"Have you met my son Seth?"
"Our daughter Ashley is Seth's girlfriend," Mrs. Goodling told Jenny in a pleasant, honeyed voice that Jenny found uncomfortably familiar. "More than 3 years now. They're very serious, aren't they?" she asked Mrs. Barrett.
"I believe so,"
Mrs. Barrett said. "To be honest, I'm still looking for Seth, and Ashley, and everybody. I only just arrived," Jenny said. "Are they nearby?"
"The kids are upstairs on the back veranda,"
Mr. Barrett said.
"They think we don't know they're getting drunk up there."
"John!" Mrs. Barrett gave the preacher's wife an apologetic look. "How is your mother, Lizzie May?" "Oh, just fine, ma'am."
"She's never been better. She loves the holidays." Jenny made herself shut up.
"That's amazing," Mrs. Barrett said. "I heard she was confined to her hospital bed not 3 weeks ago.
Well, you know how people get things wrong, don't you?"
Jenny wanted to slap herself with both hands. Dr. Goodling, who hadn't said a word, now looked openly suspicious of her. "So I just go upstairs then?" Jenny pointed her finger off in a random direction. She gave Mr. Barrett a big smile, since he was the only one who seemed to like her. Thank God for strong whiskey.
"You'll want to head on out through that door and down the hall,"
Mr. Barrett said.
"You can't miss the back stairs. Get yourself a drink first."
"I already have one, sir. Thank you," Jenny said.
"Then get another one. You'll need it with this crowd."
He finished off his whiskey. Mrs. Barrett looked mortified and shook her head. Jenny followed his directions, past little clumps of people. A waiter offered glasses of plump shrimp with cocktail sauce, and Jenny shook her head. Her stomach was a knot of nerves. It felt like she would never eat again. The back staircase was built in 2 flights, the walls hung with framed black and white photographs. There were family pictures, stern elders, frowning adults, moping children in ties or puffy silk dresses. The family had never been particularly large in number, and many of them had a sickly look. The stairs brought her to a second-floor gallery, with more paintings, some very large urns, bookshelves displaying sculptures and leather-bound volumes. There were antique, uncomfortable-looking chairs. She saw a wooden table with a chessboard painted on it and black and white armies set up for a new game. One corner of the gallery held a harp and a piano. 2 hallways led into the depths of the house, and 2 pairs of French doors opened out to the back veranda. The outdoor lights were turned off, and a few tabletop lamps outside provided low illumination. A stereo had been set up out there, playing Mos Def at loud, thumping volume. She saw Cassie and Ashley, both in dark cocktail dresses. They drank wine as they stood at the veranda railing, looking down on people in the backyard. Then she saw Seth. Seth sat at a table with Everett and a couple of guys she didn't recognize. There were several people like that on the veranda, probably the high school and college-age children of party guests. Nobody looked exceptionally happy to be there. Seth wasn't saying much, just sipping his glass of whiskey while the guys at his table made bets with each other about the upcoming bowl games. His eyes looked distant, not focused on anything. Jenny stayed in the gallery and watched. She didn't yet have the courage to go outside. She didn't know how Seth would respond.